Hey folks, Greg here, head of video for Shacknews.com. We over at Shacknews love video games. Cat. More importantly, we enjoy the hard work that goes into making them. At Shacknews.com, we are thrilled to be one of the last few remaining outlets that focus on game developer interviews, both big and small, from indie to AAA and everything in between, giving these game developers a platform to discuss their creative process, inspirations, motivations is really fun. Cattail. Making a video game is an incredibly long and hard process. Whether you're a team of one, dozens, or even hundreds of game developers that touch a project, these games can take up to several years to make. There's also that misconception that Todd Howard is single-handedly sitting on a computer at home making Elder Scrolls 6 or something. No, I know, it's not true. Now I know you just didn't come here to watch me talk. Or did you? With that said, Shacknews proudly presents E4 2025 and the summer of doing our jobs. Enjoy.
Everyone, my name is Timon Smektawa and I'm the franchise director for Dying Light at Techland.
So Tim, can you kind of give us an idea, originally the Beast was planned to be a DLC expansion for Dying Light 2, but you decided to make its own standalone game. Why is that?
Forget about the origins of Dying Light: The Beast. This is really a next entry in Dying Light series, AAA open world action survival game, high quality. Really, we have put a lot of work into the game, so it really deserves to be treated as a new game in the series. And we decided to do that because we wanted to bring Kyle Crane back. Kyle Crane is the protagonist of the first game, and he returns here answering some questions from the previous games, but also kind of opening a window what will happen with the franchise for the future. And Kyle Crane is not only the Kyle Crane you remember. He keeps all of his skills, all of his swagger and all of his badass charisma, but he also has a number of beast-like powers. That's the new thing in Dying Light: The Beast. Because of the experimentation that was conducted on Kyle by the guy named Baron, you get access to some very, very, very powerful skills that you get to unlock as you play the game. Dying Light ends with something slightly different. The base game starts with you not boarding a chopper that could take you away from the quarantine city of Haran, but then the expansion pack, Dying Light: The Following, makes you interact with this crazy cult which is led by a person named the Mother. And Mother kind of changes you into something infected, some kind of a monster, and I can't really explain it much more because actually all of this, what happens to you afterwards, is explained in The Beast.
At what point when you were developing, the team was developing the game, did you guys decide, this is going to be too big, we're going to have to make it a standalone experience?
It's kind of like that. The game really grew a lot over the last few months, and it takes place in this quite beautiful but also quite big open world of Castor Woods. This is a very unique location, something very different to what we did so far, mostly because of how much nature there is and how beautiful it is. It's a beautiful zombie apocalypse. Then it gets a very sizable main story, which takes about 20 hours to complete. I would say in terms of side content, open world activities, secret, etc., it easily doubles that. So I think like my last save was when I finished the game was about 37 hours. So it's really a sizable game that gets plenty of fun to players.
In terms of scale from Dying Light 2, how big is the world map?
So the world map is comparable to the size of the, like in Dying Light 2 we had two maps, so it's the old town and the central loop, so it's comparable to the central loop, but I think the most important thing is not how big it is, but how detailed it is. We have asked our level artists to go through every square inch of the map and basically make sure that it's handcrafted locations that look like real locations people could really could live in, something that could really immerse you as a real place where you as Kyle Crane is trying to survive and take revenge on the Baron. So it might not be as big in terms of the size of it, like when you look at it from the bird's eye perspective, but in terms of how detailed it is, how multi-layered it is, how dense it is, it's definitely at least as big.
What was your team's biggest takeaway, either from internally or community feedback, that you learned from Dying Light 2 that you made better in The Beast?
I think we have learned a lot from our community feedback, and the most important thing is that we decided to go back to Dying Light 1 survival horror, tense, pressure, tension type of experience. The nights are very dark, the volatiles, the apex predators that come out during the night, they really put a lot of pressure on you. They try to chase you everywhere. They have very heightened senses. So it is really a game which you can get scared a lot when you play it.
If a person's never played the first Dying Light or Dying Light 2 or any of its expansions, can they come into the Beast and kind of get an idea of what's happening, what's going on in this world?
Absolutely. Dying Light Beast was specifically designed not only to be kind of a love letter to the series and the community, but also to welcome new players. And that's why we didn't put that 3 at the end of it, because we actually don't want to scare newcomers. This is a perfect entry point to the franchise. Imagine Kyle Crane, the main protagonist of the game, he has been experimented upon for many, many years, and then he escapes the lab where he was experimented upon, and he discovers a new world around him. And it's basically the same experience that you get as a new player. You don't know what's around you, don't know those characters, and you discover them in the same way as Kyle Crane. So this is kind of a nice little narrative design trick that we used, so it can be easier for newcomers to get into the game. But don't worry, it's kind of complex game. It's a survival horror game, but also with a lot of very multi-layered action mechanics, but there's a very proper tutorial, like we try to onboard you to the whole experience very much, so I think you'll enjoy it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Kyle was voiced by the same actor who did Ezio in the Assassin's Creed series. Did you get him for The Beast?
Absolutely. So Kyle Crane, the Beast, is being voiced by Roger Craig Smith, who is a multi-talented voiceover artist, voice actor. He was doing not only Kyle Crane, but actually a couple of other legends from the gaming space. So he was doing Ezio from Assassin's Creed, Ezio the Auditore. He was also doing Chris Redfield from Resident Evil. He was doing Batman. He was doing Sonic. So he's actually not almost. He's a legend.
So what can returning players look forward to when jumping into Dying Light the Beast?
One of the questions that we have been asked over the years very often, basically every day, was what was the canon ending to Dying Light the following? So first of all, the returning players will get an answer to that, and I think that's the worth of the admission ticket alone. But then what you will get, I think, is an experience which for us at Techland is the best Dying Light game ever that we have ever made. So I think you will really enjoy it.
You know, we kind of saw like a resurgence of zombie games for a hot minute. They've kind of trailed off, but I still think they're pretty viable. What is it about like a zombie game you think that just makes it withstand the test of time over others in the genre?
I think like the foundation of zombie game is quite simple. Those monsters, they look like human. They were humans, so they kind of scare you. You don't want to be them, so you want to distance yourself from them. You don't want to be grabbed by them, etc., etc. I think zombie game as a foundation generally is a very good tool to talk about humanity when it's put in extreme situations. But then to stand out the test of time, you need to deliver that foundation, but then add some fresh spin on top of it. And for us, is definitely the gameplay mechanics, the parkour in first person, the melee combat first person representation, the day and night cycle, which changes the visuals, but also how you play the game. I think we have actually added a lot of new and interesting things to the zombie genre.
You know, games as a service has obviously exploded. A lot of people are chasing that, but what are some of the specific problems you encounter when building a single-player narrative experience?
Actually, building a single-player narrative experience is a little bit easier than working in the live service games, because you basically can just focus on this one particular experience. Like, this is the game, this is what we are making. You don't need to follow trends. You don't need to update the game every week to follow like what's happening around in the world. So I think the most important thing is to get the immersion right, to make sure that you pull all of the required strings to get players invested in the story, but also them being basically becoming the character that you control. And we are doing a lot of it in Dying Light: The Beast, both in terms of design, like gameplay mechanics, player animations, but also in terms of technical advancements. The game runs on our own in-house engine, C engine, and we have really upgraded it a lot since the last game that was made on it, which is Dying Light 2: Stay Human. We focus mostly on weather effects, like I think the rain looks really amazing. It sounds amazing.
Your rain looks incredible, yeah.
Thanks for saying that. Yeah. So that's that, but also how the lighting, how the shadows are rendered, how the materials are rendered. You look at a stone and it really looks like a stone that you could pick up in the mountains. So all of those elements make Dying Light quite unique.
Any new weapons players can look forward to experiencing in the game that they've never seen in a Dying Light franchise before?
Yes, so Dying Light: The Beast definitely expands the player's arsenal. It's like our games were built with focus on melee combat, but with Dying Light: The Beast, the first thing that we are doing is we are improving and increasing and adding the number of firearms. But we have also spent a lot of time to make them feel not overpowered compared to melee weapons. They're not like a joker card that you take out of the deck. They're actually like a proper card in your deck that you play every time when you have ammo, when you think that this is the best way to solve problems in front of you. But then we are also adding some new stuff. We haven't revealed all of that new stuff yet, but for example, one that I can reveal is, or talk about right now, is the flamethrower. Sounds like a kind of classic, iconic weapon for a zombie apocalypse, but for some reason we didn't have it. So right now you can actually fry zombies with a flamethrower. There's a grenade launcher and a number of additional surprises that are still waiting for the players.
I feel like when you add weapons to a game like Dying Light in its open world, like you can give the player a really powerful weapon, but that just make ammo super scarce as a way to balance like how much they can use it or lean on it.
Of course, the scarcity of ammo is one way to balance things like firearms, for example, but this is not the only one that we are using. Like, for example, in our game, firearms, obviously they make noise, and the noise draws the attention of zombies. So that's another tool that we are using to balance the game. Actually, we didn't play that much with the scarcity of ammo. If you want to be a player that plays the game using firearms, you know where to get the ammo. It's a little bit difficult because there's always a challenge, like a group of enemies that hides the crate of ammo in front from you getting it. But the thing is that if you want, you can focus on just playing with firearms, but you also need to understand that you will make a lot of noise and a lot of very threatening zombies will come at you. So then you'll have more opportunities to shoot them.
When does Dying Light: The Beast come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So Dying Light: The Beast releases on August 22nd, 2025, and it's being released on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series S and X.
Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
We'll see. Nothing to announce at this time.
Hi, my name's Phil, and I'm the lead designer on Marvel's Deadpool VR.
And I'm Matt, and I'm the director of animation.
Where did the idea for this game come from?
If you look at the DNA of Twisted Pixel as a studio, given the opportunity to pick up an IP, like Deadpool was really high on the list, so everybody was talking about it, and that was one of our very favorite picks, and we're super excited that we got it. So really, this was we want to do Deadpool.
It's Marvel's owned by Disney, and I know a lot of people have ideas for Marvel games, but ideas are cheap. So was this something you pitched to them and they just liked the idea?
We were in talks with Quest, with Meta, with Marvel, and with ourselves, and it was just kind of the perfect game. We talked about a story that we had in mind. Everybody came up with great story and a cast of characters together, and it just came together perfectly.
But what are some of the challenges when making a VR game in 2025?
Twisted Pixel's on its 5th VR game now with Deadpool. We've learned a lot about what makes people feel comfortable playing VR. I think it's come a long ways in the last several years. We're much better at figuring out what makes people feel comfortable. If people are playing our demo today, they can see like we have really good options for comfort. From the VR newbie who needs a lot of assistance to somebody who can just go and free roam. So we support a wide range of options, and it's really good for people, whether they're newbies at VR or they're super experienced.
It's like a big specific takeaway you folks took from past VR games that you applied to Deadpool.
Yeah, so this is our 5th VR game that we've worked on at Twisted Pixel, and comfort controls are something that we've taken very seriously. We've gotten very comfortable, no pun intended, at how to make things as comfortable as possible for whoever's playing the game.
So talk about the mechanics in your game. There seems to be a lot of different things. You can throw weapons, there's shooting, there's lots of different things going on.
So we're a first-person action game. We have range combat, we have melee combat, we have a whole bunch of explosives, but that's not the end of it. Like, we want to be a super creative game. It rewards players for experimenting, and really, because it's Deadpool, we can do all sorts of crazy things. So if Deadpool is jumping off of a wall and you land on an enemy with your swords out, that does something. And it doesn't stop there either. Like, limbs, you can use those as weapons. So somebody comes at you, cuts off your arm, right? Well, what do? Like, you take your arm and you just slap enemies with it, right? So it's super fun. It rewards experimenting. So when people are playing, we always say, like, try to slide and shoot, throw your guns, do all sorts of crazy stuff. And the game just tries to say yes to the player as much as possible, and that's our philosophy.
You know, it's funny because in third-person games or first-person games that aren't VR, you can move a lot faster because you're not looking around, and there's a sense of like realism that you have to provide because people can't turn 180 in an instant. It takes them a few seconds. How does that play into the animation design of it?
So the animation design with VR, we do take into account where the player's face is in the virtual space, and we design animations, combat. Enemies will gear themselves in a way that'll kind of feed to the VR space perfectly and feel more natural. But we do also have options for turning with snap controls, smooth turning controls, so you can navigate around pretty quickly. There will be full, VR experience all the way around you and things to experience when you look around.
There's been now 3 editions of Deadpool in media. You North, and now you got Neil Patrick Harris. Talk about that process. Was that a decision your team made, or someone above your pay grade made?
We're making a unique Deadpool story, and we really wanted to have our own unique take on it. So having somebody like Neil Patrick Harris to put his own take on it was just a perfect fit. And I'm sure by now people have probably seen the trailer. Like, he's doing an amazing job. So we're really excited to have him on there. But yeah, it's because we wanted to be our own original story.
As someone who gets VR sickness very easily, how would I enjoy this game as someone who's not great in VR?
I think you'd be fine. I think you jump in. We have a lot of comfort control settings. We have beginner mode all the way up to advanced mode in terms of just comfort control. But like I said earlier, we do take into account how to make things as minimal or as easy as possible on the stomach for the average player.
We've been covering VR at Shacknews since its inception. Is it still the Wild West of VR development, or have things settled to like a more procedural, way, a more standard way?
So I think we're starting to find that we can push on quality more so than just figuring out like how to make people comfortable with it. So I think we're in a good place with comfort now, and Matt was just talking about it. Like things like vignetting and snap turn really make it easier for somebody who used to be motion sick, even with normal games, even outside of VR, because some people feel motion sick even with just corridors. So we're really getting good with that. So now we can concentrate on having good gameplay. And if you look at Marvel's Deadpool VR, we have such an interesting array of gameplay. Like, I mean, the shooting is tight, the melee combat feels responsive, it's got really good feedback, so we're pushing the quality there and the depth of experience in a way that we haven't been able to do a whole lot in the past. And because we're using the Quest 3 and just a Quest 3 headset, it gives us the bandwidth that we need to be able to make a game this big, really.
Were you guys able to take advantage of the hand tracking at all in the game?
This game we designed to be used with controllers. It gave us the best feel for it. There's a lot of fast-paced combat, a lot of options to use with swords, guns, grenades, different types of weapons. And so we felt that the controllers really gave you the most physical feel for it that worked best with that system.
Any plans for peripherals, swords, guns?
Can't really speak to that, but right now the game is just a controllers-based game, but that would be pretty awesome.
What's a big misconception of VR game dev from an outsider looking at your job?
I think the obvious one, well, there's kind of two, right? Is the first one is VR is going to make me sick. I mean, that's kind of the common one. It's changed a lot. I mean, to be honest, I joined Twisted Pixel last year myself, and I came in and, I was super surprised at how good these guys are at doing comfort controls. So that's a big one. The other one is, VR games are smaller. They're not smaller anymore. We're making some pretty good games. Like this game, for example, has a full-fledged campaign. We've got replayability. Like, it's changed a lot. So I think when people are looking at a game like Deadpool, like, it's time to try VR. Like, it's time to come try again, especially if they've tried in the past and they weren't too sure.
Now, I know you guys probably can't say a lot about the story, but will we see other mutants in your game? Magneto, Colossus, Wolverine, Cable. I could keep listing X-Men forever. I love X-Men, so.
It's a good question. So when you work on a superhero game, everybody on the team has their own favorites, and everybody wants to see their favorite character. So at some point, you make a list. I think we have some really cool characters. We've got Omega Red. We've got Lady Deathstrike. We've got Flag Smasher. We've got Mojo, which people haven't seen a whole lot of. And there's some other ones too we haven't even talked about yet. People are going to be surprised. I think when they go through the game, they're going to see that we go through some really exotic spaces in the Marvel Universe. We go to Symkaria, we go to Yashida, we go on the Spirit of Xandar, and there's some characters we haven't even talked about yet. So can't speak to specifics. Wish we could, but there's a lot.
Will we go to Mojoverse?
We're going to do Mojo World a little bit, yeah.
That's perfect for your game, especially with Deadpool. It's a TV show, reality TV show.
Yeah, Mojo is a big core part of the story content for this game, for sure.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms are you available at launch? Are you aiming for other VR platforms after?
So we're coming out for MetaQuest 3 and 3S. We're coming this year. The date isn't settled just yet, but we are shipping in 25.
Where would you like to see VR games 5 years from now?
I'd like to see them just continue the trajectory that they've been traveling on so far. I think building bigger and better, longer experiences, comfortable headsets. The Quest 3 is a very comfortable headset, the most comfortable I've felt so far, in my development for virtual reality. So yeah, I would just like to see it just keep on getting better and better as it's been doing.
Better body detection, I think, is the big one. Like, the closer we can get to like Star Trek holodecks, the happier I'll be, right? Like, to me, like, that's the future. Whoever figures out holodeck, like, we win. So that's what I'm excited about. But the more we can detect a body, the more we can have immersive experiences, the more we can have your brain be more comfortable with what you're doing on screen. So I think, to me, that's what's the most exciting.
I'm David Carrasco, CEO and co-founder of Vermila Studios.
Where did the idea for this game come from?
So Crisol comes from our passion for those survival horror games, that beautiful genre where you have the combination of narrative, action, and puzzles. And we noticed that there was a misrepresentation or a lack of the Spanish culture. So we wanted to bring something that we knew very well into that genre, and that's how Crisol came to be.
So talk about the design of the game. You're using blood for ammo.
Mm-hmm. So in many survival horrors, we've noticed that people start not shooting, they just collect clips and clips and clips, and suddenly you have an arsenal on you, and you are like a mini Rambo. And we didn't want that to be the case in Crisol. And by connecting this with the religious undertone of the holy blood and using your blood as the means to get the ammunition in your weapons, and by doing so, you consume your health, you consume your blood. That was like the point of it, making it a real survival horror.
Now, you're an FPS, or you can melee, but you're an FPS, but it feels a lot like Resident Evil 7 type of FPS. Was that what you were going for?
Yeah, BioShock, Resident Evil 7, 8 are like some of our major inspirations, and I think they are top of, very, very top of the genre. So for us, having those as inspirations took us to what we have here, and they are what we aim for in terms of gameplay and what you feel when you are playing this game.
You also do the thing that not a lot of games do, where you introduce enemies that you cannot just kill. You have to actually avoid, and you don't really see that a lot. I mean, we saw it obviously in Nemesis. We saw it in the Alien movie, and for most of the Alien game, for most of the game, you can't really defeat it. You just got to run. Talk about some of the challenges when implementing that to make the player still feel like you're having fun, but introduce a character you can't kill.
Yeah, so in many horror games nowadays, it's all about jump scares. Jump scare after jump scare after jump scare. And we wanted to aim for a more of a tension, constant stress. And by adding those characters that you are unable to defeat and that will accompany you, we can add to that stress. Yes, we wanted to, make it extra stressful and give you the memory of I had some tough times there. By controlling or measuring how much you have that into scene and how many times will that happen to you, we are able to not make it get it too old too soon, and at the same time give you the extra beats per minute in your heart that we want from the game.
Now we've seen a lot of combat elements in your game. Are there puzzle elements as well?
Yeah, it's basically the game is a story, right? It's a narrative, and we connect it with puzzles, action, and stealth. So you have to go through those three elements to beat the game. There are optional puzzles, main puzzles, very large ones in some cases, and by having to go through them, you will discover more of Tormentosa and what the city, the island, has to offer you.
It's funny, you mentioned creating stress for the player. What are some of the challenges in making them, like when you decide they get a break, right? Like in Resident Evil was the safe rooms, right? You got the music, you're safe in there, you can do the saves, manage your inventory as like a break. How did you manage that kind of break in your game so the player's not stressed out all the time?
Yeah, you need to have that curve, because if you keep them stressed all the time, you end up killing your players in the end. So, and we want our players to finish the game. So we have some safe zones. You have a store where you will be able to improve your weapons and do things there that kind of show you that you are in a safe environment, somewhere that enemies will not reach. So that can help the player have some relief, explore a little bit, and then this is not like a monster generator, constant, like you will see new monsters all the time when you enter the same room. If you've destroyed the monsters there is a big chance that there won't be any monsters afterwards. Maybe if you've left and you've done a lot of things, some monsters entered, but in many cases, those creatures were defeated and they will not appear again.
Yeah, you mentioned BioShock. That was like that in BioShock. You would clear an area, and if you left and came back, enemies would come. Not every enemy, but enemies would. It's a breathing world, right? They come back.
Yeah, absolutely. We in this small demo is just a very small glimpse into Crisol. You return a couple times to certain areas, and in one of the times you will discover new enemies there. But that is part of the game. There are enemies roaming the island, and sometimes they just end up in areas where you were already.
Because you're using your own health to reload your guns, does that add another layer of like survival horror element? Because now you have to manage your health, and then you don't have to provide ammo drops either. You only have to manage health pickups as a way to balance the game.
Yeah, for sure. By combining both, we make sure that the player cannot just add on clips or add on herbs all the time, or whatever healing element and reloading element they have. We are combining, so you have a single bar and you better use it well when you are approaching enemies. And then if they are attacking you, it's very hard to heal, so you can reload. So you need to take a very strategic approach to some combats. Give room to the enemies, go to another room in some cases, and maybe view the combat in a different way in this game than other games where you are maybe more powerful or you have a different way of using your weapons.
So how did you get the attention of Blumhouse as a publisher for your game?
I think in this case we cannot even be more fortunate, because they have like a passion for smaller unique artists that create like passion projects. So in this case, we just showcased it to them, and they were very intrigued by the art style, by the fact that you're using your blood and you have that religious connection. So for us, it was not easy, but it was kind of straightforward. We showed it to them, and they were interested. And I think that tells a lot about what they are looking for, which is people that are making something unique and that has an edge on different takes. You can see that on other of the games that are here showcased. And for us, I cannot be happier.
What's a big misconception, do you think, from an outsider looking in at game development in general?
Oh, wow. That's maybe that if you want to make a game, you can make a game, any game. That's a big misconception. I've met people that have an idea. Oh, I have a great idea, and I can make a game from that idea. Maybe it's a great idea, but there's a lot of, polishing that need to go through to make sure that people understand it, that people can play it, that people can enjoy it and will want to invest their time, money, and effort into discovering and defeating or finishing that game, right? So it's a maybe deeper and longer process, and in many cases, very tough to find the financial needs or the marketing, or just to be a little different than the rest. So I would say, if you have an idea, think about it hard and show it to others and polish it as much as you can before you actually plan on creating. And once you do it, there are many tools that can help you. But and there's like Unreal Store or Unity Store, if you want to go, that you can get assets even for free, and you can make things and see if that game makes sense and go for it.
What were one of your favorite games you played growing up that set you on the path to being a game developer?
Wow. I would say Legend of Zelda, Super Mario, those are main games for me. Then also the Spectrum times, Commodore, those very old school games that kind of look a little rusty right now. They also have a big space in my heart, like Bruce Lee or Trapdoor. I don't know, Spy versus Spy. And then Doom, Quake 2, Resident Evil 2.
And when he says Resident Evil 2, he means the original Resident Evil 2.
The original. I played Resident Evil 2 before I played 1. And
most people did.
And I was like, what is this? And how didn't I play the first one? And it was just so captivating that I got hooked with the game style.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
We're aiming for 2025 and PC and consoles.
Does that include Nintendo Switch too?
I cannot...
Anything is possible.
Yes, I will say so. At this point, I cannot confirm it. We are working for sure on Xbox Series SX and PS5, aside of PC, Steam, Epic, whatever.
My name is Danny. I'm the technical director of Nanopark Studios.
And I'm Brandon. I'm the creative director and artist at Nanopark Studios.
So what are you guys showing here? You're guys showing Pedal Runner. What is this game all about?
It's a slice of life RPG where you play as a motorcycle courier who's delivering digital pet products.
Where did the idea for this game come from?
We would just sort of chat through like different aesthetics that we both had a mutual love of. And so that started from the idea of the motorcycles. I always like putting cute pets into my artwork and stuff. So it's like, what if you're riding around on a motorcycle, somehow delivering pets to people's homes and sharing that joy with them? And
funny that actually is a service. If you buy pets through a breeder, they will deliver your pet to your house. So I don't know if you guys knew that, if that was based on it.
Yeah, we'll have to link up with them and somehow do a collaboration. Yeah.
So talk about the visual aesthetic. Obviously, pixel art screams Pokemon. Where did the idea for the art style come from?
Yeah, I've been a fan of that sort of Game Boy form factor, you know, Pokemon, Legend of Zelda on the Game Boy, and just the abstraction of that. So when we went to make this game, it was like, let's do that low res, low color palette, but then have some modern touches like the widescreen. We have kind of cool things like quest trackers and maps, so it like has the conveniences of a modern touch, but you're in still that nostalgia vibe of it too.
How long has the game been in development for?
We started in 2021, so somewhere around 4 years, over 4 years.
Is this full time for you guys, or is it still a passion project?
Full time, although it is a passion as well. Obviously, yeah, it's all we do.
How did the passion project become a full-time job?
It was very serendipitous because we started initially. This was a really small project. We met on Instagram actually, and we were thinking of like doing a Kickstarter and stuff. But then we got into contact with them a bit for merch, and they wanted to publish us. They offered us the opportunity, so it just felt very serendipitous.
Yeah, it's amazing because like we got to keep the project a secret for a long time because we were able to partner with IM8-bit. So they said like, you know, let's work on it for a couple of years, get it into a really nice polished state, and then we finally revealed it last year, and it was really like just nice to share this vision after it had time to cook, right?
So essentially, how did you get the attention of the publisher? Like, did they just reach out to you through Instagram? Did you reach out to them? Did they find you?
We wanted some merch for our Kickstarter.
Oh, that's right, you said that.
Yeah. So we just reached out to them and asked if they could make merch.
Yeah,
and they hit us back with the.
It was just like, you're just like, hey, would you like to join us for a Kickstarter? And then you hear back from them like, how would you guys actually like if we just published you and like skip all of that? Yeah, so just like been tremendous to work with them and have their support.
That's funny. Usually you don't start with merch. Usually you start with game and then merch follows. But you guys kind of did it in a weird way because you've got to encourage someone to give the money, right? Get hats, T-shirts, pins, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
We also just love like little tangible things like that. So.
How does it feel that you don't have to rely on crowdfunding to make your game a reality?
I mean, just such a relief, like, and it's encouraging. I think it's nice for the audience as well that we could have time to kind of go away and really hone the game, and now just share this final vision of it. So,
yeah, same. Same.
Now, you guys coders by trade, game design. Did you go to school for game dev, or this is something that you do as a hobby?
So I'm the programmer. I do all the programming. He does all the art. And I went to school for computer stuff, like computer science. But game programming has always been a passion of mine, and I did some small projects before this, but this is the biggest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, and I've been making pixel art for 10 years now. I just celebrated that last month.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. And so I have a YouTube channel where I post videos of making pixel art. I post on social media, and then eventually that rolled into creating a large project like this. So it feels like a great culmination of what I've been working up to as an artist.
There are a lot of tools for coders and artists out there that make games a lot easier to make. When you're doing a pixel art game, do those tools make it harder? Because I know 3D is also an option that Unreal can just drop things in, but with pixel art, you have to do things by hand. And if something doesn't work, it's erase, start over.
Yeah, so I really enjoy the process of making pixel art by hand, and so like I'm just loving the craft of making it, so it doesn't occur to me that like, oh, if it were to be a faster way, because I like being in there with the pixels. That being said, we do have certain tools where like I've been experimenting with 3D modeling and low poly modeling, and there's a couple structures that sort of use that as a basis that you can hand pixel on. I've shared videos for this on YouTube, and it's just kind of cool to mix all of those styles and all the things that I've been working on together to create this vision.
What's a big misconception for someone who doesn't know anything about game development as a coder?
People think that like 2D games are easier to make than 3D games, which I guess like you're not dealing with quaternions or rotations and stuff, but it's still a big game that you have to put a lot into creatively and also like theory-wise. So I think that's another misconception.
What's been the biggest hurdle from a coding perspective or a mechanic perspective for you personally on this project?
Maybe scalability, as a single coder, doing like the whole game. So I'm always trying to find efficiencies. We have a lot of external tools and stuff that we made in-house that make things a lot easier for us to take the workload off of like just sitting there manually doing data entry all day, for example.
Big misconception of being an artist on an indie project.
It's interesting because I came into this from doing it from an art side. So like for me, I perhaps had my own misconceptions of maybe what it took to take artwork from just the artistic phase into the actual gameplay elements. You have to consider where the player's going to be colliding against the walls, how the assets are exported. So like that was my learning curve of that. And it's a whole other thing where I've been able to have fun actually learning that and then like crafting that into the game experience.
You guys talked about scale and scope. Is it difficult from either one of your sides to like be like, how many rocks can I make? I mean, I made too many. I didn't make enough, because you guys have to kind of check yourselves.
Yeah, that's a constant conversation that we just collaborate between us, but because we're a two-person dev team, it's like super efficient just to have those conversations. And like, I can think of something like, oh, it'd be cool if the mouths moved when we have the portraits on screen, and Danny's like, oh, I'm already thinking of a way to do that, and that gets into the game really fast and elevates what we're able to do with the artwork, and yeah.
I feel you guys can lean back in a digital chair and be like, hey, can we do this? And you guys are like, yes or nah.
Boss says yes. Yeah, that's us.
Is it hard balancing that trifecta of time, budget, and money now that you're on a publishing type of deadline?
Time is the only real consideration. We're just worried about getting everything that we want in the game. I would say, like, yeah, it's that thing of keeping us in check, scope creep and stuff, because we always want to add more cool things to the game, but the game does have to come out. But we've been pretty happy with everything that's in the game.
I was going to say, like, we're obviously always appreciative of the support that they bring. They have experience in that, so like they can kind of keep us on those rails and the milestones and make sure we're hitting those goals. And so it's been a learning experience and also very supportive and encouraging.
I know you guys are in the middle of making a game and finishing it, but a lot of developers sometimes make their games a physical cartridge when they're based off like this style. Would your game run on a Game Boy?
On a Game Boy, probably not, no.
How far do we have to go? Game Boy Advance?
I don't know if I have an answer to that. I'd actually like to know myself.
That's old, yeah.
That'd be really cool, yeah. I mean, Game Boy Advance, I'd be happy with that.
Let's go down this rabbit hole, right? No, keep going farther. No 3DS, no higher. Has to go PSP. Okay, PSP might be able to do it.
That's another thing. Like, if I had the time, that's something I would explore. It's like, oh, could this run on a Game Boy Advance, right? Even as a personal project, I just love tinkering around like that.
There are dozens of people who love the PSP, okay?
I had one. I had one back in the day, yeah.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So it comes out in 2026. We're sharing the PC, Steam. We have the Steam page up. Obviously, there's a very strong handheld inspiration behind it, so we're kind of exploring the options that could fulfill that vision of it as well, of course. So we'll stay tuned for more news on that front.
So that's on you. Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
Well, actually, I don't know who's on it. It's not on me.
It's not you. You're not porting. Thank God.
I would like to port it. I would like to port it. It is, yeah.
In the meantime, where can they go to find more information about your game? They can wish this on Steam. Do you guys have a Discord?
We are on Instagram and Twitter and also shows. And also iMaybit channels would be really good for news.
Remember, D, it's just a job.
So I'm Joel Burgess. I'm the studio head at Soft Drains and creative director of Ambrosia Sky.
So give us a quick elevator pitch of what Ambrosia Sky is all about.
Yeah, so Ambrosia Sky is an immersive first-person science fiction clean 'em up.
Clean them up. That's interesting. That's an interesting pitch. So because you do have a lot of water physics in this game. Talk about that.
Yeah, so the character's primary tool fundamentally is a chemical sprayer. So in the game, you're dealing with this fungal contaminant that's overtaken this space community, and you're going to use that to carve through these masses of fungus that like volumetrically fill things out. So yeah, fundamentally, we have this like cleaning mechanic, but then we layer in a bunch of other systems and story on top of that.
So what were some inspirations when you were creating the design of this fungus cleaning system?
I mean, we started really with like the team and what we had worked on and what lessons we wanted to pull from that, areas that we wanted to continue exploring. And then we just thought about like the games that we wanted to be in conversation with. So things that, you know, are in that sort of cleaning and jobs in space and all these like interesting new like, you know, character fantasy mechanics that players like showing a lot of interest in. Feels like super fresh and like modern for us in terms of like just its game design. But like we also want to be in conversation with this like legacy of classic first person exploration, like immersive games, and we looked for a way to combine those two things into like something new that we wanted to make.
You also have like a really cool like traversal mechanic with, I'm going to call it grappling instead of the other thing I want to call it so you don't get in trouble, but you have this cool grappling mechanic.
Yeah. I mean, like, we really wanted to have a sense of mobility for the player. And so we have the tether tool that Dahlia can use, and like you can use that to grab and throw objects and to kind of move yourself around. But then we combine that with the low gravity and the ability to like really move quickly. It changes the whole pace and flow and tone of the game. And then we find a way to like put that into players' hands to let them be in control of like how they want to explore and locomote and just like get around the world.
You're talking about like, is it difficult doing the water mechanics because like there was a lot of like real time growth and like spreading of these fungus that I was doing. Is it difficult to achieve that in a game?
Yeah, I mean, you're really like dealing with a couple of different systems there, right? Like you've got the sprayer itself and the effects of that and how we like do the physics of those sprays, right? And those projectile pieces. But then you've got the fungus itself. And so with the fungus, we use our own systems there as well as like stuff from like Houdini and Unreal to be able to like grow these shapes. And then we use those networks of shapes in real time at runtime in the game to be able to like have the fungus respond to what you're doing in anticipation of what you're doing and like a response to how you're cleaning it, just to make the whole world feel like active and alive and like blur that line between environment and enemy.
Now, in the vertical slice we played today, we were looking for a specific body because our job is to kind of retain data from their death. Talk about like what's going on in the story in this world, and your job is like you're kind of like a janitor, but also data retriever.
Yeah, I mean, like, so Dolly is a part of this group called the Scarabs, and they're these, like, mortuary scientists in space. So it's this job that is, like, in equal parts, this very rigorous scientific thing about going in and dealing with bodies and hygiene and cleaning, and it sort of, like, serves those themes of the game. But it's also in equal part this very tender and intimate thing where you're doing this like final act of service and care for the body of someone who's passed on. So it really stitches like the narrative and the gameplay mechanics together, because you're going to be going through moment for moment using your cleaning and dealing with like this very active threat. But then you'll be, tasked to find these people who have passed on, and then you get to like connect with them and learn about how they thought about their world and their death through like the lens of these consents that they give for their body to be sampled as part of that project.
Kind of makes you come to grips with your own mortality, or just your mortality in general, the human race.
Sooner or later, it comes for us all, and we start thinking about the time that we have left and how we want to be thought of and what we're going to leave behind. And it does like this incredible amount of like heavy lifting to just get a few words from any of us when you're really put on the spot to talk about your death and what you're going to leave behind. So if you think about like, if you haven't done your will, do your will, right? Like, but that's a conversation that really forces some tough stuff that people don't typically want to think about or confront. So with this game, we've created an environment that like invites that conversation between like characters in the world and the players and themselves.
Now, in terms of scale, is this kind of like a Metroidvania type of game, or are you going to have like specific levels that you enter into and kind of puzzle your way to the ending?
Yeah, so the game itself is level based, so you're being presented with like different levels that you can go into and different types of like objectives and gameplay implied by those objectives that you can go after. Not strictly linear though, so you're going to hit like narrative like gates in the game, but then the player will have choice of like what levels they want to go to, and the ability to then, kind of like that Metroidvania thing, bring powers and just like even like lessons the player has learned as a person back to levels that you've played before to get a little bit more out of those environments.
Yeah, you really seem to spend a lot of time on interacting with the environments, that they're not just something to look at or like pass through. What went into like designing that? Like we opened a door by chaining together my electrical fungus to a other electrical fungus and chaining that electricity into the door.
Yeah, look, we love systems-based games, right? So for us, like, if we can simulate the right systems in the world, then we can create a situation where like the player can go what if, and the game can say yes to that, right? So it can lead to these situations that like when you want to create a cinematic moment, it's much, much harder to do that with this kind of game than when you're like just scripting. But when the player wants to create a cinematic moment, these games make that possible in a way that is not possible if you're not creating an environment that does have that ability to like call and respond to like you've used electricity or there's fire here or you've interacted in this way.
You've worked on a lot of big AAA, like multi-million-dollar and now billion-dollar franchises. What's it like going on the other end and doing something smaller, indie or even AAA?
Yeah, I mean, my career has taken me through big teams and small teams and all kinds of different projects. I've found that, the stuff that I've enjoyed working on the most has been environments where like, and I've been using this phrase when I talk about things, is like, I want to invite everyone who works on this project to push their fingers into the clay to the point where like they'll be able to see their individual fingerprints on it. And I think being like a smaller team working on a new IP, it gives us the opportunity to create an environment where like that can be true. And it's much harder to do that, something that's super established in a structure or a larger team where like you just can't create that space and opportunity to like be collaborating, like really collaborating with everybody on the team. So that part I've always really enjoyed, whether, I've worked on AAA teams that you would consider small, where I've seen that dynamic. I've worked on indie teams where you see the dynamic, and that's a lot of what we're chasing here at Soft Drains. It's just like a creative studio.
Now you have the water mechanics, you have the tether mechanics, you also have a zero gravity mechanics. How does that play when you're designing a level? Because that's a lot of ways to play, a lot of tools in your toolbox, essentially.
Yeah, chaotically. Yeah, I've never been a big proponent of sort of like the find the fun approach to things. I like to be a little bit more like, rigorous than that.
You're right, yeah.
But you know what? With systems-based games, there is like a big element of that. Like what I love and what is difficult about these kinds of games is it is just like it is a honey trap for the kinds of designers that like want to sit and like really like intellectualize about like how these systems work and what kind of like emergent affordances are we like giving players like for their agency and mastery and all these things that like we love to talk about after like GDC or whatever, right? But none of it works until like first contact with the enemy, or like that old saying, right? So it really drives you to not over intellectualize, to like get something on screen, play it as proof, and then just watch how all of your like well constructed intellectual like theories just like shatter, right? So like it drives you, because it's a death loop if you don't, right? It drives you towards like rapid implementation and rapid experimentation to prove those theories out, because that is when you see like the opportunity to create good moments avail themselves. Like the electrical system, is a thing that like we have had like the bones of it working. Like so there's a really cool resource simulation that we do under the hood, but then figuring out how to like, hey, what parts of that simulation are actually manifesting for the player? What parts are actually like kind of like so under the hood, they're just like not purposeful, and then figuring out like, hey, we should simplify the system in this way is the right answer sometimes. And it's like, no, actually we should work harder to expose the system to the player is the right answer other times. And like that's the play of the work, right? It's like get it in an engine, get it on screen, try it out, and then go back to the drawing board and like get to the finish line as few as those loops as you can.
Now, is that harder to do when you have just your internal dev team and not like an early access or even like a large Q&A team?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like, I've seen teams that like do tons and tons of research and tons of sentiment testing. I've seen teams that have almost like a hostile feeling towards it and like really don't want to do it at all. And I find like there's a good truth somewhere in the middle. We've done friends and family play tests. We've put this game in front of like peers and designers that we really respect to get their opinions. We play the game as a team, every Friday, and we gather that feedback and process it. But like we just put the demo on Steam, and we are hopefully getting lots and lots of eyeballs on the game that way. And I think it's just going to be like an opportunity for us to receive a deluge of the kinds of the input that will be a great surrogate for a team like ours for those larger apparatuses that we might have if we were a big internal studios project team or something like that.
Just curious, because your game has a nice slow pace to it where you're figuring stuff out and kind of looking around. Did you ever consider doing it in VR when it was in its previous state?
Yeah. We've thought about working this game into VR, and I'd say it's not something that we've ruled out entirely. In fact, there are people on our team who were really instrumental in like coming up with this project who've done like really important and sometimes like land-breaking VR type of work. So I think there's a lot of like opportunities for what this game systems are to work in that setting. So yeah, it's certainly like not something that we're focused on doing right now, but not something I would rule out at all.
Yeah. What's a big misconception from an outsider, like a consumer that looks at game dev as no idea how? What's a big misconception just in game development in 2025? Do you think?
I feel like the thing that game developers always want to say to this, and I don't think it's like untrue, right? Is like how much more complicated games are to make than you think. I think there's a truth to that, but I actually think that is it's a misconception that I think we have about players. I think players actually do really appreciate how complicated games are to make, and I think game players have gotten like really sophisticated, right, about like understanding the systems. I think about what games like Minecraft have done. It was not a given when we were kids that you knew what like a pixel was, or like binary logic, right?
What's rigging? What's modeling? What's texturing? What's a 3D map? Like we didn't know what that stuff was. It wasn't, the internet was very young, and we did not have those resources.
Yeah, we had to learn that stuff. Like even just like learning how to like 3D model like would require access to like a $20,000 like SGI like.
You had to rent, people out there watching, you had to rent suites to do something specific in a game, and it was thousands of dollars an hour, and you only got it for 4 hours. You had to do it and get out, right? That's what they had to do. Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, just like the accessibility, right, of like even being able to learn was just so far. Like that has fundamentally changed, right? The accessibility to create has changed. The prominence of our art form in like mass media, like mainstream culture has changed, and like kids in kindergarten understand intuitively a voxel, right?
Yes.
Like voxels were a pretty exotic idea for like a kindergarten.
For a hot minute,
Yeah. I mean,
people like them. Oh my god, I could do all that. I could go down. I could bury thing. I could go up, go down. I could do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I remember, like I think Delta Force 2 in 1997 or something, like had voxel grass. So when you zoomed in the sniper rifle, it was like incredible technology. And
Deep Rock Galactic did it, and then I think EverQuest Next, when that was a thing in its prototype. Sorry, I've been doing this for a long time, folks. So yeah, we both have. So.
yeah, but I think that's the thing. I think our relationship with our own audience is that, yes, games are really hard to make, and I think they're harder to make than players realize, but maybe not in the ways that we think they think that they think, So yeah, I think the misconception is like this mutual thing about like players understanding the complexities of how games and tech work, being able to sort of like see the matrix of how games and game engines work, and then, for us to like really appreciate and respect that sophistication that our players do in fact have. And then, I think that's honestly like with the period that we're in right now with like risk aversion and what that's doing for like smaller teams and new IP and stuff like that is like really creating a situation where developers feel forced down a funnel to make a game for an audience which is actually not the player, right? And I think that it's a hazardous path for a lot of teams to feel like they're forced down that funnel, which is why I hope we're doing the right thing by making something that, like isn't trying to just like embrace like the buzzwords and the sort of the check boxes of like what's required, because I think our audience is sophisticated and can understand what we're trying to do, and I think there's an audience for this kind of game, and I'm betting we're right.
So when did your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Not talking about any of that today. Sorry, man.
Where can they go to find out more information about your game and the demo?
Yeah, so I'd say the first place to point people will be go check out Steam, because we've got the store page up, so like please throw us a wish list. We love it. And then check out the demo, right? So get hands-on with it. We'd love to get people's impressions, let that inform some of the decisions that we want to make going forward, get the feedback on that game. So yeah.
So I'm Fred Gemus, and I'm a game director on Marvel Cosmic Invasion.
First thing I want to ask you is, what was the biggest takeaway your team learned from Shredder's Revenge that you brought into Cosmic Invasion?
So I think like the team knew that the beat 'em up genre would be, is still alive and strong, and that there's a lot of interest in it. And having a beat 'em up game that is a bit more mainstream, or have like focus more on the action and on the arcade action, getting rid of tons of enemies at the same time, was something that came out as the strength of Shredder's Revenge. And this is what we thought would work best also to kind of improve on with Cosmic Invasion. As these guys are superheroes. They need to, they can't get beaten by just a single bug. They have to be swarmed and, and plow through all of these hordes of enemies. So yeah, it was a great learning on keeping the action strong and fast.
Yeah, because the beat 'em up genre kind of went away for a while. The last one before you guys did yours that I can recall that was big was Castle Crashers. Like that was the last big one. They've had other ones, right? They were smaller, and I feel like you guys kind of lit a fire in the industry saying, hey, no, the beat 'em up genre can come back and it can still be good. And you guys even had your own modern twist on it, because it wasn't like the 90s arcade games, which arguably those games were designed a certain way, and that way was to eat quarters. That was how they were designed to. But your game was so much fun, and now you guys are on to Cosmic Invasion. When did you guys start this project? Was it right after Shredder's Revenge, or were you guys in talks to do this while you were working on Shredder's Revenge?
So when we finished Shredder's Revenge, we tried to look at what would be the other universes that we would like to tackle, and on top of our list was obviously the Marvel universe. So we started talking with Marvel, and at one point Dadimu, who was a publisher on Shredder's Revenge, also had the same idea. So again, we decided to team up, make a pitch, and basically keep the ball rolling and start to work on that game and pitch ideas and try to figure out exactly what part of the Marvel universe we wanted to tackle with this game.
Now, I know you guys, you're obviously not going to tell me the other several characters that are in the game. You just announced She-Hulk and Rocket. How do you guys decide who you're picking, just in general? Is it like a tier list? Is it a voting system? Or is it specifically like Disney has to be like yes or no?
Obviously, picking the characters in the game was the biggest challenge, because there's so many superheroes to pick from. And I mean, I have my favorites. Everybody have favorites. So when we decided to settle on the list, like it's a big list, like 15 playable characters for a beat 'em up. It's like I don't know many games that did it, especially like since this is day one in the game. That it's not DLC. It's 15 characters you get with the game. So even though we had many, we had to choose. And so of course, we have some fan favorites like Spider-Man, Captain America, but we also wanted to have characters that would match the tone and the universe we're tackling. So Nova, Phyla-Vell are in there, and many new surprises. So yesterday we announced She-Hulk and Rocket Raccoon, two widely different characters. So every characters we try to have in the game, we also think of them like in terms of gameplay and how we can bring like fresh new ideas to the table. So and keep things fresh. And I think like the gameplay first aspect is something that's also very important. But yeah, I mean at the end of the day, we could have probably have a roster of 100 characters easily, but we would probably explode.
Well, I mean, like, each character has to go through design, right? You have to, design each character, the movesets, the specials, and that takes time. You can't just skin swap, right? It takes time.
And that's something that we didn't want it to do. We wanted to make sure that every characters would be, behave exactly how you would expect them to be. So, like, if you rip them out of the page of a comic, like, they have to be authentic. Like Spider-Man does what you expect Spider-Man to do, and it's the same thing for all of our characters. So we really want to make sure that they are all unique, and this is why we have the Cosmic Swap, that new feature that we brought in, where you have two characters and that you can alternate during the gameplay in real time, and have these crazy combos. Because at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure that when you play Wolverine, you're playing Wolverine, but if you want to have like a flying character like Storm at hand, like you'll be able to do so by just using the Cosmic Swap to switch characters.
Who did you get to voice these characters in the game? Can you talk about that?
We didn't announce anything yet about the sound, and we were kind of maybe subtle on that, so we'll see in the future. But what we can listen to in the trailer is the amazing soundtrack we have from T-Lobes, who's back with us from that we worked before with on TMNT Shredder's Revenge. So, but yeah, there's probably things to announce at a later date at one point.
Yeah, because it's funny because you've had multiple renditions of these characters being voiced in feature films, in other video games, in television. But what I harken back to is like, could they find the guy who did Venom in Marvel's Capcom 2 or 1? Can they find that dude? Who was that guy? Because he has that very iconic. A lot of the 90s kids know that we are Venom.
We are Venom.
Give up, spoil sport.
Give up, spoil sport.
They know those lines. They have them in their head. It'd be great if you could find those people and put them in your game.
I mean, I would say that if we would have to, find people to voice these characters, like we'd probably, be fans of things and have, people that could do it correctly. But again, as I said, like maybe this is something that we're not ready to talk about today. So
I gotta say, it's great seeing you're Venom in this game. You did a mishmash of like the Spider-Man Todd McFarlane Venom meets like the more alien-esque. It's like the perfect mix of both. Because I know that's with Venom especially, he's tricky because some people like the alien symbiote version of him, where he's tentacly and doing a lot of stuff, and some people like the Todd McFarlane, where he's just like Spider-Man but in a black suit. It's really impressive. You guys you combined that perfectly, I feel, in your game.
Yeah, we always try to make sure that the characters would like. We love to say at tribute games that we make games like plays like you remember. So we want to have like characters that kind of behave how you expect, whether it's from your memories from the comics or memories from specific games, or seeing like actions that comes from different TV shows or cartoons. So we try to always pick the best. Like for example, our version of She-Hulk that we revealed yesterday is even though she wears the classic She-Hulk costume, she's more inspired by the latest version in the comics, where she's really like almost a wrestler. So we always try to catch everywhere, but also bring them with the unique tribute touch, so that the game feels like a tribute game as well.
Is it difficult in a 2D brawler to make these characters feel different from just, because you're doing a lot of smashing, right? You're doing a lot of combos, but make them feel different in terms of how they hit, how long their combo strings are, and just how they play? Because it can be very difficult in a 2D environment to give that differential. I'm thinking about like X-Men or Team Ninja Turtles Arcade that didn't really have any difference. You just kind of all hits.
It's obviously a lot of work because especially when you have 15 playable characters. You need to figure out like how they behave. And the thing that we tried to stick to the most was making sure that these superheroes are expressing themselves as they would like in the comics, in the cartoons, in the all of the stuff from the 90s era of the Marvel universe. And at the end of the day, it's all like a lot of brainstorms, a lot of fine-tuning, making sure that all of them are unique, and then going brainstorming with our animators to make sure that they all look amazing and fun to play.
Marvel has such a deep history, right? Of course, you're always going to have your Spider-Mans, your Wolverines, but I walked by and I saw the Beetle, and I'm like, oh my god, I haven't seen him in decades. Like, you guys really went down deep in those deep cuts.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a ton of fun because with Marvel, obviously you want to have like the fan favorite, the big names, but they also want you to have characters that haven't been seen in other games or other medias before, and have your own twist, like Phyla-Vell and even Nova. Apart from some like Marvel vs. Capcom games, he's not a character that we've seen much in video games, and is basically our main character because in this game. So it's always fun to bring these characters or fresh, because that's what's fun about the Marvel universe as well. Finding out and discovering new faces that you haven't seen before.
How long does it take you to like make a level and like have it flow well and get enemy placement correctly and enemy pattern correctly and more importantly, have it all be fun?
Yeah, so it's a long process for sure. Like for enemies and characters, it's hand-drawn animation. Even if it's pixel, it still needs to be planned out and thought of in terms of motion and everything. So it's a lot of time. For the stages, what we do is we try to usually work in a rough version of that stage with the rough versions of enemies, or where enemies are done and ready, and we iterate on that, and we play test, and then we figure out what are the ingredients that make sense. So for example, in the demo we had the Heli Carrier, so we wanted to make sure that at one point we'd have, for example, turrets that you can interact with and use to plow through like incredible amount of enemies. And these things are like what keeps also the stage and the gameplay fresh, so they're very important parts of the gameplay. But overall, afterward, like it's probably almost like a month work of to go through from start to finish on the stage.
How long does it take from a previs? You have your character approved, Spider-Man's approved, Disney's like you can use him. How long does it take from previs to actually playing him in the game, having him be fully animated? Like, paint a time frame approximately. How long does that take?
Yeah, it's probably about the same amount of time. Like how we work is usually we have like these rough versions of the characters that are built from sketches. So you basically play like with a sketch character that doesn't have like many frames of animation. So we can at least have an idea of are these abilities working and are they fun, and like how the character will end up being. And once we're happy with that, then we go into the animation process. And for a playable character like these, depending on the size, it will probably be between like 2 to 3, 4 weeks sometimes worth of animation, like especially characters like Venom who are big and full of details. And then when they come back, we are able to actually focus on the gameplay and making sure that they feel good, tweaking. But honestly, the tweaking part is probably until the end of the game. Sometimes we play a character and we realize that, it would be fun. Like, for example, with Phyla-Vell, when we throw the sword and we teleport, that you actually go through like the enemies, and so you slice through more than one enemy when you do it. And these are the kind of things that we like allow ourselves to, do in the game to keep them like we're not done until we're done.
So like, it's funny because I don't think people understand in a pixel art game if when you have a 3D model and something's not working right or doesn't work, you just change the joints and change the rigging, right? But if you have a pixel animation and something's not working right, you have to start over. Is that still the case with your tech?
So, I mean, if we would to be like change completely character, definitely we'd have to do it. So that's why we, every character that we design, we start with the kind of sketch sequences so that we can actually figure out is the gameplay good, and then afterward it's just a matter of tweaking. But yeah, this is basically traditional animation, so each frame has to be drawn by hand, so you don't want to have to change a small detail. So it's good to make sure that beforehand, that when you're starting to, do the final animations, that everything is good and ready to go.
With Unreal 5 and Unity and all these tools and graphics, like games can look visually amazing in 3D. Do those tools help you In making a 2D brawler that's pixel art, do those tools help you, or is it the same process it's been for the last 10 years?
So it's not the same. Like obviously, the games that we make wouldn't run on old school hardware. Like a Super Nintendo couldn't handle what we're doing for sure. Like even a PlayStation. So the way we don't use the same tools and same engine. We have our own like in-house engine. We don't use the Unreal tools. But at the same time, I think having our own things also makes our games unique, and it's a different vibe. Like you have many Unreal games that they all look great, they all look amazing and realistic, but at one point it's they all end up feeling the same, as opposed to when you look at like a game like Marvel Cosmic Invasion, you kind of see, oh, I think it's from the same guys that did the Shredder's Revenge, because I can see some similarities.
But like, I guess what I'm trying to ask is it more difficult making a 2D game over a 3D game?
Oh, there's a lot of people are wondering if it's easier because it's 2D. Actually, I think it's might be harder just because of the fact that everything we do like in pixel has to be done by hand and such. But no, I've been making 3D games before. Like I worked on huge productions like open world and all of these types of games. And making a game is never easy. And the process, I think, is for making a 2D game like this is probably more manageable to some extent, because we are really focused on making an arcade experience instead of making like a big open world full of things to check marks on a map. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's always a challenge, and it's not easier because it's in 2D. But we're pretty good, I think, at tribute games, especially to kind of plan ahead and figure out how to make these games like the most efficient way possible, but also the most unique ways.
What did the success of Shredder's Revenge open up for your studio?
So obviously it was a great business card to to share with people. So we were approached by many people to see like if we would have interest to work with them and such. So it allowed us, I think, to be able to reach for like who would be our ideal partner for the next project. And yeah, Disney and Marvel were obviously like another universe that we wanted to tackle. Like I'm a big fan of Marvel, as you noticed by the fact that Beatles in the game. So when we approached them, they were like, "Oh, you know what? That makes sense. That's a great idea, and let's make it happen."
So I'm only going to ask you one question about one character in the game.
Right.
And it's the one you've seen in the chat, in the Discords, and everyone claiming, can we get Gambit?
So I think at the end of the day, I'll say it. I don't think I'll be able to have everyone's favorite character in the game because there's so many, but we never know. Like these things, we only announced 9 characters to date. There's more to announce, and who knows what's up for the future.
6 more.
Yeah, 6 more. There's 6 more to go. And that's enough, quite frankly, for now.
What do you think is the biggest misconception about game dev in 2025?
Oh, that's a good one. I think a lot of people. There's one thing I think that always comes back is it's either a game has to be made by a team of 500 people or made by a team of like one guy in a basement to actually be like worthy sometimes. For a tribute game, we're a small studio. We are like 20 individuals. We're like a very small team in terms of when you compare it to other AAA productions. But the video games don't have to be like those massive 500 people projects that takes 8 years to ship. And you don't need to have like a team of one guy in a basement to actually be something impressive. I think like 20 people can come up with something that is actually worth the time, and it's pretty cool as well.
I also feel like your studio has a great crew where like you don't need a game to be 40 hours long to be fun.
Yeah, I think like the type of games we make, like beat 'em ups, are usually games that you want to play co-op with friends on the couch. And what I like is when my friends come over, you can grab drinks and snacks and you'll go through a complete game, and then we're done. And if we want to play it later, we can replay it, but we can actually manage to see the whole game together. So I feel like there is a lot of value in replayability. So that's why on Marvel Cosmic Invasion, we not only have like a crazy amount of characters in the game, but we also have a lot of content to unlock. We also have difficulty modifiers, so players can also tweak their experience to make it easier or even make it more challenging. But yeah, I think the replayability aspect is what keeps those retro games alive.
So like when you have unlockable content, does that mean we make it Wolverine in his blue and yellow outfit, or is that something you have to do because they're hand drawn? You have to just create another character from scratch again, and because you can't just do a skin swap, right?
We'll have character palettes in the game for sure. We had the same thing with in our previous game. So, but yeah, we'll see. If we have character palettes, I mean, a man can dream.
Some of these bosses that I see in your game are like they're animated, but like, how easy would it be to turn them into a playable character?
That's a great question. Like, I mean, it depends. It depends. We'll see, but everything is possible when the way we work. Like, I always love to say that it's better to build tools and building like actual like mechanics that are proper. So if you build the tools, then you can make any mechanics you want with it. So a lot of our game is built that way, that it's flexible. So again, who knows?
Well, because like you have Taskmaster in the game too, and he's not gotten a lot of representation in the live action films either. I'm not going to argue and shit on the one they use, but Tony Masters is awesome, and he's snarky, and he's funny, and he's great, and I would love to see him in a movie, but it looks like you nailed his aesthetic here.
Yeah, we're a big fan of Taskmaster as well, and we wanted to have like the classic version with the suit. But yeah, maybe like again, like I said, we have more stuff to announce, but we could potentially maybe have these characters being playable.
In a perfect world, if Disney were to be like, yeah, we don't care, they'll just stamp anything. If you had one character in the game that they could just stamp for approval, like who would that be and why? Like no limitations. They're like, you can use whoever, we don't care. You don't have to worry about approvals or licensing. You can put whoever. Who would you want in the game?
All right, so that's like a trick question to know if for me to reveal a character that might be in the roster.
Might be in the game, or people confirm he won't be in the game, right? That's
So I'll say one that I find like that is going to be like really out there, and that I won't say if he's in the game or not. But if I'm revealing him, it's probably because you can figure out that he's not. But one character, like I said earlier, when we think about all of these characters, we try to see who would be fun, who would be like in terms of gameplay. And at one point we were making fun with thinking about the Alpha Flight like Puck. Puck is a super small brawler character, but at the end of the day, I mean, he's a very obscure character. But I think this one would be like, in terms of gameplay, it could be fun. It could be fun.
Dude, that's a deep cut. Alpha Flight, like people don't know who they are, right? Like Sasquatch and Puck, and like those are great characters.
We know who they are when we're Canadians, so it's a Canada superhero theme, so it makes sense.
Oh my god, man, this is awesome. So when can we play Marvel Cosmic Invasion?
So the game is planned for holiday 2025, so this year, later, we'll have an announcement on the actual release date a bit later this year. Like, we have plenty of things left to announce, but yeah, stay tuned, but it's coming out this year.
And then, as a last fun question, did you guys sit down and play all those classic brawlers? Like Captain America and the Avengers is one of the early ones. Of course, the Konami X-Men one, and then that was really it. Spider-Man has had a lot of them with varied degrees of quality over the last 20 years. Maximum Carnage, some other ones, very janky. But like, did you guys play all the classics and see what we can do? And I've even seen some like NBC like the silhouette following. Like I've seen some of that stuff in your game. Did you guys go back and play all those, or did you make your team play all those before making the game?
Well, actually, I'm a big retro game collector myself. Like, I love playing retro games. Captain America and the Avengers is, I think, an underrated title. Like, it's full of cheesy one-liner. It's full of attitude. It's pretty great. It's great.
It's so bad, it's good.
You cannot beat me.
And I really love that game. Or obviously the X-Men arcade, the titles, Spider-Man, Maximum Carnage, and Separation Anxiety on the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis are good ones. So these are titles that we play all the time at Tribute Games for sure. So it wasn't a matter of being forced to play them, but mostly like trying sometimes to replay these classics just to refresh our memories. But we're pretty active yet still on the retro game front.
So I know you guys are doing Cosmic Invasion now, and I'm going to talk to you all day. This will be my last question, I promise. Is your game now? But like, what's next for you guys after this comes out? Like, are you guys going to tackle The Simpsons? Are you guys going to tackle Sunset Riders? Are you guys going to go back into that deep bag of beat 'em ups and shoot 'em ups and try to do something in your own style? Sunset Riders was great. I would love to see a remake of that.
I mean, obviously we don't have much to announce on that front for now. But yeah, we're pretty much focused right now on delivering the Marvel Cosmic Invasion game. Our team is very dedicated to the title. Like we have more surprises to announce, and I think for the future as well. But yeah, as of today, I think our focus is on the Marvel side.
Hanging out, getting buzzed. I've got to get out of this place.
Hi, I'm Johnny Galvatron. I'm director at Beethoven and Dinosaur, and we're working on Mixtape.
Johnny, talk about where the idea for Mixtape came from.
I just wanted to show people music that I liked. I think that was a good starting point. I want to show people That's Good by Devo. More people need to know about that song. It's one of my favorite songs, and I hear it every single day, and every time I love it even more. Thank you, Devo.
So you wanted to make a Devo game, but you settled for this instead?
I couldn't afford all the Devo songs. The entire Mark Mothersbaugh wouldn't let me have the entire catalogue, so I had to include some other songs from Joy Division and The Cure and the Smashing Pumpkins, unfortunately.
So how did that interview go when you were let's talk about music licensing for a minute.
Okay.
Did you do that personally, or did you have like a outreach person do it for you?
There's no way I could get a Joy Division song by myself. But our game is about a girl who wants to be a musical supervisor. So when you ring a musical supervisor and say, hey, we're making a game about a musical supervisor, they go, we'll get you whatever you need to glorify the musical supervisor. So we worked with Alex Hackford, and he's done a bunch of games, he's rad. We were trying to get the rights to The Cure, and one of the guys who owned the rights was like up a mountain, and they had to send someone up a mountain to get him, and there's all these crazy stories about how like they get the rights to songs, and it was rad.
Did the meeting for you go like, please, come on?
Usually I will just talk about, you have to like submit what you wrote, because they talk about the music in the game, like the characters talk about the music. So usually I would just write some really nice things about them and what I liked about their music, and then they would see that and they'd be like, oh, okay, they can use it.
Yeah, because like in music licensing, they want to know like what you want to use in the library, how long you can use it for, what the context is. Like it's a chore.
Yeah, we were getting More Than This by Roxy Music, and one of the lines in the game is like, how did they have Brian Eno and Brian Ferry, two of the greatest Brians? And then they rang me and they're like, oh, Brian wants to know like where in the game it is. And I was like, which Brian? They're like, oh, we didn't ask. I'm like, I gotta know which Brian it was.
So like what year does the game take place exactly? Or is it kind of like open to interpretation?
No comment. Sometime.
It's like that 80s show, right? Or that 90s show where they did with the little kid. Like they never tell you what year it is. They just kind of hint at it.
Yeah, well, I think it's a mixtape on several levels. It's like a mixtape of music. It's a mixtape of eras. It's a mixtape of different kind of technologies and stuff as well. It's not really hammered down to one place or one time. It's meant to be kind of about what's universal. So it's definitely not set in a specific year. Also, because we break all the rules about when songs came out and stuff, so it can't be that.
So let's talk about like the narrative and the time in your game. This is a time before phones, before smartphones, before social media. Like internet was probably in its infancy at some point.
Yeah.
How do you go about making a game like that today, where so many kids don't understand what it was like in the 90s?
I think you have to show them like what was obsessed over, and I think making mixtapes is a perfect example of concentrating and selecting and curating the feed that you get. So I think that's something that's very similar there. I made that up on the spot. That was pretty good.
Do you have like a favorite, like what was a good mixtape you had in high school?
Well, first I was actually cool when I was listening to like the Smashing Pumpkins, and I really liked Nirvana and Soundgarden and that sort of stuff. And then came nu metal, and I would listen to Korn and Limp Bizkit and be very uncool. And now I'm cool again.
People forget that like Korn and Limp Bizkit were very popular at that time. Like they were people look back and go, really? But like at that time they were super hot.
They were massive.
Yeah.
They were headlining the big day out in Melbourne in Australia. And I don't think I ever made it to Melbourne because like there was a crowd crush in Sydney, so I never got to see Limp Bizkit in their prime, which is one of my greatest regrets.
Now, did you have to do any research, because you're from Melbourne? Like, did you obviously trends and stuff kind of vary based on the location of the country. Did you have to do any research in America to have it be more relatable to the Americans?
No, who cares about the Americans? What we were doing is I think you have to understand, and not I don't know if Americans have this for other places. I think probably France and stuff like that. But like, America is America is as real to me as Middle Earth. Do you know what I mean? It's a fantasy land. I watched it my whole life. I didn't go to America until I was 32. I know everything about it. And you just, so to me, I'm as much writing a story in some fantasy landscape as I am to the America that you have known and experienced. It's an absolute fantasy. A lot of people outside of America write that way about America. So, unashamedly, that's where I'm coming from.
Well, it's funny because like music, I think, can transcend borders. Like at the time, like trends and stuff come and go in different areas of the countries, different countries and states. But music is released worldwide, and people like it everywhere. So I think that's one of your main goals in this mixtape is to expose people to those bands, right?
To Devo, yes.
Have you heard that Weird Al story about like they were mad at Weird Al because his song was better than theirs?
I know very well about Dare to Be Stupid by Weird Al Yankovic, and I actually think it's an amazing song. I really love it. Weird Al, and yes, Mark Mothersbaugh hated him for that. And
he did ask for permission. He always does.
No, look, we can't be angry at Weird Al for this. I think it's an amazing. Dare to Be Stupid is so good, and it's like if someone distilled like Oh No, It's Devo, the album. Don't start me on this. I'll talk about this all day.
It's funny. There are a ton of like bands that like I mean you and I grew up with. I think you look a little younger than me. I'm 40.
I'm 40.
Okay. Well, you look.
Thank you.
You look much younger than me. And maybe the world hasn't maybe Australia hasn't destroyed you yet, like America has.
It's the harsh Australian sun that I avoid.
That's what my wife says. She says everyone ages terribly because the sun just beats the shit out of them.
It's because we play cricket, and cricket is 5 days of standing out in a field.
Talk about your narrative in this game. It's about three friends just living life. Is it that simple?
It's their last night together before two of them leave for different colleges, so it's that classic things will never be the same John Hughes kind of vibe. But it's definitely not a plot-based game, as many video games are very melodramatic and based around plot. This is very hang out, listen to a mixtape, and I think if you can get the pacing between the grander moments and what the characters call the big suck, just the idleness of teenage life. If you can get that to work, gameplay and pace-wise, then you're on the right track.
Yeah, I'll say this like in the interview because Discord has been catastrophic to our socializing of friendships. People say it's great, you're connected all the time. Like if you move away, great, but like people are on Discord next to each other 8 hours a day and they don't socialize in person anymore. This harkens back to those days, right? You know, your friends had to come over. You had to call someone's mom to see if they could come over and play. Had to give the heads up.
I think the worst thing that we've left behind is when having to call someone's house and their dad answers and you have to speak to their dad. I don't think we need to go back to a time like that.
Hello, Mr. Smith. Is Danny there? Can he come? Can I come over? Can he?
I think that the kind of isolation and weirdness of the teenage experience is probably still universal. It portrays itself in different ways and comes through different mediums, but I think it's just about everything feeling like the end of the world, everything feeling very important, and then also feeling really bored all the time. So I think that that experience is probably universal to all decades.
Well, another thing too, like in the 90s, like there was an off button. Once you left high school, that was it until the next day. And nowadays, like bullying or communication is constant, like on every platform, on all social media platforms. You can never escape it. And there's a block feature, sure, but a lot of people don't use it because they want to know what's being said about them or whatever. And I feel like that's something we've lost also, like just being able to shut off and just hang out with our friends and separate school from friendships and activities that we're not plugged in all the time.
I think there's a lot more pressure on being a teenager today. Absolutely. There's a lot more to live up to. There's a lot more, there's a window into what you should be doing, and teenagers are more conscious of their public image than ever, and it's I think a great burden for this generation. And I'm glad I grew up in a time where everything I did and said wasn't recorded and broadcast, and that I was allowed to form myself into an adult before I had put things online. So I think it is a rough time to be a teenager. I don't think we necessarily celebrate that this was a simpler or better time in mixtape. I think that's what it's really about. It's not nostalgic in that way. I think it's more about that these experiences of friendship and feeling weird are there for everyone.
Yeah, I feel like you're not trying to say that it was a better time. You're trying to say it was just different.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to say that I think it's all about saying that the pains that kids had then are still the pains that they had now.
So how did you get the attention of Annapurna as a publisher? I know that's a big challenge a lot of developers face.
I made a demo for a game called The Artful Escape, and they rang me and they said, "Is it going to be at PAX Australia?" And I said, "Yes," and that was complete bullshit. And I rang up and got one of, I think maybe the last table, and then we had 3 months to make the demo because I didn't even really have the demo, and then we built it, and we were up for 2 days beforehand. And then Annapurna came in at 11 a.m. on the first morning, played the demo, signed the deal, victory.
Just that easy.
Oh, so easy.
How big is your team for Mixtape?
Like 12, 13, depending on what day it is. Yeah.
Talk about you've got a super unique art style. Like, how did you get that? Because that took a lot of work to refine and make it look nice, right? What went into that?
Well, I think with indie games, you already have the puzzle pieces in front of you. It's not this huge team where you kind of start from a bedrock of nothing and build up an art style and look for whatever mood you're going for. I think in an indie team, it's like using the tools that you have, the people you have, the skills that they have, and then you start building from them as creators. And then you start to refine and you start to figure out what the story's going to be and start to just kind of push it in one way or the other, and it coalesces into something that represents not only the artist making it, but the themes behind the game and the world that the game takes place in.
What do you hope in like a modern day teen that was maybe 17, 16 right now would get out of Mixtape?
Yeah, I think just that what we all want from coming of age films is some reflection of ourselves, and I hope that they find the same love for Devo that I have.
So if this game does really well and you make a lot of money, when can we expect the Devo experience, and will it be in VR?
I'll have to wait till Mark Mothersbaugh dies, and then I'll buy his estate. And me and Wes Anderson will make something.
Were you actually able to reach out to him, or did you have to talk through an agent bullshit and Universal Music Group bullshit?
I've never spoken or met Mark Mothersbaugh, but he has my respect and my love.
So you can use this as a platform. Tell him to contact you about his music library.
Mark, you probably won't do that, but I really love the Pinga Island theme from The Life Aquatic. I think that's some of your best work. I listened to that on the way to work. Thank you.
When does your game come out? What platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Oh, I don't know, man.
When it's done?
Yeah. It's not a year away. It's less than that. But it could be this year, could be next year.
In a perfect world, when do you want it to come out?
Like 6 months ago.
And now you can build for Construct in what we call Create Mode. Oh boy!
It's the universe's most twisted televised spectacle, King of Meat!
Hi, I'm Johnny Hopper. I'm the studio head of Glowmade in the UK, and we're making King of Meat.
So, Johnny Hopper, where did the idea for King of Meat come from?
So, we basically sat down in the pub a few years ago, the British tradition of making games in pubs, and we thought, we just started talking about the stuff we liked, and Adam, who's our art director, he is obsessed with David Bowie's Labyrinth, the movie, and Mike Green, our design director, loves WWE, WrestleMania, and we just sort of thought, well, what if we just take both of those ideas and make them into a video game? And then we ended up with King of Meat.
It's funny, it reminds me a lot of, there was a game Ubisoft made a few years ago called The Mighty Quest for Epic Loot. Do you remember that? I see a lot of similarities.
Yeah, no, we know of that game, and it is really cool. It's sort of superficially similar in that there's quests, there's loot, and there's a dungeon. But I think actually the gameplay, the sort of the party action and the sort of the co-op kind of hack and slash stuff is really unique and different.
What are some of the challenges when you have to present a game where users create an experience?
One of the biggest challenges is making it accessible and fun, and trying to make it not feel like a tool. You know, the whole game is made in the game. Our level designers have made all of the content in the game as though they were users. So we're sort of really kind of road testing that stuff. We don't want it to feel like you're clicking and dragging and stuff like you would in a sort of like a 3D package or whatever. We wanted to make the act of creating fun itself and making it accessible for everybody to try.
Yeah, your UI looks super intuitive, especially on console. Like, what were some of the challenges when making that work on a controller?
Well, I mean, so what we did was we actually started there. We started with a gamepad, and we said it's got to work on a gamepad. It's got to be accessible on a gamepad. And then once we know we can do that, we can go, okay, keyboard and mouse. We've got way more buttons to play with, and try and sort of break some of the paradigms so that it works kind of efficiently and nicely for keyboard and mouse, as well as working nicely for gamepad. But you know, yeah, we tried to make it like, if you can press one button all the time, and you're going to kind of get the right answer. We tried to make it consistent and really easy to use.
No, talk about a little bit how people design their dungeons. You have like a room system, you have a trap system. It's like, it's all very well designed.
Thank you. So the thing we wanted to do, like I said, we wanted it to be accessible, and one of the hardest things to solve as a creator is, where do I start? Because if you give people a blank piece of paper, if I said to you, draw a picture please, you'd be like, well, what? So we had this room system so that you can just kind of stamp down spaces to play in, and you can do that. You can get like 5 rooms and put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and run from start to finish, and you've got a level in about a minute. You know, it's not a very good level, but it is a level. And once you've done that, that kind of really kind of frees people up to start being creative and expressive within those spaces, because they kind of understand the constraints. Because you place down this room and then you can completely change it. You can change all the floor, and you can add traps, you can redecorate it, you can put all your bad guys in, and then once you've done all that, you can add logic. There's so many kind of layers of options to let players make unique things.
Now, your game has a lot of humor, and it's based in humor. Talk about some of the challenges of creating that, and take us into the writing room and how you guys designed the style and the type of humor in your game.
Mike Green, who's our design director, his kind of mantra has basically been, if it's really dumb, it can go in. You know, so we kind of went there, and you know, we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of laughs when we're making this game. There's a kind of a sort of British game development tradition. You know, a lot of us have worked at Lionhead. Myself, Mike, and Adam all met at Lionhead, so we've got that kind of fable, kind of humour, sort of through line, I suppose. But yeah, we worked with some amazing writers. So our narrative director Rihanna and writer Sophie, and we worked with a guy called Mike McCafferty and Jim Rossignol. They're all hilarious, and they're all very dry, and we've just kind of it's quite a dark undertone to some of the humour, and it's I think it's quite a uniquely kind of British thing, I think. So we really had a good time doing that. Yeah.
You guys mashed together a lot of different like types of humor. I saw like the Coliseum, and inside the Coliseum are cubicles where the monsters work. You guys had a lot of fun with it, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't set out to make anything that's like really political or anything like that. But it's not deliberate. But it's just us kind of being dumb and poking fun at stuff. You know, one of the things I like is that, you know, I play the game every day and I still laugh at the gags that turn up, and there's all these like beautiful bits of ambient dialogue in the plaza area, and it's sort of the game. And I can say this because it's not me, but the game has become sort of effortlessly funny. Like it's just there's gags, there's throwaway jokes, and it's just amusing and delightful to kind of be in. So it's a really nice kind of place to hang out, I think, just because of all this kind of content and crazy weird characters that we've ended up with.
And what are some of the challenges in creating a co-op experience in today's gaming landscape?
We've kind of got all of the challenges. So we've got it's a co-op game, it's multiplayer, it's a user-created game, it's our own technology. We've kind of decided to have all the problems. I think co-op's a really cool thing. You know, I think people love to do it. We love to kind of play together and trying to make people feel like they're really kind of playing together, but also having this kind of like element of slight competition. And I think the game's kind of netted out in this really nice way, where you can kind of go into a level with your friends, and you can tool around, you can shove each other off ledges and stuff, and you can lightly kind of mess about with your sort of teammates. But then you kind of realize, oh, actually, we need to kind of get through this dungeon together. So kind of trying to get that sort of that balance of reward and risk and silliness to get that right with the kind of level goals was probably one of the biggest challenges, I think.
Your game has a lot of mechanics. You have shooting mechanics, you have melee mechanics, you have platforming mechanics. Like, what was it trying to marry all those together so the game flowed well?
It was a challenge, and it's, you know, and it's got some beautiful animation, and it's multiplayer, and trying to get those kind of things together. You know, I think it comes back to like, what sort of game do we want to achieve? What do we want to feel like? We wanted the game to feel like this kind of really nicely mechanically tight sort of combat platformer, but also we wanted it to be silly. We also wanted it to be user created. And coming back to your earlier question about like challenges of user creation, having game mechanics and actually trying to communicate how to build a game with game mechanics to people who are not game designers has been one of the really kind of interesting and sort of enlightening challenges, I think.
Talk about the characters you can play in the game. Do you have a class system, or is it more of a moveset system?
So with the game itself is classless. So you choose your weapon, your loadout. The idea is that you can reconfigure yourself to match your teammates. So if you're going into a level that happens to have loads of kind of like long distance ranged enemies, you might want to reconfigure your sort of secondary weapon thing, or you might want to have a support character or whatever. The loadout that you choose is entirely different from your cosmetics, because we really wanted people to be able to express themselves with our sort of dress-up system. So it's really kind of free form and really expressive as well. So you can you can change all your kind of costume pieces, but then you can put crazy decorations and stickers all over yourself. There's not a lot of limits there, which is really, really fun because you get some really, really weird creations. But that's the joy of it. But then on top of that, you can actually then go, okay, I want to have a sword, or I'm going to have a hammer, or whatever, and that doesn't affect any of your cosmetic choices. So, and level beyond that is you can level up those kind of weapon archetypes. So you can change the cosmetic of your hammer, but you still kind of maintain the sort of leveling up of the archetype itself.
Yeah, speaking of your cosmetic options, like you're one of the rare games I've seen, if you have a backpack, you can actually place it in a different area, or a pin, you can actually place it anywhere in the body instead of just like a stagnant spot. Like, talk about your customization options, because they're pretty unique.
So I've got this obsession with dealy boppers and googly eyes, and every game I do, I really want there to have googly eyes in it. And once you can put googly eyes on stuff, you really want to put them everywhere. And we just thought, in some ways, it's actually easier to let it be freeform in terms of like the technological challenges. But yeah, we just were like, well, what can we do to let players have fun and be creative? And it was let them place stuff everywhere. And yeah, and that's where you get the sort of the beauty of it. That's where when you having kind of user tools, when you give them interesting kind of tools to use and interesting ways to use them, that's where you get surprised, and that's where you get the really cool kind of outcomes, I think.
Now, your game is co-op. You feature split screen.
We're not featuring split screen at launch.
Talk, because I think that's a misconception. People look at a game, they're like, why isn't it split screen? Because there's so much that goes into a game, but you can't just add split screen, right? So talk a little about, give us like a little insight about like why certain games like your game don't feature split screen.
So if you're running a game in split screen, you basically have to render the game twice, and that takes quite a lot of resources, a lot of memory, and so forth. And and for us, it's. The desire was to make a game that looks beautiful and runs at 60 FPS, across the board. Like that's our sort of our baseline, because that's where the game feels the best. So we kind of really just went down that route of going, how do we make the one screen amazing? And I think we've got a good result out of that, I think.
What's a big misconception about game design in 2025, do you think, from a consumer looking on the outside?
That's a really interesting question. I think one misconception could be because there's so many accessible tools and ways to do it, it's easy. Game design is really hard. I'm not a game designer myself. I'm a programmer by trade. Mike Green is our design director. He's an incredible game designer. And it's a skill. It's a real skill. It's not just think of a fun thing. Everyone can think of ideas. Ideas are cheap.
Ideas are really cheap, yes.
Implementing them, but then taking that one idea and making it mesh with the 100 other ideas that are already in the game, that is the real skill and the real challenge. And most of game design happens in spreadsheets.
What advice would you give to future, game developers out there, maybe in high school, about making games? Where can they start? Where can they go? Where could they go to end up where you are today as a studio head?
Well, I mean, these days there's so many opportunities, and ways of kind of making games that there weren't even 10 years ago or 20 years ago, So, the advice would be just make a thing. Start with Unity or Unreal as an engine, as it's got so many kind of tools in there, and there's so many assets and so much community support. You make a thing and then do it again, and then do it again. The first one you make will be rubbish, and the second one will be a bit better. The third one will be a bit better. So you have these ideas and put them into action, and then you end up with a showcase of here's the stuff I can do. Because when you're, say, a graduate or fresh out of school, people who are hiring, they're not looking for these kind of grizzled game development veterans. What they really want, certainly what we really want, is somebody with joy for their craft, skill, and a kind of a weird brain that they can be imaginative with.
Now, I have to ask before I wrap this interview up, is like, you used to work for Lionhead Studios, which is an old studio. I mean, people don't know where that is. A lot of the younger people don't. I do, of course. Amazing games on PC, and then Fable, and then all these other games that were fantastic. What's it been like seeing this landscape of game development change since your time at Lionhead Studios, and what's different about it?
Yeah, I mean, things have changed a lot. I've been in the industry for 25 years now, and so I started out at Lionhead in 2004, and that was when we were working on with Fable 1 and a game called The Movies, which was this kind of game that was about 2 years before YouTube, and it was just too early. But so Lionhead was then purchased by Microsoft and then closed in, I think, 2015, maybe 2016.
We previewed their last game maybe 3 years ago. Yeah.
There we go. And so what happened then was, Lionhead's based in and Glowmade is based in a town called Guildford, which is just outside of London in the UK. And this has become this kind of incredible hotspot for game development. And actually, Lionhead as a studio of like 200 people then got closed, and then where do they all go? They don't all leave. So suddenly there were loads of kind of smaller studios starting up. We started up actually about a year before Lionhead closed, so we kind of got in there early. But like companies like Media Molecule was made originally from Lionhead veterans, and I worked there for 5 years as well. So I've had that kind of interesting route through the kind of the local scene. But what you see now is you see a lot more kind of smaller studios. There's a lot more support. There's a lot more ways of building games. Remote working, and again, things that didn't really exist in the same way 20 years ago. It's easier to start a studio. It's easier to make a game. The downside of all of that is that there's a lot more of them. There's a lot more studios. There's a lot more games, and kind of less money as well. So it's an interesting balance. But yeah, the landscape has shifted a lot, and there's a lot more kind of flexibility in how you want to work and how you want to build these kind of projects.
I feel like now more than ever, people are starting to realize that it's not the studios, it's the people that came there. Blizzard, EA, BioWare, these studios have been around forever. Lionhead, but it wasn't the brand name; it was the people working on the games that are retiring or moving around. And I think that it's starting to come back. People are realizing that this is what the game design is. We need good people making games, not an IP attached to a studio where nobody who originally started that studio is there anymore.
The people who kind of are running the game or leading the game are absolutely instrumental in setting the tone for what it is. Even if you're 5 games into an IP, the people that are running it are still going to be changing it into what they kind of want it. So, when we're kind of making King of Meat, I'm really aware that the way I act, the way I kind of say things and direct or whatever is actually going to not only influence the team and how they work and what they do, but actually it'll influence the game as well. But the really important thing is not just the leadership, but the team themselves, because they're the ones who have creativity and the talent and the skill, who are actually building the game. And with King of Meat, it's really interesting because it's like you sort of said, it's like there's so many different things going on, and there's so many different ideas and weird things and mechanics. It's impossible to trace that back to a single individual. It's definitely not me. It's not Mike. It's not Adam. Although we've been trying to just steer the ship. But if one day I hope you come and visit us, and you'll kind of meet the team, and then you'll go, oh, now I get it, because the game is a reflection of the team. You can kind of see all of their weirdness and their joy and their humour in the game, and that it sort of all comes out of how they work together and how we all kind of work and build a project.
When does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So we're not announcing a release date just yet, but we are at PC, PlayStation, and Xbox at launch.
Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
I couldn't possibly comment.
And then will you feature cross progression? If I build a dungeon on Xbox, can I have my same dungeon on PC on my same account?
Yes, absolutely. So we have cross progression kind of natively. We use this there's an Amazon Games ID thing which allows that to happen, and it works natively. Cross play works natively as well. So we're trying to make it really easy for you to play and to enjoy the game.
And where can they go to find more information about King of Meat?
Go to kingofmeat.com and sign up to be a tester.
My name's James McWilliams, and I'm the game director at Qubit Studios, working on Infinitesimals. Infinitesimals, you play as a centimetre tall alien who comes to Earth looking for a research base where, coming for a new life after a big war. But when they arrive after 100 years of travel, there's no one around, just ruins. And so the mystery, you have to unravel the mystery.
So where did the idea for this game come from?
For many years, I wanted to do something where you were small in nature. I really love nature, and I've been looking at nature and seeing that, seeing what we're used to, but from a tiny perspective, and seeing all the animals, it kind of becomes alien-like of its own. But it was about 20-something years ago, where, even maybe longer, where I was thinking about that. But then in 2013, I thought, okay, I'm going to kick this off and start working on the concept, and I wanted to bring in the sci-fi element as well. So kind of mixing the two, being small in nature, but also featuring a sci-fi story and kind of bringing them together.
That was 12 years ago, so you've been working on this game on and off for 12 years?
Yeah, I started posting work in progress in 2013 or so, doing like devlogs. I would put out animated concepts with and music, and just kind of like showing off the idea, particularly of the pod at the time. And then that kind of expanded. And then, development, I started working full-time on it in 2019 and started bringing on, a bigger team from there, really.
What are some big lessons you took away from your own experience being in game development for over 20 years that you've applied to infinitesimals.
I don't know if there's any, it's just working in the industry. You pick up experience, I suppose, just like doing the work, but you're always learning new lessons and always failing and learning, oh, okay, shouldn't have done that, should do it better next time. That's just part of the experience. So there's always new things to learn.
Well, talk about how you got the attention of Epic Games and how they're now publishing your project.
Yeah, I think obviously I'd been posting stuff for years online and putting stuff up on the devlogs and showing the work. And then EGP reached out and said, hey, you might be interested in a mega grant. And so that was the first step, is getting an Epic Mega Grant, and that was the first step to kind of like expanding out the team to 4 people, and that would have been in, I think, 2019, and then that led straight away into the EGP full funding and making the project become, enter full production and bring on our full team of 8 people.
Just like, what does that feel like after 12 years of a passion project to actually have a budget to make a full game?
Yeah, I mean, it's finally becoming a reality where we get to make the actual end result rather than, previously I was just making lots of artwork, sound, music and animated concepts and saying, here's what I think this should be. But, the reality is now coming into fruition, and that's a much different beast. You've been
in game dev for a long time. How have you seen this tech evolve, and what has that made? How has that made game development easier for you in terms of just a visual aesthetic?
I mean, not even necessarily from a visual aesthetic, but for me, with Unreal Engine, I started out in the industry as my first job was a UI artist, UI designer, and the tools I had at the time to use were so rudimentary and difficult to use. I mean, I had to make a texture atlas. I remember I had to make a texture and I had to write a text document. I had to put the coordinates in of each corner of each slice of the texture atlas by hand to make a texture atlas, right? And now I can use UMG and Unreal, and I literally don't even do my UI designs now in another program. I'll just build them inside the engine because it's so easy to use the engine. I can just make the layouts and save all the other aspects. It's just the accessibility of the tools so that you can just get things done, taking away the burden so you can focus on creativity. That's, for me, the main thing.
Yeah, people forget that. I remember the days when people had to write specialty suites to do something in a game that would cost thousands of dollars an hour. Yeah. Now you can do it on a laptop.
Sure. Yeah, so, it's like remove unnecessary burdens and allow you to focus on the creative stuff, or because obviously there are still lots of technical things, but that's the thing that it's the unnecessary burdens you don't want, right?
So talk a little about the story in your game, because there's not a lot of games that feature, I'm going to say it, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids kind of aesthetic. You have Grounded, but we don't really see a lot of games from that viewpoint. Talk about what's going on here, because the aliens don't know that they're small, right? They just think everything's huge.
That's right, yeah. For them, it's normal. Obviously, they come to this big world, and so, yeah, their perspective is, well, this is just a big world. So yeah, that's we're focusing on nature, not so much the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids vibe where you're looking up and seeing human things that you can relate to and go, oh, that's this toy, or we're focusing more on here's nature and what does nature look like at this scale, and very much focusing on that kind of exclusively, really.
So talk about the gameplay. You said you have some exploration, kind of a hub-based world, and as well as some infiltration gameplay with a lot of cool little subsystems.
Yeah, so I mean, combat is a primary focus, but there's the stealth side as well, where you can utilize stealth to gain advantages. Players who are more stealth inclined can do a lot of stealth. You can't fully avoid combat. There's just times in, ultimately war, right, where you have to get into a fight. But the stealth is there as a tool. But if you just want to fight full combat, that's obviously completely fine as well. And then there's all these supplementary systems, like with our sensor mode and the things you collect. You're going around rescuing your crew after they've been scattered a little bit as well, so you have to go off and explore, find your missing crewmen and bring the team together after a bit of a calamity.
And talk about the story. You're exploring this world looking for your research team that landed there, centuries ago, hundreds of years ago? Because they were in hyperbolic time sleep. They were in time sleep and chrono freeze, whatever you call it.
These races can kind of cocoon themselves and basically suspend themselves naturally. It's not an artificial process, it's part of their biology. And so he's been, they were traveling for 100 years or so. And during that time, something has obviously got wrong. There was a research base they were going to go and start a new life after they've concluded this big war. But they arrived there and nothing's as they expect. Where is everyone? And so that's part of the mystery.
Talk about, you have a jetpack in the game, which helps with traversal. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, the jetpack's actually is his biothrusters. It's again another biological function. He has compressed air lungs in his shell, and it kind of expels the compressed air out of certain kind of valves in his torso, in his shell. So you can make a bit of fun out of that. He's full of air.
We live in a world of where IPs become bigger than ever. You have your 6s and 7 and 8 sequels games. What is it like creating a new IP where you have full control over the world building and the lore and the biology and all the stuff that people get nitty gritty in like the Marvel universe or the Star Wars universe. Now you can kind of create that yourself and cement that into your own lore.
I mean, that's always been my objective from being a child. I wanted to be able to go off and create things, create stories, and then whether it's a game or a film, I have aspirations. If things go right, I'd actually like to make a film for Infinitesimals. I think there's a lot there. Just the content that's happening in the first game is really just a slice of the narrative that I've got planned out. There's a whole stream of things, events going on that I want to be able to go and make. So hopefully this is the start.
What were some inspirations you pulled from gaming, film, or television that inspired you to keep crafting this world and building it up?
From games, I think there's, it's relatively broad. I mean, I loved the Thief series, the Deus Ex series, particularly the originals. And although I wouldn't say there's like direct, when you play Infinitesimals, I don't think you'll necessarily be like, oh yeah, this is just like that. But it's just there's elements there. It's like there's the stealth element, and then there's the technological kind of sneaking around in facilities, and there's those elements. And then you've got the open kind of being out in nature side, and that's obviously inspired very much by nature, but it's a mixture. There's no one example, but it's funny, it's a lot of classic games in a way that was stuff I played when I was a kid. Right?
What was a game that had a really big impact to you as a child that inspired you to go on this path of being a game developer?
I don't think there's one particular one. There's so many different ones, so I can't say there's one game that was like the game. It's very broad, so it's just lots of games.
What's a big misconception from someone looking outside, like a consumer looking at game development, that they know nothing about or misconstrue about what you do and how you make a game?
It's difficult to say. It depends on the person. There are lots of, like any industry, when you're in it, you have insider knowledge, and I think there's lots of obviously misconceptions about how things are done. But that's because they're not working in it, so I don't expect them to know that. It's like I think it's hard to nail down one particular thing. Yeah.
So you mentioned you want to do a movie. Have you reached out to Netflix or any of the streaming services?
No. I mean, if it goes well, I think we just make it ourselves, and then we're a small team, but we've got a lot of talents we can draw upon. So I mean, the trailer that we just released, there was that little opening. We animated that, did all the sound, I did the music, we all put that all together, and so the same thing for a film. It would be like we'd just go and make it, and our team would go and make it.
You're kind of reminding me of the Robert Rodriguez of video gaming, because he does all his stuff too. He does his own music and special effects and editing. He wears all these hats when he makes his movies.
I always kind of did that from when I was a kid. The art was the first thing, but then I wanted to be a film composer originally. I went in college and I went in the music room and no one was using it, and I sat down and started going on the keyboard and playing music and making music, and that's how it started. I just taught myself, same with everything. And then I was like, I want to be a film composer, and then I learned how to be an orchestral composer, I suppose, and learned that. So I did that for years, but then ended up in games, and then I did do some music. I did some music for a game and whatnot, but I found I didn't like it. I was like, no, I'm going to keep the music for me. I actually preferred, for the art, I found I could just go off and do that and be able to gun for hire, and I could do that no problem. But for the music, I felt like a little bit more like it was personal. So it's a strange one.
Your passion can be ruined by how professional industries function just because it's just different.
Yes. Yeah. So with music, now for our game, I love doing it, and now maybe I would like doing it for other things. But at the time, I was just it was personal,
So when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Yeah, so sometime in 26, we don't have a specific date, and it's going to be on PC, Epic Game Store, and on Xbox and PS5.
For those young people out there in high school, middle school, or even early college, what advice would you give to them if they want to pursue a career in game development?
I mean, you just got to have the passion to go and sit down and work and get good at something. It's all about having the effort to do it. And all the people that I know who are really good, they didn't need to be provoked or pushed into doing anything. They're self-driven. Like the guys who work on our team, it's like everyone works hard, and you don't need to tell them to do things. And in fact, they'd be doing this job if they weren't getting paid. They would still be doing it. And it's the same for me. It's like I can't turn the switch off. So I think people who want to be in those kind of industries tend to sort of get there because they're relentless.
And I'm asking every developer this, but any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
It would be no plans. I love the Switch, but at the moment, no plans.
Shall we?
My name is Dylan Devaney. I am the principal narrative game designer for the Universes Beyond creative team, and I had the pleasure and luxury of being the narrative lead for this wonderful, wonderful Final Fantasy VII.
Dylan, how did this collaboration come about originally?
The easiest answer is that Wizards of the Coast and myself and all the other team members that worked on this, we're huge fans of Final Fantasy. And it turns out, Square Enix team, huge fans of Magic the Gathering. And so as we were exploring the Universes Beyond properties and we were talking around to other partnerships that were like, hey, are you interested in this? We're doing this new program, we're doing this new idea. We all caught wind of each other very fast, quickly had a conversation going, and we're like, I'm a big fan of your thing, you're a big fan of my thing, and then a very natural conversation just started, and we're like, let's do it.
The challenges of having a game that spans over 37 years and putting it all into one set so far, ...
So trying to fit all of these 16 games into one set was absolutely a challenge, and it was also just a sheer joy, a sheer pleasure, right? Great excuse to play through everything if we hadn't played it in a while, or play through a game I had just beaten right before we started the project. But it really came down to, like, Square Enix respects each individual game as its own IP, and so learning how to do the same, taking the same lens of like, yes, I have my favorite, but every single game is someone's favorite. We all had that like understanding, went through that training together to figure out how we would possibly fit all that history into a single set with a single series. Luckily, now we make a lot of Magic cards, so we had ample opportunity to explore as much as we possibly could.
There are a lot of like iconic characters in the set. Obviously, you hit all the big ones in your commander decks and your starter sets. But take us into the room of like how you decide, okay, who's a commander, who's just a creature, right? Or who's a legendary creature and who's just a regular creature and who's a cameo, right? Take us through that, because there's a ton of characters and not everyone may have their favorite in here, right?
Right. Yeah, so when we were working with Square Enix, we had a lot of conversations, a lot of opportunities, like, hey, we're really excited about this list of characters, and then we'd send it over to them, and they'd be like, okay, that looks good. But we really like these characters as well, so we'd like to see them somewhere too. Like, okay, sounds good, no problem. And then we would go to the character list, to the file, and we'd be like, all right, well, these characters have some similar power sets. These characters have some different power sets. It's really good for a Magic set to have a wide like portfolio of how we can overlap characters into our mana colors and our mechanics. So we would explore what characters just had abilities, just like top down. It's like, that would be a sweet card. That would be a sweet card. Oh, that slots into red mana really well, or something like that. And so we would go through the list and we would see who just kind of like fit really fast. Then when we were talking about the commander decks, so trying to figure out who's supposed to lead them, what games are we supposed to do, that helped us make decisions of who's going to appear in the main set and who's going to appear in the commander set. Because the philosophy with Final Fantasy was we need to go as wide as possible to try and include as many of everyone's favorite as possible. So instead of making like 4, 5, 6, 7 different versions of Cloud or Sephiroth, we made 2 or 3 so we could have more space to make 4 or 5 different versions of other characters. And so that list was iterative over time, and we worked very, very closely with Square Enix to figure out who do you want to make sure gets out there, who do we want to make sure that we get out there, and then who makes a really good Magic card. A simple philosophy that we had was that if the character has a name, like they're a named character or they're an NPC with a name that's like notable, they get a legendary creature card, bar none, that's it. Otherwise, they need to appear like on a spell or an instant or an enchantment, stuff like that. And then if it was a monster or a mascot, like a Moogle or a Chocobo or a Tonberry, those could be evergreen. Those are an example of something that is consistent in Final Fantasy. That would just be a regular card. Unless it was like a boss or an iconic super boss or something. Yeah, right, exactly.
So I know you're not the art department. I don't talk about, because you guys went, the route that I would expect you to take. But a lot of these games, 1 through 7, the original ones, were very stylized. Pixel art. 7 has its own set of problems now. Looking back, what made your team decide on to do like the remake versions or like more modern versions of these characters from Final Fantasy 7, 1 through 6 and 7?
Right, yeah. So on the creative team, we handle like writing the art briefs and commissions, and we work with our art directors to commission all of the wonderful art for our sets. And we had a lot of conversations about how we wanted to approach that and how we wanted to dive into that. Final Fantasies 1 through 6 represent a very classic exploration of fantasy, and especially with Square Enix as a Japanese company. It was really their idea of, at the time, Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, of like a lens of looking at Western fantasy and how they interpreted it. So when we, in a way, got Magic to Final Fantasy, we were then reinterpreting, what we understand fantasy to be through their lens back into our lens. And so when we did that, when we were exploring our house style in the earlier games, Square Enix was like, oh, this is great. Like, this is awesome. This is kind of like what we imagined, so to speak, of like what these characters and moments would have been, parties delving into dungeons and fighting dragons and things like that. So for the first 6 games, we really wanted to ensure that we were bringing up the like level of fidelity and quality and detail of character designs and of locations, so it looks like it fits into Magic. But we did want to make sure that we were respecting the original designs and keeping it consistent with what a fan would remember about these characters. So if you look at like the Final Fantasy 1 job select cards, we could go really super detailed with all of the armor and stitching in the robes and things like that. But we wanted to keep them simple as a reflection of like the focused narrative and design and visual goals of the original games. But when we hit Final Fantasy VII, the Final Fantasy VII remake, trilogy had kicked off. We had super up-to-date visuals, and so we decided we were going to do the original Final Fantasy VII narrative world story, but we're going to use the high-fidelity assets of the remake trilogy to overlay and uplift. So that way, if you are a fan of the original, all the content is familiar. But if you're a brand new fan to 7, just getting into the remake, it looks like what you remember and what you have just played and gets you excited. So since 7 created like a new fan base, we wanted to make sure that every Final Fantasy 7 fan, no matter what area you're from, could come in and recognize something.
So no Square Hands Cloud, he didn't make the cut?
We had a lot of actual conversations like, can we get a Polygon Cloud in here somewhere? We did explore that conversation. Polygons and 3D models on card art, it gets strange really fast. But we talked about it.
So your job as a narrative designer, where'd you start? 1 through 14, all different stories, all different enemies, all different subtext and themes and characters.
That is a great question. I think about this a lot. I'm like lying in bed. I'm like, how did we even do this, right? So, I mean, the easiest answer is when we first kicked off the team, we just put up like conspiracy board level of just paper on walls, whiteboards. We got Excel sheets open, and we just made Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3. We just made a list, and then we just wrote every single thing that we could remember down, like nostalgically of like, okay, so I remember doing this and going here and doing that. Just like it's been so long since I played it, but what stuck with me? We did that with the whole core team for each of the games, and at the time it was just 1 to 15 because 16 wasn't out yet. Then we went through and we talked to our fellow wizards who were Final Fantasy fans, asked them the same question, like, hey, what's the thing that you remember even after all this time? Or, hey, you just did a playthrough, what are the top 5 things you remember, right? We added to the list. Then I'd go to Square Enix and I'd talk to each of the teams and the title owners and the producers and the designers. It's like, what's the thing about your game that you love, that you are very proud of, that you would want people to see again after all this time? I got all the answers, we added to the list. And finally then, we were able to start the conversation. Because then we started trying to tier content out of like, this is a tier 1 thing, a chocobo, a Moogle, a mascot. It has to be here. It's DNA of Final Fantasy, like Cloud, Sephiroth. Tier 2, if you're a big fan of one specific game, you should see these references because they're just so classic. It's like the top 10 things that every fan would have a conversation about. And then tier 3 was super deep cut, massive Easter egg. You are a true nerd if you're like, no way they did that, right? And so we used that system to help kind of build out all the earliest kind of content we wanted to explore.
The Suplex card, yeah, that's like tier 3, right?
Suplex, it's so funny because it's like, you have to know that. You have to be a 6 fan. You have to be watching speedruns every year to be like, it needs to be in there. But it's so popular, right, that it like starts to move up there. So yeah. And funny enough, if you look at the Suplex card art, the Phantom Train art, and then Sabine in the Commander deck, he's in the middle of his Blitz animation in his card art. We can see him on Suplex, he's about to get to the train, and then the Phantom Train is them chasing when the boss battle starts. So if you put them all together, it's the full gambit of that moment.
What can you say to fans out there that maybe are a huge fan of like one particular game, maybe 9 or 8, and they don't have as many cards as they would like to have in the set? What would you say to them about them? If they don't, there's not enough Squall, there's not enough Vivi, there's not enough, Gunblades. I don't think anyone would ever say that, but you know what I mean?
Right. So, like, when we are working on the set and when we're trying to find space and how wide we're trying to go and trying to capture all the game, we really did our very best to ensure that we were distilling down the things that we needed to see, that we wanted to see. If we couldn't get you your favorite character, I tried to put them on card art. If I couldn't put them on card art, I tried to put them on flavor text. And if I couldn't put them on flavor text, I tried to get a promo to put them on there because I know every game is so important to every person. So we wanted to make sure that even if we got there or if we went deeper on one game versus another, that we did get the evergreen like distillation of what you needed to see, what you wanted to see. And then I'll say a lot of those cards, like Squall's a great example, I've been blown out by Squall in internal testing so many times. It was just like, don't sleep on those cards, right? And a lot of those worlds still exist. They still persist. And we were very excited to get them in as much as we could.
But going back to the Commander conversation, that had to be huge for your team because what if someone wants a Barret Commander? What if someone wants a Vivi Commander or the insert obscure character here Commander, but instead it's just a creature or it's just a spell with the card art? how did you like? It's just that's got to be just difficult.
Yeah, so it. Well, it's like it was as painful for us to cut someone from the set as it feels to see that your character got crunched out, right? We had to make a lot of decisions. If we wanted to make a set that was exclusively all of the playable Final Fantasy characters, all the main characters, beloved NPCs, and villains, we would need an 800-card draftable main set, and it would only be legendary creatures, right? We would have no story moments, no spells, no non-legendary creatures, no enchantments, no lands, right? Because there's just that many characters. So what we tried to do is that if you're a big 9 fan, like if you want to play Vivi and Steiner and Zidane and Garnet, we wanted to give you characters that are representative of your game, so you can go get other cards and other spells and then put them into your deck. So like if you wanted to play like a 9-themed deck, right? Maybe you go play Zidane, he's red-white, and you can put Steiner in there, and you can put Fire Magic in there, which is a red spell, so they go together. So you can still see Vivi in your 9 deck, and you can still see Steiner in your deck. So we tried to make sure that there was some correlation and some overlap, so you could build something that was still representative for commanders specifically. But thankfully, we have so many different kinds of formats, and players are always making emerging versions of their own decks and formats that every legendary creature will have a home somewhere. And so if you want to build like a Steiner commander deck, that's awesome. It's going to be really fun. If you want to put them into like a Pauper commander deck and have a great time, that sounds great. If you want to build some Steiner CDH and like bring it to like awesome, cool. Like you should be able to do that.
So, for viewers out there who maybe aren't familiar, you guys have a lot of different formats, but like when you make a set as big as this one that's not limited, you have to keep every player in mind, not just commander, but drafting, standard, modern, type 2. It's been a while since I've seen the other, but all these formats that you have to kind of intersect into your main set, because I feel like players just look at it and go like, well, none of these cards are good in Commander, so they just suck. Well, no, they're just not meant to be played in Commander. They're meant to be played in Limited, or they're meant to be played in Pauper or something else, right? You got to make sure. Is it difficult to make sure you kind of hit a little bit of each one of those types of games that each individual player plays, even though Commander's arguably the biggest one?
Well, right. So that's why we make our different products, right? When we want to make cards for Commander, we're going to make the precons, and those cards are designed specifically to have a fun time in Commander. That's the audience, those are the players, that's their format, we want to make cards for that. But when we're making cards for like our draftable main set, we made like 300 plus cards for that set, for the people who love playing Limited, for the people who want to be drafting every single night, the people who want to be playing Sealed or doing like a pre-release with their friends, if they want to go sleeve up and do Constructed and get into Standard, put those cards into Pioneer, like those cards are made intentionally for that. And of course they're going to bleed over into each other's formats, right? But it's the intent of when we're building and what experience we're trying to give you. And then once we have done that, once we've tailored it to that format and it's in your hands, do whatever you want. They're totally yours. You can put them into any card, you put it in any deck, any format, put them all together, and do your best to make your own cool combos and things like that. But it's really like when you evaluate a card, like looking at the intent of where it was supposed to be, what it's supposed to do, and how you want to play it. But we're never going to stop you for however you want to play it.
Are there any cards internally that just didn't make the cut that you can talk about without getting in trouble?
No, unfortunately. There's tons I could talk about, but without getting in trouble? No, absolutely not. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously it's a Final Fantasy set.
Yeah.
Was Kingdom Hearts on the table at all at any point?
At no point were we like trying to also get Kingdom Hearts in there. Like, obviously we're just huge fans of Square Enix games, but when we signed up for Final Fantasy, we were specifically going for this kind of shape. We really wanted to approach that because with 16 games, that's still so much content, and we, of course, would be so excited to work on every single IP out there, right? That we're all big fans of in the office. But to do credit and to like have the responsibility to bring in such a massive franchise, we needed to find those focus moments. And so we were always talking about Final Fantasy from the get-go, and our goal was always to try and reach the shape that we got to today.
It's a type of Final Fantasy, kind of, sort of, not really.
There are Final Fantasy characters in it. That is for sure true. Yeah.
They are in it.
Yes, correct.
So what's one card you're really looking forward to getting into the rotation as the pre-release rolls out for Commander that you're seeing, that you want to see people experiment with when it finally gets out of your internal playtesting?
There are so many cards I want to talk about. I think for me, I'm very excited to see what people do with Balthier and Fran. So Balthier and Fran, they're a red-green legendary creature, but they care about vehicles. And normally when we do things about vehicles, maybe it's in blue-white or black-white, like your Greasefang decks or your other kinds of like artifact-based combo decks. red-green is a really interesting space for vehicles and artifacts. You know, we've been doing a couple of cards like that recently. So I'm excited to see someone make a very stompy, smashy, extra turn vehicle combo, get the shawl off the bonus sheet, put it in your deck. And I'm excited to see what players do with that, because I personally like it when we take like an archetype or a theme or a strategy that we do consistently and a handful of colors consistently, and we move it to another color and see what the decks come out of it. And I'll personally be building it once I open up my celebrity artist version, and I'm very excited.
What was the go-to commander internally for your playtest team?
So whenever we were playtesting the commander decks, I was always on the Final Fantasy 14 decks, and that is, I'm a 14 fan, but very specifically, over time, I've become a control player. I used to just be like good green ramp. I was honest, and then blue is just so fun. So I was always really I liked being in the control seat, because sometimes it can be a harder deck to navigate. So we wanted to make sure that if this was your first deck, you should be able to feel like you are a spellcaster in control and getting to do your strategies correctly. So I was usually playing that one, but then the 7 deck I also did a lot of effort with Daniel because I worked on the backup commanders of Gratia and Tifa, and that deck was really important to kind of try and nail every single legendary party member's core gameplay strategy, and I put a lot of time into helping him design Tifa. And so those are the 2 decks I was playing the most. And then if we weren't doing the face commanders of Cloud and Y'shtola, I was swapping for the secondary commanders to make sure that they were also getting the time to test as well.
Now, approximately, once you have the license and things are signed, how long does it take for you to okay, we're doing this set, to having a box in front of you can hold in your hand to ship, give or take?
Give or take 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
That's one high school.
Yeah. Okay, when you say it like that, I can feel the gray hairs coming through. Yeah, about 4 years. And to be honest, we had this, we kind of talk about this internally, and maybe it's a little cheesy, but I do believe it, and I stand by it. It took us 4 years to make it, but really we've been working on this set our whole lives. We needed to have been players our whole lives to get here, to start to work on this, to do it right. I had to have been sick a lot as a kid, and not to have a lot of friends for a while, to get to the point where I just played these games over and over again so I could get to work on this and then do it right. So 4 years / my whole life.
If their favorite characters not in this, say they really wanted a Rufus legendary creature, or a Rude, or any of the Turks, right? Or the Turks on one card would be a great legendary commander. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
No.
Is it possible to maybe do a secret layer where you feature that oddball character that maybe people really wanted to be a legendary creature in the set in the future?
What I can answer is that everything that we've done was trying to give every fan the widest possible amount of tools to play Final Fantasy as best as possible. Would I love to be working on Final Fantasy stuff for the rest of my life? Absolutely. But right now, we're this is the set that we kind of focused on. And if you were a big fan of Rufus, or Reno and Rude, or Elena, we did make all those cards for you, so you do have them. Or your character, Sung appeared on art as well. But for where we're at right now, 4 years to make this set, this is just kind of everything has been built to this, and who knows what the future holds. I'm day by day these days.
You can't win, much like a fighting game roster. You're gonna leave somebody out, and everyone's gonna be but they didn't put oddball X character in here, and I'm very upset about that. But you said you tried very hard to just include everybody in some way.
Yeah, and then we had the conversation. There was never a character where we just forgot. I've seen some people be oh, I can't believe they forgot to do this. Totally understandable reaction if you didn't get your thing. But we didn't forget. We had the conversation. We probably talked for hours about it. I probably raised my voice, and someone was no, we gotta do this thing, and we gotta do this thing, and then so we always had those conversations. And really, what is here and what's left is the result of many, many years of internal work, and then Square Enix also providing their feedback, their opinion, their guidance, their wisdom on everything else. So yes, of course we couldn't get everyone in there, which is such a bummer. I'm a huge Final Fantasy IV fan. That is my personal favorite Final Fantasy. I didn't even get half my party in here, So it's I too have been man, we should have done this. I wish I had.
You said it would be an entire set of characters, right, and nothing else, and they'd all have to be legendary, right? And they'd all have to be different.
We would make you a 2,000 card set, and that's a lot of Magic cards. We already make a lot of Magic cards.
How did you go about your career path to become a narrative designer in Magic? Walk us through your career a little bit.
Yeah, sure. So I always wanted to get into games ever since I was young. Final Fantasy IV, The Legend of Zelda, just those 2 games were the first games that kind of unlocked something for me. and I've just kept them in mind my entire life. And it's always been my hobby. It's always been my go-to. And so as I was getting older to figure out what I wanted to do in a career, I went to school. I went to Full Sail University for creative writing for entertainment, and then I got my master's in game design and production. Moved out to Seattle. I worked at Microsoft for a couple years. Worked at Sony for a little bit. I was in VR for a little bit. But every single place I went to, it was always about progressing the steps to take to work on the next story, work on the next game, work on whether I was doing testing or I was helping the designers or I was on the soundstage doing mocap. It was always about getting further and further into that world. But all the while, I have been a TCG player my whole life. So started with Pokemon, got into Yu-Gi-Oh, and then eventually made my way into Magic. Right, yeah, Magic was like the older kid game where I was from in New Jersey, so like, no, you can't play with this. But as I got older, I finally was like, got my time to play it, and I was like, whoa, I love this game. And so I've just always been a Magic fan, a Magic player, and then there was just one serendipitous day where I was just like cruising through online. I saw reposts like, hey, they're opening up a role on Universes Beyond for a narrative designer. And Universes Beyond, when it was first announced and it first introduced to Magic, it was very tenuous. Everyone was very split. And I saw that and I was like, I feel like I can see the golden path. I feel like I could see where this could go, and I want to be a part of that. So I just threw my name in, and
It's just that easy. You make it sound so easy.
that's 10 plus years of working in the AAA video game industry to get to a one-off application. Yeah, if that sounds easy to you, all right, then it was very
I just showed up with some gumshoe and resume, and they said, you're hired, kid.
I had a tie on, and I walked right in. No. Then like the interview process was a very long time, and I met a bunch of amazing people. But really, it was like I was working in the industry for 10 years. I got my master's, got my bachelor's, been working everything towards it to just get the opportunity to start on doing this. And then when I got into here, I had the luxury to work with some of the best people I've ever worked with in my entire life. Like, I always say at Wizards, when people come to interview, like they want to join, they're like, what's the company culture like? I'm like, every single day I meet someone new from a new department or another floor, they're the next coolest person I have ever met that day. And it's just like, it's very inspiring. When you work with people who care about what they do, it's infectious, and it makes you care even more about what you do, and just creates this feedback loop of like, yeah, let's do that, yeah, let's do that. It's just very exciting.
What's a big misconception from like a hardcore Commander player who's there every Friday night, spends $50,000 on a sliver deck, like may not know what it takes to work at Hasbro or Wizards of the Coast? Like, what's the biggest misconception from a player like that in your job environment?
So, I mean, if there's going to be a misconception about what it's like to work in our job environment, I see a lot of comments, and again, like, I understand them. I always understand them about like, oh, this card is super weak or this card is super broken, and it's like, how did they not test this? Or it's the same thing you see with like AAA games too. It's like a game comes out and they're like, oh, the devs didn't test this, and it's like, I promise you, as someone who worked in QA for a really long time, we are testing, the devs are testing, everyone's working on it, they're doing their best. And for us too, it's like, we have maybe like, we're playing games every day, maybe there's like 50 of us jamming games, doing tests, writing results, giving feedback, but there are 50,000 active Magic players. Your first day of pre-release, the world's gonna get more games in than we could in the years we were testing in, just by sheer volume and numbers. So we do our absolute very best. We have an intent and goals and structure to get there. But of course, when you're that massively outscale, people are gonna find the best combos or the coolest things, or So really, it's just like. The players are such a huge part of what makes Magic the Gathering amazing and what the community builds it to be. And so really, when we are working on sets, it's just like, we love this too, and we're trying to make stuff for you to love as well. And we do our very best. I think we're really good at it, but there'll be times where maybe something should have had probably not an extra toughness, or something should have cost a little bit more mana,
Hey, mamas, what's cooking?
Hi, I'm Eka, the creative director of Outer Loop Games, and we're here with Dosa Divas.
Give us a quick elevator pitch. What is Dosa Divas?
We call it a spicy narrative RPG. So it's a game about two sisters, Sam and Amani, and their spirit mech goddess. Yeah, there's a mech that you ride around, and it's kind of like a food truck mech. and they're on an adventure. It's a sci-fi, fantastical setting. You go through different villages. People have forgotten how to cook. They're all stuck on a thing called Lena meals. And Lena happens to be your younger sister. They used to run a restaurant together. You had a big falling out. She turned the little restaurant into a fast food empire. And then now you're trying to recover things and communities through cooking, feeding, and battling her goons.
So your games always have elements of culture, of family, of stories, and also like implications of like, I think I just read an article that your average kid doesn't know how to cook rice without a YouTube tutorial. Motivations for the game, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of sort of anti-capitalist messages in this game. I cook a lot at home. I have kids, and it's funny is we have a lot of access to like YouTube and ways to learn everything. Yeah. And I'm a self-taught game designer and game director, but like people don't use it as much. So we're so reliant on things get fed to us, and we want to kind of explore those themes that are affecting the world right now. So.
What was your biggest takeaway from Thirsty Suitors that you brought with you into Dos Divas?
So I think people really liked the theme, the characters, the story, the art, and everything else. And we were trying to do too much. We had like a yeah. I mean, we're building a bunch of tools to build this sort of it's kind of loosely based on a JRPG type structure. So we had this combat system, we had skating, and we had cooking. And we never quite got to the point where all three of them were really talking to each other. Yeah. So, and I think some of the folks really didn't like the QTE aspects of the cooking and battle. So for this game, we wanted to kind of take that apart, and player expression was our goal, and a little bit more genre comfort in terms of like, oh, okay, if you like Paper Mario, if you like, right now Expedition is the big one people are talking about. We like the active elements in terms of attacking and blocking. We also want a little bit more play with the systems. We have like a boost system, we have a shield system, all these features that are hoping for make a more expressive combat system. But also the cooking, you run around in the world in this mech, and there's ingredients to pick up, and then people are hungry for different things. And so there's a lot more expressive in the cooking as well. So you can like initially we're making doses, we're making other types of food as well, but like some people want a spicy version or a savory version or a sweet version. So there's a lot more expressiveness to that as well.
Now, is Dos Divas its own world with its own story, or are there connections? Does it share a universe with Thirsty Suitors? That's my question.
I mean, there is an Uncle Hinty.
We love Uncle Hinty.
He's kind of an Uncle Mecha Hinty because he has a mechanical eye in this version. So we're not going to talk about how that's connected yet, but yeah.
The gaming cinematic universe, is that what you'll call it?
Outer Loop Cinematic OCU? Yes, the OCU, sure.
Talk about your art style and your use of color. It was great in Thirsty Suitors, and you've even gone another step further, it seems, in this game with the palette.
Yeah, so I think a lot of us, I mean, it's the same team, so a lot of the same 14 folks. So we have a certain tendencies and things we like, and we really want to take the lessons we learned in Thirsty in terms of like what's 2D, what's 3D, how do we make it a little more stylized, and because the cameras pull back a little bit, it's more like a third-person, I wouldn't say a top-down view, but a kind of a three-quarter view. We want things needs to read better at that distance too. So we're using a lot more with the 2D portraits. They're animated a little bit more, and then everything's a little chunkier, which I think kind of works because you're running around in a mech too, and it's got to sound good, and it's got to feel good because the way you explore the world is through almost like I'm not going to call it a platformer because you don't fall off it and die, but like you have a jump, you have a double jump, you run around. There's kind of like a Naruto run if you hold down the trigger button, and then it's a food truck mech. There's a honk. So you can honk at things, and there's physics stuff everywhere. It'll go flying. Later in the game, people will be hungry. It's almost like the ice cream man coming to your neighborhood. If you honk, instead of them coming to you, they'll just say, hey, I have an order. So you run up to them and honk and get their order, and then you can go and cook. And the cooking happens, we call it the preparation realm. You can go into a spirit cooking mode anytime in the game. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. Talk about the cooking minigame in your game, or is it bigger than a minigame?
It is. There's a bunch of different minigames, and some of them are like timing-based things for mashing or cutting. So they're all related to cooking steps or pouring, like a hold down. Each time you engage with a minigame, it changes dynamically, like the timing changes. And there's like 8 or 10 minigames, and you'll see 2 random ones in a cooking session. So it's pretty quick, because you're cooking for a lot of people. So in Thirsty, it was like a narrative-based thing, so each dish was, stretched out with a lot of narrative bits, and this is like you're cooking for different people. There's a little bit of narrative bits in there, but it's like a quicker, pacier cooking because you're running around, fighting Lena's lawyers and goons, someone's hungry, you're feeding them, and then you take more order. So it's like all the systems are working better together in this game.
You mentioned it with Thirsty Suitors, but like scope is a real problem when you're developing a game with a small team because you want to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it can quickly get away from you. What's like the best way that you handle that so scope doesn't get out of control and you're not like, oh my God, I put too many mini games in, there's too much story or whatever?
Yeah, so there's always like, how do we, what's our timeline? How much money do we have left? That's usually the indie scope control is when do we run out of money? When do we release? And this game we're self-publishing with the fine folks at Among Us, Inner Sloth. They have a fund called Outer Sloth, so they're funding our development, but in this case we're self-publishing ourselves. We do all our ports, it'll be on PC plus consoles we haven't announced yet, but it'll be on everything. So in this game, because it's structurally, we knew what the structure was after we did Thirsty. We knew how long we took on each of those things, and we kind of built around those. Because there's a lot of the same folks building those systems, we knew how long things take. We prototype faster, and everything goes a little quicker. Thirsty was about 3.5 years. This will be about 2.5 or 2.
What did the success of Thirsty Suitors open up for you as a studio?
I think people were like, oh, this feels, even though this is different, it sounds and looks and feels like an outer loop game. I'll take it. I think it's like the tendencies, our visual style, our amazing composer Ramsey, who just does a great job with the music, Vijay, our concept writer, who just comes up with amazing visuals, and like all the gameplay systems. I think our focus on cultural specific references and stories and characters.
Right,
yeah.
There's literally not a representation for you in the gaming industry. We talked about it last year.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's been our sort of like, we keep pushing that. And for me, like, people talk about like why is food so important? It's like people will accept food from a different culture more than they will accept the people that make it. And those aren't unrelated.
Oh man, that's so true. That's brutal.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, we love this cuisine, but these people, oh God, we don't like them so much. Like, you don't get the food without the people. Sorry to tell you. So food is like a really good cultural stepping point, but also understand there are people behind those food, and that's like, we've been trying to kind of drum that up in the third game now. Yeah.
What's a big misconception for someone looking on the outside the game industry who doesn't maybe make games at indie devs specifically?
Yeah. I think, there's a lot, but I think it is work. Like, yes, we make games, but like it is so much like dedication and work, and there's a craft to it. There's a craft to all the disciplines on the team too, and that just takes time. And also it's a creative piece of medium, so if you're making a film, TV show, or a game, you make a plan and and you play it or watch it, and it's like, well, that doesn't quite land. So for us, during development, we might get too close to it and assume things are fine. This is why we bring in external playtesters, get fresh eyes on it. And then we're like, oh, right, we have to kind of try to pull ourselves away from what we're like into the development on a specific thing and kind of think about holistically, the whole, how is it coming together? Is it reading? Do these mechanics make sense? So like, it's always good for the team to see like external playtesters. Sometimes it crushes our spirits, but it's also really good. Like, we're getting too close to it. Let's just pull back a little bit. So leading up to this demo, we were getting playtesters every couple of days just to make sure our systems are working. Yeah, it's like it is a science and there's a process, but it is also there's a feel and vibe to it too. Like, what are you trying to do? What do you want the player to feel? So there's no like perfect balance to a game. It's like, what do you want the player to experience and feel at any point in time, and that's your approach when you're making a creative process. Yeah.
You've already made a pretty successful game with Thirsty Suitors. Has that opened more doors for you? Because obviously we talked about you being a minority, and it's tough. And what are some misconceptions about being a minority in the game dev industry?
I think there's still a stigmatism for like, oh, this is a brown game, or this is a black game, or a black story, where that doesn't happen for white stories and white games, or they're not. They don't think about it. So it's like, for us, it's also kind of getting across that, like, okay, yes, for folks that are interested in the culture, there are things, but also the game should be a good game, and it should appeal to folks, so that they play it, they try out a demo. They might not get the culture context, and that's okay, but we also want people to show up. I mean, I look at like Jordan Peele and all the movies and he's doing, and Coogler with Sinners. I saw Sinners twice. I'm like, oh, Ryan has done a great job of reclaiming black culture with every one of his movies in different aspects. So Sinners, it's like, oh, reclaiming black characters from Westerns and reclaiming black characters from horror movies and doing his own story. It's a very specific story set in the 30s in Mississippi, but people are showing up that are outside the culture for it, and I think that's like where the sweet spot is. Like, oh, the specificity is important, but also it's paced well, it's entertaining. There's enough elements for people to enjoy it as well.
You know, over the last 5 years, you've been in the industry longer than that, but has the industry gotten better at diversity and inclusion a little bit? I know there's always room to grow, but has it gotten better from your perspective?
I think so. I mean, but one of the reasons we started our own studio, we tell our own stories, because like not seeing that enough still. But there are games like Venbo, we love that team and what they're going to do next. There's like 1,000 games like that. I'm seeing other folks that are doing interesting cultural perspectives on stories, so it's really cool to see.
Because I have to ask, you did a VR game once years ago. Do you ever want to return to that platform and fart around with it? There's been a lot of, the MetaQuest I heard is amazing.
Yeah, the Quest is amazing. It's like I spent 5 years in VR, and our first, I got 3 or 4 games.
Was it the Falconer?
Yeah, it was our first game. It was a VR game on VR, and yeah, I think I got tired of wearing a headset. I think I like using it, but as a developer, during the day you're constantly putting it on and off, and it just got old. And also like some of the stories I wanted to tell, I think I wanted to kind of go beyond VR in terms of an audience and be in places outside the U.S. and people that can't afford headsets, being on platforms that aren't available or easier to available. And consoles are still expensive. PCs, getting better, like Steam Decks, and I think there's a new Xbox. I haven't paid attention. Yeah, so like there's like other forms, and you can play games on on iOS and Android and things like that too. So I kind of want to. It's more about sort of the stories and the gameplay than the platform so much. So I want to be able to get places to have more people to be able to see it, experience it.
You were on that cutting edge for a while, and you're like, it was cool, but now it's time to move on.
No, I loved VR because it allowed us to think about I got better as a designer thinking about experiences for a specific type of experience or mechanics. Yeah, so that was really great. All that was super useful. Yeah.
So when does Dos a Divas come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch that you can say?
Yeah, Dos a Divas, I think we've only announced it's on Steam. Please wishlist it on Steam right now, but it'll be on every platform, as we did with Thirsty Suitors, and it'll be early. We don't know yet. We're still working on it, but early 26.
Okay, so for Discord, they can go to talk to you guys or interact?
Blue Sky on Outer Loop Games whatever Blue Sky is.
Blue Sky Outer Loop Games.
Yeah, outerloopgames.com has links to everything. So.
Hi there, my name's Benjamin Lavender. I'm the Technical Director at Kinetic Games.
Hi, my name's Daniel Knight, and I'm the CEO and Lead Developer at Kinetic Games.
You guys are rapidly approaching your 1.0 official release out of early access. What's this journey been like, especially since your game's been so long in early access?
Yeah, it's been crazy, to be honest. I mean, Dan can probably. It's probably good to talk to you first, to be fair, the original creator.
Yeah, obviously it originally started as just myself. We've grown massively since then. We're now up to 27 people, and the game has grown so much over time, and we've got still so much more planned leading up to 1.0, and it's been a long journey, but yeah, we love all of it.
How did you grow your game so quickly?
When the Phasmophobia first released, I still tried to stay as a solo developer, but it was just there's just far too much for me to do. So about 9 months later, I hired Ben and our art director, Corey. Then it was 3 of us for a while, and then about a year later, we hired 2 other people. And then we really stuck as 5 people for a long time, until about 12 months ago, we were leading up to our console release, and then it was just so much more work for us, so we just had to grow, and now we're at 27 people, and we're still growing now. We're still going to get probably quite a bit bigger.
It's been a really good move though, I think, because while we were a team of 5 people, we kind of had to choose between, do we want to make new content, do we want to fix bugs that have been outstanding for a while, do we want to do some quality of life stuff, and having to make that decision was quite difficult on our players sometimes. So now that we are the size that we are, and you'll see that with the next update that comes out on the 24th of June, just how much we can do now, so we can do the live bug fixes and loads of quality of life things and new features at the same time, which is awesome.
There were a lot of routes you could have taken. There's early access, crowdfunding, you could have sat and tried to find a publisher for God knows how long. So why did you guys, your team or you, decide on early access was the right call?
I was already working on the game for 5 years before it released, so it kind of just got to a point where I just needed to get it out. But early access allows you to change the game, and like we've been doing over the past 5 years, it's just we've been overhauling everything, reworking everything, And I think with like a fully released game, we can't really do that. I think there's kind of an expectation there to kind of leave it as it is. And we've still got so much more planned for the game. And the reason why not to go with a publisher and things like that was I just want to maintain control and be completely self-funded and things like that. So we just set our own milestones, so we're in control of everything. And, I think that's probably the best way we could have gone about it.
Talk about like what the challenges were porting on console, because on Steam, you can update whenever. There's a lot more room. You don't have to run through QC, but like when you submit for approvals, like that kind of stuff. What was that process like? Did you guys do the ports internally, or did you have to hire a third party?
We started doing the port internally originally, but we just kind of found out that it was just far too much for us to do. So
I mean, it wasn't just a button you press and it pops out an Xbox version?
Absolutely not. There's a lot more involved with it. So we ended up getting Unity to help us with the port, and as well as Keywords Studios for a lot of other outsourcing stuff. And I think in total, outside of our company, there was 75 people that was working on it.
Yep.
So we had massive support there, and we were just kind of managing all of that.
Is it difficult when you're running a game that you have full control of yourself to maintain that sense of scope and not go too large or essentially get overwhelmed, or before you know it, you have a team of 120 people and you're planning seasonal pass and DLC? Like, is it hard keeping your sense of scale to be like manageable?
Yeah, I mean, I think the main goal for us is just to make a game that we want to play, want to make it as fun as possible, and very manageable for us as well. We want to still stay as a small team. We're just hiring in the right areas and not just hiring just so that we can do a lot more.
Yeah, and we've hired like in the right places. Like I think we've hired kind of our core team first. So we've made sure we've got like the key people in the right places that know kind of exactly what they need to do, exactly how we're going to get to 1.0. And from that, we've kind of hired like the sort of top down, I guess, so that we've got like senior positions in place before we hire like mid positions or junior positions, for example. And kind of scaling along with that, it means our processes have changed quite a lot since we were just a team of 5. It was more just vocal, like, hey, can we do this? Let's do this, sure, why not? Yeah. But now there's a lot more communication involved. It's still quite flat, and we don't have like to get 10 things approved by 10 different people before we get things approved. It's still quite quick, which is nice. But yeah, no, it's been a great journey so far, isn't it? So.
Yeah, and we've hired a producer to help us kind of manage all of that, and we've got our own internal QA team as well, and we're trying to do as much as we can internally.
Yeah.
You talk about your community that plays the game on Steam. Like, how has their feedback been in the development of the game?
Yeah, I mean, we have so many players, so we get constant feedback all the time.
Yeah.
And we do kind of reach out to the community to get their feedback. So when we do an update every month, we'll do like a feedback channel in our Discord, and we'll just it helps us get an idea of like the top issues, or what people liked, what they didn't like, and we do take that on board. We do have our own vision for the game that we want to stick to, but there are a few kind of bits here and there that we can just take the player feedback on board and make changes.
Another reason why early access is great. We can do things like that.
Is your team are you guys like the Supernatural? Are you guys into it? Are you guys just horror fans? Like, how did the game come about? You just enjoy that stuff, or?
I don't actually play horror games. I'm not sure why I ended up making one, but I watch a lot of horror films, TV series, and all that. Maybe not so much on the game side, but I mostly just wanted to make a social co-op horror puzzle, and Ghost Hunting just ended up being the perfect fit.
Now, talk about you have the van mechanic where if people don't want to go and get scared, they can sit and kind of be the operator. Talk about how that idea came about.
I think one of the best levels in any horror game was in Amnesia. So in Amnesia, there's you're under this huge tension the whole game. Then there's this one level where I think it's called the fountain level or something, where you're just completely safe and it's playing this really nice charming music. And so I try to take that idea of a tension break and try to add it into the game. So outside the map is completely safe, and we also want to make the game playable for as many types of players as possible. So if people don't want to experience the horror, they can just stay outside and help the team still.
Yeah, I think that's with our Chronicle update, we've added a lot more for our van dwellers or van princesses, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, a lot of people like to experience the horror from a slight step back, whether that's just watching content on YouTube but might never play the game, or people that in this case want to just stay in the truck, still be able to help out with the investigation. And yeah, we've hopefully managed to improve what they can do and help out everyone else.
What's a big misconception from a consumer looking at game development? Maybe they play a lot of games but they've never made one and know nothing about it. What's a big misconception you think from that end about your jobs and your game?
I think it's a really big learning curve to start with, because I think you look at a video game and you think, wow, there's so many things going on, it looks really pretty, how would I even go about making this? I think as soon as you start doing the research and you look into a game engine, for example, I always recommend to people all the time, if you just go onto the Unity Learn pathways, they break things down really, really easily. and it kind of shows you the core of like, how do I make something move, how do I like make it so that I can't walk through something, and how does all these like custom things fit together. And I think once you've got that core understanding of how basic video games work at their core, then from there, that's when the ideas are like, oh, okay, so that's how that works now. Maybe I can do this, maybe I can do this, and then the dots start connecting, and then that's when the real creativity starts, I think.
Yeah, and I think also just that there's so much involved in making a game. We can't just like quickly make a change and just push it live. Like there's a huge amount of QA and testing and internal like, iteration and things like that. And it's just, like a small change could end up being like weeks worth of work.
Yes, but fail quickly. If you're gonna try and make a game, make mistakes soon and early as possible, because then you'll learn from them quickly and make something good in the end.
I think that's what the early access opens up for you. If anyone complains something's not working, you tap the sign. You know, your early access. You know.
Yeah, and I think a common like misconception about the game is that we're a live service game, which we are not. we do have some live service features in there, but we really want to kind of stay away from that. We just kind of use these like live service features, like our seasonal events, to kind of fill the gaps in between updates. But we really don't want to kind of fall into that like live service like trap.
Yes.
What advice would you give to someone who's maybe like in high school, maybe trying to make their own game right now, and watching your success and seeing you grow as a team and as a game and getting a console release, which is a big deal, right? Like, what advice would you give to someone who wants to get into game dev?
The biggest thing is just to stick with it. Like, I made loads of like smaller games before Phasmophobia. It wasn't like just definitely my first big game to make, but I made loads of like small like mobile games in like my free time and things like that. But I think, yeah, just stick with it. And I think people know that they don't have to go to like university and things like that to learn. Like I didn't go to university. I just completely like self-taught myself through like YouTube tutorials and online courses. And yeah, it's definitely something that's like, it's definitely a career that's possible for anyone. You just got to stick with it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with everything you've said. I think it's what I've seen a lot in other people and even myself in the past is you think of a really, really cool idea, and you know you get to work and you start making things and you get really excited and you're making this thing, and then after maybe like a week, maybe a month, you're getting to the bits where you're refining everything, and the last 10% is like another 90% because of all the refining you have to do, and that's usually the part that I think a lot of people struggle with, is to get it over the line. So if you're like looking for a job in industry, for example, I highly recommend like finishing a project is a lot more valuable than having like 20 unfinished projects, because it just shows that you've got that kind of commitment and dedication and you know how to like release something. That's really important.
What games did you guys play growing up that set you on the path to game dev?
Well, that's a big question. I mean, Halo when I was a kid, like original like Xbox, was it like GoldenEye on the N64, that kind of thing in the very early days. And then, yeah, I think horror-wise, like Outlast is really big.
Oh, Outlast is great.
Outlast is amazing, like the way they do the horror, and I think it's kind of similar to our game in a sense that you can't really fight back, you kind of just have to run and hide, which I love. Really gives you a sense of like helplessness, which is nice. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest impact horror-wise for me.
I'm not sure about horror, but I think the biggest thing game-wise for me was Halo 3. Yeah. I played thousands and thousands of hours on that game, but it had Forge mode, and you could just create your own maps, create your own custom games, and I used to just do that all the time and get my friends to play. I used to like kind of create these like game modes and maps and things for everyone to play, and that was basically like all my time spent was just Forge, making new maps, making new games, and I just absolutely loved it.
To be fair, that's probably weirdly like a gateway into games industry. I know it's a very gamified way of building an environment, but it's still very similar to environment in what we do today.
Do you know how many people got in game dev, like these big names that started in like map modding in like Duke 3D, right, or in Halo, or in like Unreal, or Source? Like they were just map editors making maps for fun. Like so many people started that way.
Yeah, and I think there's another big game like that was Garry's Mod.
Yeah,
loads of big games like got created purely through mods on that. Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of games out there that you can kind of use it to. It's like a gateway into game dev.
And then when can people experience this next update? Do you guys have a release date?
Chronicle we have June 24th, and
Grafton is shortly afterwards.
Sometime in the future.
Sometime in the future, and yeah, that's kind of all the specific dates we've got.
This year, yeah.
Now you guys are planning console releases, and I have to ask, I'm asking everybody. Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
Definitely looking at other platforms. Like we want to get the game into as many hands as possible, but yeah, I think if we have anything to say on that, we'll just do it at the right time.
In the future, anything is possible.
Yeah, exactly right.
And nothing warms the heart like a neighborhood cookout. Ah, community makes a wasteland a waste home.
I'm John Rush, the creative director on Fallout 76.
And Bill Lacoste, production director on Fallout 76.
So you guys recently introduced fishing for the first time in this game. So, and I mean this in a positive, like, why did that take so long?
So we've wanted to add fishing to the game for a while. I think that the trick was to find the right time for it, right? So while we're looking at player feedback and kind of looking at the broader strokes to see what players are looking for in the game, it became apparent to us that they were looking for those in-game experiences and challenges and the 4-star legendaries and whatnot. So that's where Gleaming Depths came about, right? Once we got to a point where we felt that our Elder game was kind of well fed for a bit, right, until we start to address more in-game stuff down the road, we wanted to bring in kind of just a more cozy, casual activity like fishing, right? And so what better time to go fishing in the wasteland than in the summer?
And I feel like that's a big undertaking. You're adding new mechanics to the game, but with new mechanics also comes new reward systems. So how much time do you guys have to spend making assets and physical, like, rewards for the player to do the activities?
Yeah, a good bit of time. I mean, we're looking at the perspective of it. We have a season. We want to make sure that the season lines up with the content we're about to release as well. So if you look in the season right now, there's a lot of stuff for your camp. There's a lot of stuff for your character, and players are actively using those now. One thing I've really found amazing is that as you open up the map now, you can see a lot of camps, and you're like, wait, why are camps in those areas? And you figure out that they're actually in spots where there's lakes and rivers and distinct spots where they're trying to catch legendaries or glowing fish, and they'll have a camp set up that's got all the stuff there, and it looks like a fishing village. And that's been one of the really cool things to see with this update.
You guys really have continued to roll out content in that seasonal way. Like, is that hard to do consistently to meet your milestones, your deadlines, when you have like 2 or 3 or even 4 a year that you have to push out? Is that difficult?
Sure, it's difficult, but we're pro game devs. We've done this before. I think if it was easy, everybody'd be doing it. So we're up to the challenge, and just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't do it.
And I think the one thing that's important for us too is that the community can actually rely on us now. This is our 60th update, and every 12 weeks there's been a major content release, ever since 7 years now or 6 years now, almost our 7th birthday. So the fact that we engage with the community, we listen to the community, we talk about what they're talking about, and we listen to the things that they want to see, and also that they can rely on us to release content consistently on those dates, 4 major updates a year, feeds into a lot of why players are here and they're engaged and they want to continue playing this game.
No, mad respect. The game launched, it's technically an MMO, and it launched with problems, not perfect, right? But man, you guys were like, no, we're gonna keep improving. We're gonna keep adding content. We're gonna keep going. People fell off. You're like, nope, we're gonna keep going. And then I feel like when the show released, you guys got that huge influx. And I was like, all that time and energy and all those updates, you guys already had a loyal community, but now you're getting all these new players in. How did that feel to get that influx?
Yeah, it felt good. I hear like the launch of the game, being prefaced with like being rough and whatnot, but I don't think it was. I mean, I think it was kind of genius. You come out of the vault and there's nothing. It's for you to explore, you to learn about the wasteland, you to learn about Appalachia. I view Appalachia as the main character in our game, so it was Appalachia's introduction. From there, with the subsequent chapters, you get the interest of folks coming into the wasteland for their own pursuits, like Brotherhood of Steel, coming to steal Brotherhood of Steel, right? Yeah, to steal people's stuff. So yeah, I would say over time, we were telling the story of Appalachia that we wanted to, and the players that stuck around were experiencing that from the get-go and telling their own stories along the way.
I think one of the interesting parts too is, we look at data all the time and know who our players are, where they come from, what cohort they were in, things like that. What platform they're playing on. Yeah, we know all that stuff, right? So we look at that, and one of the interesting thing was we had a lot of new players across all the platforms. Pretty consistently, it's the same number across all platforms, but we had a lot of players come back in who hadn't played since 2018, 2019, and came back in and were like, holy cow, this game is different. This game has a ton of content in it, and now they have stayed ever since the show came out. They've been with us all along. So that's been really good for us as well, from just a positivity element of seeing them all come back and actually stay engaged.
That's something that was kind of unfair to judge your game so rapidly when it came out because, to be fair, you guys never said this. We're like, oh, it's going to be Fallout but multiplayer. Like, it's going to be Fallout 4 but multiplayer. It's like, well, like the same thing ESO has, right? It's not Skyrim multiplayer. It's its own thing. You guys were your own thing. I think that caught a lot of people off guard, even though you never claimed it was going to be Fallout 4 multiplayer. Right. You said it's its own thing, yeah.
But when that show came out and everybody who saw the show, who maybe hadn't played Fallout or maybe hadn't played 76 in a while, saw that story and wanted more of it, they knew they could come to 76, Fallout 4, Fallout 3, and get those same stories. So people coming back to 76, that, you know, to what Bill said, they were like, wow, this is amazing. It's, yeah, we've always known it was amazing. We're players ourselves, so we just want to keep making the game cool. And so they got to see kind of the fruition of all that work over the years and experience it. And so that's why the game is where it is today.
We see the roadmap. Sorry, players, you're not getting your roadmap. Sorry.
No exclusive today. No two-year heads up what's going on.
No email roadmap. Sorry. But
talk about the 2-year roadmap right now. Am I not allowed to now?
The Super Mutant class, right? The Super Mutant new race you can play, right? That's the next.
Yeah. But we know what that looks like. And so we know that, again, as long as we are consistent and we know those are the things that are reinforcing all the new systems that we're updating or the new systems that we're putting in, then, you know, we're pretty confident, you know, in where the players are going to be and what they're going to want. So yeah, that's again, just one of the main things that keeps driving us, you know, every day.
Can you guys paint a picture approximately like when you say there's a problem in the game, any problem at all, community flags a problem, like how long that takes you to recognize, assess, and fix?
Depends on the issue and which determines how long that takes to fix.
Okay.
But we do have active Slack channels for our CS community, and they will absolutely post things that tickets come in. They're like, hey, is anybody aware of this, aware of this, aware of this? Also, Discord. People are very active in Discord. We have a bug channel in there, so people will put bugs in there. But we constantly look at that. Also, we do live triage a couple of times a week. So we're seeing everything that's coming in from live and making adjustments on that, and then we prioritize and get things done.
What's it been like seeing the reception of your Ghoul race you can now play? That was really exciting. People were asking for that at the inception of the game. I remember that specifically.
It's been great. You know, I'd viewed letting people play as a Ghoul as kind of like a multiplier cast across the whole game, right? So it's not something you go in, you do, and you finish. It's something you go in, you do, and it changes how you play the entire game, right? Which we're going to underline in future updates too, to further differentiate Ghouls and humans and give more reasons to try a Ghoul or more reasons to be a human. So it was great to see all the positive reception around that update. It's such a huge, monumental change to the game, which had never been done before, and to see the positive reaction from players was very encouraging.
And you guys did that great crossover with the TV show too, as well. You had cosmetics. Will we see that again for season 2? You guys gonna do more collabs in some way that you can say? Are you just gonna smile and wave? Smile and wave.
Come on over here. Yeah, absolutely. You know, we love the show. The show loves the game. That's why the show is so good. It's made by people that love the franchise and the game. So when the show comes out, yeah, we've talked about having more crossovers, possibly more than what we had in season 1, but we'll have to see.
No, I mean, I think the when John was talking about the show and the people who are creating it and talking about the show a lot, the amazing part that for people that didn't know anything about Fallout that I knew of that were watching the show, like how representative is this of the game? And it's like, yeah, that's the game. I was like, I'm talking down to the way that globe looks on the desk, the toaster that's there, the cabinets and in the kitchens, like that stuff is all very much exactly how Fallout looks. And then the character development too is the same thing. Like the dialogue, most people don't get like the Vault Dweller dialogue. Sometimes like that seems like bad. It's like no. That's how Vault Dwellers kind of act, and that's how they talk, and that's how they how their character and personality exists in the game. Yeah. So.
And I even want to harken back to when you guys have done other expansions before. Where you go on a verteboard, you load it to a new zone, but you actually had a map expansion too a couple of years ago. Like, how difficult is it to expand the natural map so you're not going through a loading screen? Is that something you guys plan for way in advance, or is it something that you just look at it and see if it works in the way of the map is currently designed?
Oh, well, it's not difficult anymore. we did it once and figured it out. I think that there's totally a big difference between flying in a vertibird somewhere and simply being able to make the map bigger and walk into a new space. You know, expeditions were a very pointed feature. You go there to do a specific thing and then you leave. And so they succeed at what they are supposed to do, right? Whereas a regional expansion like Skyline Valley, that's to help us tell more of our story of Appalachia and to give players the tools that they need to tell their story too. More places to build, more places to explore, just more things to do. So even though each one involves going to a new place, very different types of updates for very different reasons.
There was a lot of great music in the Fallout TV show. Any chance they can get that implemented into 76's radio?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, we've been pretty good about getting songs that represent the show, and not necessarily the show, but Fallout in general, the Americana, and just the things that make sense in terms of the vibe that we're trying to give off with each update. So yeah, I mean, I don't think no or yes is really, it's good.
Anything is possible,
Yeah.
I think is the correct answer, right, that they train you to
Yes,
say?
anything is possible.
Yeah.
If you believe in yourself, you can do anything.
Exactly. So, you guys did release the Ghoul, which was a great reception, and how long before people were pounding their fist for a super mutant race?
That was happening before we even released the Ghoul.
Yeah. You know, it takes years to do this, and then they're like, okay, now next thing immediately, right? That's the...
So the thinking behind the Ghoul was, we're trying to make all these major updates sort of related to one another. So I'd mentioned Gleaming Depths before as an in-game experience for players. Well, so is Ghoul, right? Because the sole requirement to become a Ghoul is that you have to be at least level 50, and all the Ghoul perk cards are aimed at in-game play. So we noticed kind of sort of an opening in our playstyles that the Ghoul, the innate traits in the playstyle would fill. So regarding super mutants, which has come up a lot, yes, I know, that would that would have the same requirement. So when I've been interviewed in the past and they're like super mutants, I say, okay, well, what niche would they fill? Well, they could be tanks. It's like, well, I'm a walking tank in power armor, so what niche can they fill? We're going to watch how people play. We're going to watch player sentiment and player feedback, and if there's a role that another race, whether it be super mutants or Mirelurks or mole rats, could fill, then we would entertain the thought of introducing that as a playable race. But it has to make sense for the game mechanically, not just as an aesthetic.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, as you saw with the Ghoul, the main thing behind that, and we've talked about it before, was that we didn't want to take the easy way out with adding in just the Ghoul with just a disguise or just a mask or something like that. We want to really give you the full experience. So dialogue has been changed a little bit to make sure it captured the essence of what it meant to be a Ghoul within the Wasteland. But then also you got Ghoul specific perks. You got new systems, with Glow and the Feral Meter, and and all those played a role in giving players something to actually dig into and actually define a different play style with. And I think that was important to us, just not taking the easy way out.
Yeah, because I mean, like, it is arguably it is easier just to be like, it's a skin. You know what I mean?
It is, and I understand the importance of the role-playing aspect of it too, right? I don't want to underplay that and look past it, because I know people would love to role-play as a super mutant or a Mirelurk or what have you, but the other side to that is there has to be a mechanical reason too. It can't just be a disguise. But I do recognize the role-playing importance as well.
So how long typically does it take? You guys have to say what you're working on, but like when you have the next DLC like plan, how long for the year? Do you already know what you're doing the year prior to this? Like how long does it take between each season before you know what you're doing the next thing? And how long does it take to get it from previs to it's in the game?
Oh, we've got big plans. We've got plans for years to come. Oh my gosh, like the update at the end of this year is huge, and I'm not going to talk about it. But what I will say is...
It would help me if you did, help our site if you did, for sure.
But what I will say is, Gone Fishing, exciting update, exciting fishing update. I think people are going to be playing that for a long time. But this fall, we've got a major update coming that is very much catered towards our builders in every way. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, John said we think about this stuff well ahead of time, and it takes a good bit of time to build out certain pieces of content. So we are in development a year and a half, depending on the size of the content sometimes. So those are planned out well ahead.
Just because I want to get your feedback on this, like you're one of the few games as a service that have transcended through console generations. Mm-hmm. Like, what's that been like from moving from the Xbox, 1X or to the Series X? and or the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5.
I can't give you any dates on anything like that, and I can't give you any dates, but I will say that is in the plans for us to have a PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series S and X version. And yeah, just keep on expanding because, we want to make sure that we're also keeping up with the tech that's available to us and making the game, like you said, look better, play better, be faster, all that stuff, and be more optimized. So yeah, those are in the plans.
Can you kind of paint a picture of like how much work goes into that? Because I think a lot of people just think it's a switch you flip. Oh, everything's next gen now. You just hit the switch, update all the things to 4K, you're done. But I'm sure that it's much more intuitive than that. I'm sure.
I wish it was just doing a drop down and saying, hey, build this out for PS5 or Xbox Series S and X. It's not. There's a lot of tech that goes into it. One of them being, for example, we were on DX11 or DirectX 11 for a long time. We're now updating to DirectX 12. So there's a lot of things that happen there. There's shaders that get changed, or just elements of the game that don't look right when they're rendering out with DX12. So we have to make sure that we're going through that and looking at all parts of the game. So it's just a process. It's what I define it as overly difficult. Not necessarily overly difficult, but there are this game is very big. So making sure that the game is running the way it's supposed to run and is looking the way it's supposed to look, and making sure that we're just addressing all the areas that need to be addressed for the next or the current gen consoles is just, I would say it's just a long checklist of stuff. So we'll get there. So just stay tuned.
We're in the reads here now, so I have to ask because we're in the reads now. Like, is it difficult with technology evolving so quickly every year? There's new GPU, there's new hardware, software to utilize, there's more tools for your toolbox, more toys for your toy box. Is it tempting to be like, let's rebuild this from the ground up? Or are you just like, no, we have to try to implement it in what we've already built?
Yeah, I think, for us, because we've got a live service game that John's talked about and I've talked about as being something we have plans for years, we're not in a rush necessarily to do it, but there are times where we try to figure out what is the best time to do that kind of upgrade for us. And so we've got that planned out, and we'll just stay tuned on when that's happening. So
what do you think is the biggest misconception from an outsider looking at specifically a game as a service that's like yours, always online? What's a big misconception players or even consumers don't understand about your job and then your job?
That's a good question.
I get a lot of the creative directors in charge of everything. That's the big one.
Well, sure, yeah, that could be one, which is not the case. It's we work with a fantastic team of developers, lots of great ideas. I think if anything, I think one misconception is, hey, the creative director comes up with everything. And that's not true.
The idea man.
Yeah, the creative director kind of keeps the grease on the wheels, right? We have a great, talented team who love Fallout, who come up with fantastic ideas. And probably the hardest part of my job and Bill's job is going through those great ideas and picking which ones actually make sense to go into the timeline, or which ones make sense to go later, or which ones maybe just don't make sense, and helping them kind of cultivate those ideas in a way that fits what we've come to learn as the pulse of the players that are playing the game.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we look at it from a standpoint of this year to this year to this year. What are we doing substantially to add to the game? What is Fallout 76 this year, and then what is it going to be next year? So aside from Gone Fishing, as the minor, smaller updates that we do, we actually also look at it holistically from the top of how has the game changed dramatically over this year, and why has it changed that way over the year? And usually we come back to just things that get improved across the game, whether it's tech, whether it's player engagement, redefining, or changing out systems that, players have already come accustomed to try to improve the game for them. So
what are some of the challenges when you do updates? Because I know there's certain players that like a certain play style, or they enjoy a certain weapon or perks. When you do the updates seasonally, do you look at some of those players and try to hit someone throughout the year, or try to paint a wide picture so people who love shotguns have something, or people who play this style have something? Because I can't imagine you can't hit everything in one update or even over a year.
I kind of look at our player base as like our builders and our adventurers, right? And a lot of our players, there's a lot of overlap between the two, but that's kind of how I look at them. I don't really get into like the minutia of the shotgun players and the pistol players and the people that build with bricks and the people that build with wood. You know what I mean? So with the updates, we try to kind of alternate them, right? So we have a patch for our adventurers, right, which would be Gleaming Depths. We've got a patch for our builders, which would be like coming out this fall, right? And we've got patch for people in between, like the fishing and the ghoul. So we do try to kind of cater towards our our macro audiences, I suppose, and of course make any balance adjustments along the way through like per card adjustments or normalization or whatever.
Yeah, I would say that we look at it from a lot of different lenses, of different types of players, like John said, whether they're camp builders or adventurers or the min-maxers even, who are just grinding the hell out of raids or events and things like that, and try to come up with what we would consider quality of life changes. And so we do have a team that actually looks at all the combat rebalancing, which we've been doing across the year, all the perk rebalancing that we've been doing across the year. And there's going to be a time probably at the end of the year where we just kind of like go, okay, we're good. Let's let this sit for a bit. Let's check it out, because one of the complaints we did get back was that, because we've been changing up the perk system and moving cards around to the different specials, that people have had to go back in and like spend time redoing their loadout and stuff. And we recognize that that's not fun sometimes either, but we do have to finish off the work so that we can let that settle, and we can't just leave some of that stuff undone. There is a plan for all of that to be done, and so we have to finish that.
I mean, it is a game as a service, so like people expect things to have to get changed and updated. Like it's not like a single player game that just you're done, right? And when you ship, maybe you patch something for balance or whatever. But no,
Like shotguns, like you mentioned, for example, every projectile is its own little projectile, when you shoot it out there. So now all of a sudden you're looking at what is the the base damage modifier for it, and then what mods do you have onto it, and then what perk cards do you have onto it. And so we want to make sure we look at that stuff, and that there isn't a particular weapon in general that people just go into, like auto axe. It's like, that really just kind of defeats the purpose of the looter shooter game, where you get something that looks really cool. Like, we want people to pick up a Ripper and be like, oh, that's badass, I want to use that, and then have it actually do damage. Otherwise, if it doesn't do it, then they're just going to get rid of it, they're going to scrap it, they don't need it, and that kind of just eliminates a lot of usefulness for a lot of the times a lot of things we spend time creating. And so having that ability to, within a Bethesda game, play the character that you want to play, kind of goes away if there's like one weapon you can only have, that's going to be beneficial to you, or the best weapon in the game type of thing.
It's role play. People want to role play their character. Yeah.
Absolutely. Put on apparel, put on a mask, do whatever weapon you want to do, but still be able to do all the content and not be held back by, some arbitrary, element of imbalance, within the combat. So
what can you tell me? I know you guys you dropped this very recently, but what can you tell me? What's next? Like, what can you tell the players out there? What's next for Fallout 76?
We've got a big update coming this fall, aimed at builders.
Hey, I'm Teemu Huhtiniemi, the lead level designer on FBC Firebreak.
Where did the idea for Firebreak come from?
Well, the idea has been sort of like living inside the studio for quite a while. Like, we've been wanting to do a multiplayer game in some way, and kind of like developing the tech throughout the years. It like didn't become a reality until much later, that we realized that this is something that we could do. And I think once we developed Control and released that, we saw the potential in the Control universe. So like, it seemed like an easy jump to do like something like this in that universe.
Is it difficult because Control is a single-player narrative-driven game? Now you're doing a multiplayer co-op experience where you still have storytelling, but it's more about the in-the-moment stuff and not the linear hand-holding.
It is definitely a challenge. Like, we are very seasoned at doing, like, as you said, like very directed narrative-driven experiences. And of course, in for example, Control, we opened up the board a little bit so you could like have freedom with the objectives and missions and the order that you play the game. But still, like, doing a multiplayer game is something entirely new to us, and we know this, and it's been a learning experience to be working on this game and kind of like learning how to do a co-op game.
I think it's pretty funny as you guys were able to lean into a lot of humorous aspects of the world of Control, like with your post-it notes and the enemy variety, and just the idea of like a squad going in to clean up the mess of whatever's happening. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so of course in Control already we had a lot of like weird stuff and like absurdity. So it was kind of a natural thing to look at that through a different lens, the lens of like FBC Firebreak, and kind of like see the funny side, because Control is very serious in tone and like it's very, very different. So I think it was great to have this possibility to really embrace the funny side of all that absurdity.
Obviously, Control, is your own game. You made inspirations there, but what were specific things you looked for inspiration in Firebreak in terms of like media or other games? Because I get some X-Files in there, right? I see that. I see Men in Black. I see kind of like something like that,
Yeah, there are many inspirations here. So Men in Black, like that's of course one. And when it comes to games, there's like obviously games like Left 4 Dead. Like it has been like our game has been compared to Left 4 Dead many times, and I think it's a fair comparison. Like who wouldn't be inspired by Left 4 Dead? It's one of my favorite multiplayer games of all time as well. But there are games like Power Wash Simulator for the Clean Kit. It was one of the inspirations to have that sort of like gratification when you like clean up the sticky notes, for example, and like have that sense of like satisfying gameplay, and also Overcooked, curiously, like that was one of the inspirations as well. Just like having that sort of co-op chaos and like interesting mishaps that can happen through co-op gameplay. I think that was definitely one of the inspirations early on.
As a level designer, what are some of the challenges when creating an environment for players to explore and have combat in? Because it's 4 people, they all have to move around, right? But you got to have enemies, and they can't be trapped in hallways, or maybe they can, right?
It's definitely different than creating single-player levels. So you kind of have to build everything arena-like and like open in a way that the enemies can indeed get to you in like throughout the map, and also we wanted to like keep a lot of the objectives very open-ended, so you can do them in a systemic way. You have the tools, you have the weapons, and like, yeah, relying a lot on that sort of like giving the freedom to the player and letting them decide how to tackle with the objectives. It was definitely something different from what we've done before.
What was your biggest takeaway from Control? I know they're different games, but from that you improved upon and in Firebreak.
The biggest like
your biggest lesson that you learned from making that game afterwards, yeah.
Biggest lesson. That's a good one. Yeah, well, I mean, in Control we already established the world in a really good way. I think we like.
People were comparing that world to X-Files, including me. I thought that was really an interesting comparison. It's an old show people don't really remember, but yeah, it was a great show.
Yeah, that is true. It is definitely has been like one of the inspirations there. I think like what we had in Control was a very solid foundation, so we could always like lean on a lot of the stuff that we did there. Like for example, the sectors, having them very unique and like visually and like stylistically. So yeah, I think like being able to lean on that solid foundation was one of the best things here.
Now you guys have like a class system, but you're also giving players the opportunity to kind of explore that system and play how they want to play with like different weapons that can go on different classes. You're not locked into the the flamethrower class or the shotgun class. You can switch out those weapons. Talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. So we have 3 kits in the game called Crisis Kits. We have Splash, Jump, and Fix, and basically all of those different Crisis Kits have their own unique tools. The Fix Kit has like a wrench that you can use to fix broken machines. The Jump Kit has something that is kind of like a mix between a pogo stick and an electric prod. You can like power up things using it. You can shock enemies and potentially your friends as well if you're not careful. And then with the Splash Kit you have basically like a cannon that shoots water, and of course with all of these things together you can basically like have the Splash Kit water all the enemies, then have the Jump Kit come in and electrocute them and this sort of stuff, and it can like all of these tools and kind of like overlapping systems create interesting emergent gameplay situations.
With your job, where do you start as a level designer? Like when you have, okay, we're making Firebreak, obviously you start with a gray box, but do you have to decide the environment first, or you just gray box that bitch?
That's a really good question. Like we sometimes start from different directions. It's really like a challenge that it depends on the job. Yeah, we call our levels in the game jobs, which is more like game modes, unique game modes in the game. But like we approach every job kind of from a different standpoint, and sometimes it could be from a visual perspective, figuring out the theme and like the visual style. of the place and then figuring out, okay, what could we do in this environment? Sometimes we start with the core gameplay, like something that could be interesting for the player to do, and then see, okay, what would be a great environment to like inject this in. And again, we have a lot of like cool biomes from Control we can like already like take it, like start with, and then use sort of as a backbone for a lot of the new jobs. But yeah, it's especially in this game, it's less about narrative or anything like that. It's more about the gameplay and the interesting possibilities. So a lot of times we actually start with the core gameplay ingredients, like what could be interesting activities for the player to do, and which sort of things would be interesting, especially in a cooperative setting. And yeah, how could we utilize the unique tools that the players have in an interesting way, so we can like come up with interesting collaborative opportunities.
Why was it important for the game to be really out there and like kind of wild and just fun overall? Because obviously Control is a very serious tone, right? Really grounded tone. Still supernatural stuff, science fiction stuff happening, but it's more serious. This game, you have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I think like I'm not sure like how much of that like was like deliberately planned and how much of it happened sort of naturally. But I think like we have a very small team. We've been like figuring things out as we go. But a lot of the fun or the humor in the game, I feel, came through the actual gameplay and like all the different stuff that we like wanted to do gameplay-wise, and then we realized the hilarity of it later, and chose to lean on that more and more. So I would say that yeah, a lot of it really started from those ideas. Like sometimes someone proposes a crazy idea and it's like, okay, like that's outrageous, but let's try it out in the game and see if that works. And if it works and it makes people laugh, it's like, okay, we have something here, and we can lean on this.
Well, it's crazy because at the game's core, you're basically janitors, essentially.
Yeah. So it's interesting, and also there, like we started from this this idea of like firefighters, like real world firefighters, or like first response teams, and like how would that work inside the oldest house? Like what's our Control variant of that like real world job? But then. Yeah, it kind of like got more and more hilarious as we worked on that concept, because we realized like it is the oldest house and things are absurd and like crazy like from the get-go. So like let's really lean on that and like make things chaotic and colorful and funny.
Talk a little about your career path. How did you end up being a level designer for Remedy?
Oh wow, it's actually a funny one. Like I've been a hobbyist level designer for a very long time, like since the late 90s. I started, yeah.
You're a vet then, you've been around for a while, man.
Yeah, but then like I never like imagined that I could actually do it as a job. I was actually studying graphic design and doing that for quite a bit. And it wasn't until 2013 that I figured out that okay, yeah, I really want to pursue my passion, which is like games, and like see if there's a possibility to do this, because like up to that point I had been doing level design but just as a hobby. So I had like
you didn't go to school for like level design specifically, you went for graphic design?
Yeah, only graphic design, because like back at the time there was no possibility to study like game design in Finland. The situation is much different now, but like back then graphic design was probably the closest thing to level design. But again, I never imagined that I would actually get to do level design, and especially work at Remedy of all places, which is like one of my favorite studios. Like I used to love Max Payne, and like Alan Wake, so it was like, wow. When that opportunity opened up, I was like, yeah, I'm interested.
So what advice would you give to like aspiring people out there who want to specifically get into level design in gaming?
I think the main thing is to just chase your passion and like pick up an editor, like any editor, and like get into the flow of like learning new things, because like level design is a lot like learning learning languages basically. So I think especially these days there are so many free level editors or like game development tools that you can just Unreal for example, or Unity and like these sort of things. So you should basically just download an editor and start learning and getting to the process of like designing things and like finishing things, and a lot of it comes naturally through practice really. And of course like there's so many tutorials these days that you can follow, and like it's amazing. So it has never been easier to pick up and just have a go at level design. Like especially these days it's so easy to also go to the asset store and like get assets that look good. So it's a good thing to kind of maybe try out like if level design is for you, or if you're like interested in it more for the like visual side of things. It's good to explore, because like there's so many possibilities to do like scenes and like study lighting and how like architecture works by using like pre-existing kits and everything. So like
Hi, I'm Amit. I'm the narrative director and co-founder of Perfect Garbage Studios.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm the lead programmer on Grave Seasons with Perfect Garbage.
So guys, Grave Seasons, where did the idea for this game come from?
So everyone in the studio, we're all huge horror buffs, but not only that, we love cozy games, we love management sims. So we were looking for a way to really combine those two interests and really bring management and resource division and all those good things that people do love about farming sims into survival horror as well. So we really merged the ideas from there, and the rest was history.
So some of our big influences coming into the game are things like Harvest Moon, Save the Homeland, older farming sims. So we're wanting to bring some of those ideas into this space, merging them with the horror. Our game is really narrative driven, so it has an ending, it has a story that we're trying to take you through. So that's kind of where we're trying to go with the game.
So it's not just endless farming. I guess it can be if you really want it to be.
You can farm, but there will be consequences. The town is really responsive, so if you farm and you craft different methods, maybe those methods might help you deal with the killers that appear in town. All sorts of different ways to play.
So I always ask this when there's a farming sim coming out. It's like, what makes a cozy game cozy?
I think what makes a cozy game cozy is the feeling that you get when you're interacting with the world, that you can just relax, chill out, that maybe there's not that many consequences for what you're trying to do, that you've got all the time in the world, and we are trying to subvert that a little bit. We are trying to tell you that yes, you can choose to do that, but there will be consequences, and the world will change depending on whether you're trying to do that or whether you're not. So we're hoping that we are evoking those cozy feelings. We're hoping that it feels really good to plant, it feels really good to chop down a tree, and with the sound design, the animations, everything like that, that the game feels really nice to play and to live and exist in the world, but also that you feel the stress that there is a murderer in town, and you're going to have to interact with that at some point.
Preparation, I think, is what really makes a cozy game feel safe. So even though, physically maybe the various NPCs in town aren't totally safe, you as the player are able to prepare and deal with the situations that arise. That's what brings that coziness, for me at least. Yeah.
But so you guys are combining 3 different genres together that have never really been seen before. Was that difficult from a narrative perspective and from a coding perspective?
From a narrative perspective, we really just set out to tell really characterful, intriguing stories that make you want to learn more about the characters and about the world itself. And so for me, it's a natural fit. I love to write horror, but really bringing in some of those heartfelt stories as well to really twist the knife when things do happen is just part of the fun for me.
From a coding perspective, our game has a lot of branching world states. So like I said before, what you choose to do or choose not to do in the world is going to change the world. So if you spend your time farming and you don't interact with the town or the murderer, the world is going to change. So we're hoping that what you choose to do or what you choose not to do is really going to impact the town, and you're really going to feel that. Do
you guys have a favorite horror movie and why?
Ooh. So, hard to pick just one. A favorite for me personally is Ginger Snaps. It's a really cool and interesting werewolf movie that brings that emotion, brings that sense of pathos to the monster, but also is just a lot of fun and is incredibly gory in a way that's still gratifying as a genre fan. Yeah.
I'm much less of a horror fan than the rest of the team. I prefer a suspense thriller. So I'm a big fan of sort of older films, Hitchcock films, Rear Window, Vertigo, films like that. So I'm really loving bringing the more suspenseful thriller, the tense atmosphere into the game.
Is your game scary?
Yes. Yes.
How is it scary?
So, not scary in the way that maybe your traditional, Resident Evil game is scary, but there are moments that we really, really hope to invoke genuine fear. There will be moments of calm, but there are also specific murder attack moments where we really want to bring that tension and that genuine sense of fear for the people who you are trying to either protect or maybe let get attacked by the killer.
I think that one of the cool things we can do in pixel art is we can really lean into the more gory, the more visceral aspects of the game. And it's been really fun to explore that in pixel art. So you will see a little bit of that over here. You'll see a little bit of that in the trailer that we had come out today. So yeah, the game does genuinely have some pretty terrifying moments.
Now the big $1 million question is, how did you get the attention of your publisher, Blumhouse Games?
Yeah, first of all, Blumhouse has been incredible to work with and to bring our ideas to. We actually chatted with them through social media, actually, first off. And then the relationship grew from there. They were interested in what we were creating, and so far it's been a great experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into the good thing about Blumhouse. Obviously, they're horror. That's what they're interested in. The horror genre. We've got 6 games or more on their slate, that are all horror based. But they're also secretly really big farming sim fans. So they've also loved seeing every milestone we put out. They're our biggest champions.
What's a big misconception from an outsider looking at game development? Someone who knows nothing about game development, just plays games, especially in indie game development.
Yeah. I think there's an idea that if a game is cute, it's easy to make. And there's a lot of specific mechanical considerations that go into every game specifically. But a farming sim is about balancing that with narrative, with art, with various interlocking systems that go on in the background of the game. So yeah, everything's hard. Everything's an effort. But it's a worthwhile effort.
Nothing's easy.
No.
Easy. One of the cool things that we've been able to do on Grave Seasons is build some of our own tools to deal with the branching world states and all of the dialogue that's got to go into a farming sim and all the different systems that we have that are working together. So all the traditional systems that you find in a farming sim and all of the extra systems that we want to add to deal with the murder and the way the town changes. So it's really been just a big team effort.
When does your game come out? What platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So our game comes out in 2026, and we are aiming for PC as well as all major consoles.
That's it, you got it.
Does that include Nintendo Switch too?
Possibly.
I know it just came out, right? But your game, I feel like your game could run on a regular Switch.
Yeah, genuinely, we recently had an announcement that covers all of the consoles and what's going to be coming next for you. So.
So stay tuned. Where can people find more information about these announcements? Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Steam page?
So you can find us on Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, as well as on our Steam page for sure. You can wishlist Grave Seasons right now on Steam. And also on Blumhouse Games social media too.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Amanda White, co-owner, co-creative director at I Am 8-Bit.
And I'm John Gibson, co-owner and co-creative director of I Am 8-Bit. Same title. Yeah, literally.
Your company's been doing very well this last, I want to say, 4 or 5 years. What's it been like seeing the growth of your company, over this last year?
I don't know, it's been fun. It's like Summer Game Fest, Day of the Devs, all of our products, and the publishing label. It's like we don't know where we're going half the time, but we're very nimble and we like to pivot and react and ride the waves of the ocean. So we're pretty joyous about it as a general reaction.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, we aim to innovate and iterate and optimize, I guess, all the time with what we're doing. So it's exciting to hear that your perception is that we're doing well. Yeah.
He thinks you're doing well, so we must be, I guess. Yeah. No, it's interesting.
Little does he know.
Your company does so much. You guys have not just the amount of hats, but just what you dip your toes into: merchandise, event coordination. I mean, so much of it. Publishing. You guys do
just a plethora of things. Does that get overwhelming? And do you have like a really good team? Like, how do you manage all those different facets of business?
Wow. We like to keep it busy. Honestly, like we talk about it. It's like if we weren't busy and we weren't like constantly doing different things, we'd probably be bored. And if we're bored, we might as well just retire. So we like to keep it that way. But we have a great team. We have, how many people now?
We have 56 people, and they're all awesome.
Yeah, and they all do different things. It's like we have the publishing team, we have the product team, we have our like marketing team, like that does all the event stuff, and they all kind of like intermingle and congeal into this thing called I Am 8-Bit.
It's funny. I was told that the Fallout water bottles here. And I was told that was the 8-bit coordinator that had that idea.
It's one of those things where like we were talking internally and like we're like, oh, we need to have like water stations, and then they came up with this idea of like, well, what if Fallouts and Nuka-Cola and water? These are the things that happen organically in the space of like event planning. It's like you have a need and desire to do something functionally, and then branding and themes and it all comes together. Like you don't know where it's coming from, and then it happens one day.
Is there a lot of cross-contamination, like with the event planning and like the merchandise side, or even the publishing side? Like I imagine with publishing and merchandise, there might be like some, like you guys do records sometimes, vinyl records or toys or books or plushies or collector's editions. But is there more crossover in the event space sometimes with other things that you guys are working on?
I mean, certainly it puts us in a position to be able to have conversations with future partners, current partners, past partners, and so that's always a lovely place to be.
And that's how our merch started in the first place. Like we were like, speaking of the hydration station and the lovely, have you had the water? It's lovely.
My friends are like, I want a bottle, bring me back a bottle. I'm like, okay, sure.
Well, that's how like our licensing business started. Like we were making things to give away to people at events, and then we realized vinyl soundtracks and these t-shirts and art prints were sought after commodities that like went on eBay for hundreds if not thousands of dollars.
At least you saw, they do see
that. And then we're like, well, why don't people make these things and sell them? And then we realized no one was thinking of that, and we started trying to license stuff, and people said we were insane to license music for vinyl. And then we've made over 300 soundtracks on vinyl now, and so it was like out of events and enthusiasm and fanfare that we're like, oh, we noticed people want these things, so let's make them available.
No, vinyl's made a comeback. Speaking to that, like, and you guys were on the forefront. I remember getting press releases from you about vinyl soundtrack game releases like years and years ago, and you guys are still at the forefront of that as well. How does something like that come into fruition? Like, because that's a whole, like I said, we talked about it already, but that's a whole nother facet of business. Like, oh, it's now you're dealing with distribution and a physical product release and licensing, and vinyl's its own subcategory of business.
Sure. Yeah, so our first vinyl was actually a marketing mailer for Tron Evolution. And I think we made 100 units of that record and sent it out into the world to media. And it became really sought after, like John was talking about. And, it was going on the aftermarket for something like $1,500. And we started thinking, wow, people really want this stuff. And I have a history and a deep love of vinyl. Introduced John to it.
I didn't have a record player until she was like, oh, you would appreciate this. It's like sorcery, like putting a needle on a vinyl. Yeah.
I just got one like a couple months ago. I got my first record player, so I have that, so I feel that. Your hat is really distracting me. I'm just seeing the commercial that I saw in the 90s everywhere.
And the font is very particular.
Yeah. Where did you make that hat?
No, I got it at a film festival in New Orleans. It was a merch stand, and I love movies and I love DVDs, and I just remember this FBI warning, and you wouldn't steal a car.
They had the terrible commercial making you're gonna go to jail for like downloading a Napster song.
No, totally. And it was like literally, I saw the merch stand, I saw the hat, and then I was like, let's leave. And I was going in the escalator, and I was like, no, and I went right back up, and I have to have that hat. I bought 2 of them, one for my friend Jordan too.
So you guys, obviously you've been in game space for a while, publishing space for a while, all that stuff. You spoke about film. Like, is this like, are you gonna expand again to like film and like television?
Ask her, she was the
I mean, that's my history. I don't know if we'll go back, but it's definitely where I started and sort of where our production chops kind of came from. The way we structure, the way we do event build-outs and project planning in general kind of comes from that space. We both love movies, so you never know, I guess.
How has the gaming industry, from your perspective, been different than the Hollywood entertainment industry? Either from a business sense or from a public sense or from a,
I mean, I could talk for hours. I would say that the biggest difference in my mind is that there's a willingness to take risks in the game business creatively in order to reach audiences, that there's an investment in the audience that you don't see in film. And that's part of why we have a business, is because companies are willing to put dollars behind connecting with their communities, their fandoms, the ultra nerdy things that people are going crazy about in their games. And it's really a totally different universe on the film side, and maybe they've started to do that a little bit because they're learning from the video game business, but on this side of things, it's just much rosier in that respect.
How close does the publishing angle come to like a producing angle? Because it's very similar. Like, when you're putting together a team or picking out a project or a screenplay, right? It's the same. It's got to be very similar, right?
I mean, I am not an expert at producing games. We have someone on our team who is an expert, so I don't want to misspeak, but sure, theoretically, I imagine it's similar.
With events, though, it certainly you hire leads that run departments, and there's production designers, there's overarching producers, but then there's like line producers that do this kind of thing, and there's like an AD that does this kind of exactly.
Everybody, yeah.
And everyone is like on top of their game, and you meet at the end of every day and you talk about what's happening, and then suddenly events happen, and
it's about finding a specialist to run each section of something, right? Finding someone who really understands that part of what you're trying to create, and then trusting that person, because we're not micromanagers. We love to give people freedom, and so having a great, strong team with people who are very specialized is key to us. In fact, we have a great production design team, and I don't know if you've been around in any of the custom spaces, but they're beautiful this year. They look amazing, and done some really great work, and that's a very filmic kind of approach, right? So, yeah.
It was some we've had with at E3 for multiple, when E3 was a thing. People understand that there is a booth design, there is events-based design, and it goes into like this whole thing where you have to plan 6, 12, 18 months ahead of schedule to make sure this is what we want to talk about, this is the style we want, let's make it happen, here's our budget. And the budget's never what you want it to be, but you make it work, right? This show has been fantastic. Your signage is everywhere. That's why I got lost. I went to all 3 of your 8-bit signs, and this was the last one that was hidden in the back here. I'm like, oh, they'll be in the cabanas. No, they'll be where Hen is. Nope, they'll be back here. How long does a show like this take from like inception, from like you sign the contract, right? You're doing it, to actually putting down the first pole for the tent?
Well, it starts right now. Our job today was to walk around to everybody and say, like, what about next year? So it's a full 24, 365 cycle. Like, we're literally thinking about 2026 and also 2027 a little bit.
Now, when you get approval for stuff, do you work with Jeff first and then kind of go down the ladder to like the vendors after that, like your game devs, your merchandise devs, like your partners? Is that how that approval process works?
So we're collaborating with Jeff all the time. Like his focus is the live show with his team. He has his own team of excellent producers and production crew that like handle that. We handle all the production on the live event, so after the YouTube theater show. And there's a tremendous relationship, and everyone's talking to each other all the time. And the real harmony is when something debuts in the live show, and then suddenly you've made an appointment, you don't even know what you're going to play because it was under embargo and it's secretive. That thing gets announced, and then the next morning you show up and you get to play that thing. And that's the real magic of Summer Game Fest.
So 12 months, about a 12-month cycle from inception to finally, here's what we're doing.
That's not to say that
Approximately.
things don't happen last week that manifest themselves either. We try to plan ahead, but we're also nimble. We're reactionary. We're able to like move and pivot when things, it's games. Like video games don't plan that far ahead. So we try to be reactive and helpful in that way.
We always joke because like E3 obviously died, right, because of just circumstances and all this stuff. But like this has been happening every year consistently since the apocalypse, and it continues to every year with like clockwork. That June news cycle is very important in our industry because August is too late, right? You're in Q3. People need to get it out earlier. Do you anticipate this show getting bigger? It perhaps one day, it could be 10, 20, 30 years from now. Will this be in the Expo Center one day?
We never want to be in the convention center. I will say that with definitively. I mean, we've been trying to create almost the antithesis of a standard kind of corporate convention experience, right? We try to give people fresh air and no lines and delicious food and ease of setup, and not a massive $20 million investment to be here. Right, curating the media and influencers who are here, along with partners in games that are here, so that we're really giving everybody a top-notch experience, and we are not getting so busy and unpleasant to be at that people stop coming, or that it becomes a chore. We always want it to be a delightful vibe.
No, we love the show. We've been going every year since its inception at Shacknews. We really enjoy it. We love it. Everything's close. Like, the foods are great. There's coffee. There's everything's walking distance. It's always cool inside. I really have no complaints. Like, there's nothing negative I could say about your setup, in all to God honesty.
And if you had feedback, we'd listen. Like, that survey that the media and creators fill out every year is important. Like, and we listen and we evolve. Like, for us, like Jeff, Amanda, and myself, when we met to design what Summer Game Fest could be, it was about a place that, like, we wanted to go to. Like, not about, like, how do we, like, mimic other stuff that's been out there. It's like, no, from the ground up, let's talk about, like, what people actually probably want versus what is the norm. And, that's fresh air. That's the delicious food Amanda is talking about. That's, like, the variety in venues and making sure all the games are strong, because if all the games are curated and all these companies are here because they have strong content, then every company, despite them being perceived competitors, they're all helping each other. It's agnostic in that way. So it's like, if Capcom and Bandai and the Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo all have things, and even if they're all fighting for the same release dates, all that strong content, like, makes this industry better ultimately. And I think they believe that. It's not like other conventions where they're competing for decibels on the show floor and everyone's like cranking the volume up. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you can't just buy space here. Like, you have to talk about.
I can't just drop a money bag down and be like, I want that.
It's about, like, what publishers want to do, and do they want to be a real partner, and, like, partner in a way that it's helping the ecosystem of video games, not just themselves. Yeah, that's what Summer Game Fest is.
Yeah, we have conversations with people, that it's not just a form that you're filling out. So it's really human. And hopefully the whole experience, reflects that humanity and our consideration of people, as a baseline, right?
As things like this get bigger and, budgets get bigger, if there's more interest, more publishers, more third-party people coming in, first-party people wanting to do bigger things, does it get difficult to start to balance that so you still maintain that intimate feel?
I hope not. I mean,
the magic is, games are games, and it's like, it's not the summer movie season. It's not like a Mission Impossible has to come out every year from Paramount. Square Enix was here last year, but they weren't here to this year because their games weren't ready. And that's the same for every game company. Like, they might pop in one year and pop out one year, and that's totally okay, because it will still feel robust and lovely. So next year will be different, but it will also be the same.
I love asking this question because as you guys continue to grow and be successful, are you looking for work less because people are coming to you now and knocking on your door? And how does that feel after trying to get a company off the ground for so many years? Because you are hitting, it's a lot of no's when you start a company. I know that. It's no thanks, not interested, no thanks. But now I feel like you guys are at the point where you don't have to look for that anymore. Like, people come to you.
I mean, we've been very fortunate, frankly, from the beginning, that we have been in the incoming call business. It has been abnormal for us to be doing a lot of outreach to get business, and we know that that's not standard, and we don't want to jinx it. I'm going to knock on wood, but we feel very fortunate that people want to work with us, and we hope that we can keep meeting their expectations and exceeding them.
And it's a symbiotic relationship. It's, do they want to work with us, but do we want to work with them? Are they good partners? Are they good human beings? We're not just there for the money.
That's pretty anti-capitalistic, sir. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, which is terrible to say. But
I think my brain just broke because my whole life I've been trained that way. Capitalism encourages you to think that way.
Yeah, we'd probably be a whole lot more rich if we were jerks and just didn't care about the people that make things happen. Like, I mean, it's our philosophy. It's like, we want to be happy. We want everyone that collaborates with us to be happy and feel proud of what they've created. Yeah.
Biggest misconception from the business side of I Am 8-Bit?
Boy, that we only do nostalgia-looking product.
People look at the thing and they see the store. They're like, oh, they make retro Nintendo games.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I don't know what you think.
I mean, you don't see our website as a portfolio website. Like, we make products, sure, but like, we've done all these different kinds of things. We've launched a satellite into space, which is the first art that's orbiting around Earth. We like things that haven't been done before. And so our portfolio isn't really helpful to anything because we'd prefer someone come to us and say, hey, can you help us do this thing that's never happened? This is why we like Epic and Fortnite and all the things we've done with them, because it's always projects that are, oh, we don't know how to do this, but like we're gonna figure it out with you.
Is it tough? Is it tough meeting with potential clients because you guys have such a plethora of what you do? And do they look at that as like, oh well, it's a Swiss Army knife. We're looking for more of a scalpel, or do you guys like to focus more on your marketing, or do you like to focus more on your publishing, or do you like to focus on your merchandising or your distribution? Sorry, I'm kidding you with all the questions now.
I mean, we generally don't like to choose. I think we pull out the part of the Swiss Army knife that makes sense for the situation. And sometimes that's 2 implements, you know? So it really just depends. Every interaction is a unique flower, right?
Yeah. What she said.
Just because I'm curious, the current economic climate's kind of wonky right now. Has that affected your business in any way with tariffs and anything like that?
We have been very mindful of the happenings with tariffs. We've been lucky so far that only a couple products have been impacted and we haven't had to pass that along to our consumers. But we're keeping an eye on it because, you know, it could become tenuous if things go awry.
It used to be easier. Every day changes, you know, that we, like we said, we're nimble. Do we like being nimble like this? No, but we're watching out for folks.
And then my last big question is, where would you like to see Summer Game Fest 10 years from now?
10 years from now, how about in Hawaii?
Oh, hell yeah, let's do this. I can expense that, let's do that.
Yeah. I would like to see people not call it Summer Games Fest as
I
plural.
did that today, I'm
it's
sorry.
Summer Game Fest. So like in 10 years, I think we'll have like made that clear that if there's no S on the game. You know?
If there's an indie game that's looking to be published, or someone trying to get a product that's innovative and video game related out there, or even getting an event space coordinated, what's the first step in contacting you?
info@im8bit.com, or if you know how to reach John and I directly, of course you can do that.
Pretty easy to figure out. Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
Hi, I'm Dan McDonald, exec producer at Supermassive Games.
So Dan, tell us what's new with Directive 8020. What's this game all about?
So it's our version of The Thing in Space. You know, with the Dark Pictures, we get to do lots of different stories in different locations, different timelines, all that kind of cool stuff. So it's a real chance for us to express ourselves and our artistic chops and do something different, going to space. But yeah, it's a new, bigger game for us. We've got a whole bunch of new gameplay mechanics in there. You know, the big thing we're focusing on right now is some of the stealth that you can do. You know, there's threat in exploration, there's a monster there, and that makes it a lot scarier because you've got direct control. You know, we've refitted and redone all of the character movements, and you know, much more like an action adventure game now. You know, and that's a lot of work and a lot of energy, but I think it's really paid off for us. We've expanded the puzzle systems and ways of hiding from and getting away from this hunter and fighting back against it in some way. And yeah, the other big thing for us that we're talking about is the turning point system. So we've experimented with that on some, you know, on the Quarry and on the Castle of Frank Stone. But this is a lot more granular. We've done a lot of quality of life improvements, and it means you can go back and change any decision. You can go back to a specific point. And you know, we know that a lot of our fans play through the game multiple times. You know, they want to kill everyone or save everyone. They want to get the different major endings. And we want them to see that. You know, we want them to see the moments that are going to make them cry or laugh or whatever. But yeah, this is a chance to really get to that a lot easier. And so, you know, you're not happy with the choice you've made or the way that that's played out, the fact that characters died. You can go back just to that moment, or you can go back quite far, and it won't overwrite what you've done. So, you know, you can see this network and understand it a lot more. And, you know, just really explore it and get to that cool moments.
This is also the first time you guys have done science fiction horror. What was that like for your studio to dive into that genre?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, the artists all want to do that kind of stuff. They want to do different stuff, right? You know, it's expensive for us because we can't use trees and you know, barns and bits of wood and cars. You know, it's all new. It has to all be new. So yeah, and there's a lot of great work the technical artists have done. You know, creating this, the way the creature moves and the way that it flows and grows across the ship. And it's really quite disgusting, the things you can do, which again, it's different for us. So yeah, that's the major thing for me as a creator myself, that we're not just stuck doing this one thing. We get to explore and innovate and go different places. And sci-fi is a great genre to be in. You know, there's some fantastic movies. We talk about The Thing a lot, Event Horizon, some of the old Alien movies. You know, there's some great inspiration out there. You know, we're linking up with you know, cosmic horror. kind of theming. And our astronauts are thousands of light years away from Earth, and that brings a real isolation. There's moments where they're on the outside of the ship, and there's danger there just from being in space, and we can really play up on that. So yeah, it's a great, a hotbed of, what's the right phrase I'm looking for? A place to mine, new ideas for us.
You guys are deciding on your next project. For this one, did you sit down and watch a lot of science fiction horror, like you mentioned, Alien, Life's a great one too.
Yeah. So we do a lot of research. We've actually been working on this for many years now. I've talked about this a lot in the past, but when we started the Dark Pictures, we already had a good idea for we knew what the first 4 were going to be, and then we had a real good view of what the next 4 were going to be. So this being the first one of that, we've changed some of the ideas and as we've grown and learnt things. So yeah, we've had a lot of production design and concept art done. Again, more art. And so we've got some fantastic images that we've done, which you won't see because that's just our inspiration.
You got to release a book with the concept art.
Yeah, I think in the special edition we do have an art book, so there is some of that available for people to see. But yeah, it's just a great fun place, a space to play in.
At your core, I call your games movies because essentially are when you were guys working on Until Dawn and your other Dark Anthology picture games, because there are games you do have mechanics. But do you follow the same kind of procedure as a film production when you're creating these games?
Very much so, yeah. We have this, obviously we do a lot of production design just like a movie would, and other games do as well, but we have this thing called the storyboard tool. So if you look at how a movie is produced, it's lots of storyboard images, working out the timeline, working out the exact cameras, who's in shot, what the pace of the motion, all that good stuff. We have a tool which we work very similar to that, but you can play it. So then it looks like a movie storyboard, but then the choices come up. And then when we get to a 3D section, it's a bunch of 2D maps with a little icon moving around. So we get to build the full game out, very much like a movie, but still a game. And then we have fantastic actors and actresses. The lead on this one, Lashana Lynch, she's a fantastic actress. Probably the biggest actor we've had so far, at least in terms of when we've got them. She's worked on Matilda recently, Day of the Jackal, the James Bond movies, Captain Marvel movies. She's absolutely fantastic. I was lucky enough to be on the set and meet her and watch her perform. And someone like her elevates the rest of the cast. We've had some other great actors as well on this one, like Danny Sapani. He's in the Halo TV series and stuff. So yeah, it very much is like shooting a TV series or a movie, having all these actors working together, but we're using it in a game.
Do you guys do casting and screen tests? Because in games there's casting, sure, but screen tests usually aren't a thing in video games or not as common. Do you guys do that stuff as well?
Yeah, for all of the rest of the cast, generally we do screen testing. We work with a fantastic casting director based in London. She's got all the right contacts and knows all the right people, all the Hollywood stars. Some of them are coming to us because they want to work with us, so that's fantastic. But someone like Lashana, we're not screen testing her. We know what she can do. We're going after her. She's not going to do that for us. She's in hot demand.
It's that rare occasion where if they want to be involved, you just say yes.
Yeah, exactly that. We're chasing them down and giving them the right money to come and work with us. And oftentimes it's a new experience for them. They've worked on movies and TV series all their lives. They haven't necessarily done games, so they don't know what to expect when they come in the door. And we treat them with a lot of care and attention. We explain the process to them. They're wearing these headsets that are, recording all their movements, and that can be quite uncomfortable for them all day long. So yeah, we have to look after them, and we show them the game, we show them some of the gameplay, we show them what their characters are going to look like, and really help embed them in the character. Because the nature of the branching that we're doing, one moment they're going to be dying, and the next moment they're having a heartfelt moment with another character. So it's a lot of backwards and forwards, and it's a lot of work to keep on top of that and figure it out. So, but yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Now, did the lead reach out to you? Did her agent reach out to you directly and want to be involved? Or did you reach out to her?
We went after her. Yeah. Someone like Lashana, she's not looking for work at all. That is such a coup to get her. She's highly in demand. So yeah. But yeah, really, really happy with her performance, and you'll see that in the trailers that we've already done, and some, yeah.
What's a big misconception about your studio from an outsider looking in? Because you guys make horror movie games, narrative-driven games with great twists and great stories. What's a big misconception of someone looking at this game from who knows nothing about game dev?
I think it's the movie angle. Everyone thinks we're just making playable movies. You know, yeah. And you know, we play on that because we want them to look like a movie. And you know, I always talk about we get you to laugh and cry. You know, my favourite moments are those movie moments when I sit there playing it myself, crying. You know, for some of those moments when the piano hits just right. But yeah, so you know, we do focus a lot on gameplay, and you know, for this game we have focused even more, doubled down on it. We're not a studio that's shy of trying new things. You know, we've worked on loads of different types of games. You know, we're finishing at the moment the latest Little Nightmares game, so we've got a different team working on that, so we can do that fun stuff and different stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to people playing this and seeing the new gameplay we've got.
You recently got a live adaptation of all of your games in the Until Dawn movie. How did that process go from your studios end? Were you guys heavily involved, or was it kind of just like a sign off and have fun?
Yeah, so we're not actually involved in that at all. So that's a Sony-owned property, so you know they own it. We made the first game, so I mean, look, I was super proud of working on that original game. You know, it did a lot for us as a company, and we learned a lot from that. And yeah, having watched the movie, super proud of seeing some of those moments and some of the style that's come through from that. So yeah, we're not involved in that, but I'm super proud to see that up on the big screen.
You know, what's it like being part of a studio that makes single-player narrative-driven games, which they still exist, but they're few and far between nowadays. Everything's pivoting to live service. What is it like being in that industry where you can still do this kind of stuff at a AAA level?
You know, the major thing I always talk about is fun. You know, we get to, you know, I just said just now, laugh and cry. I get to do that in my job at work. You know, we get to design stuff together, working as a team, collaborating. You know, we're not all making different decisions about what the story's going to be. You know, there's a core of us that are doing that. But we all get to collaborate and have a lot of fun building this story that we're going to tell you. And, you know, we all love watching movies and watching TV series and reading books, and we all love playing games as well. And we feel, you know, we're a kind of crossover point, you know, between the movie world, TV world, and the game world. So yeah, stories. It's all about stories. We're all storytellers at heart in some way. But you know, you mentioned single player. You can play this single player, but we still have movie night mode, which is up to 5 players. The big thing for us now is that's going to be online as well, so you can have 5 players playing different characters, maybe 5 players on one machine, or each on separate machines, or some combination of. But yeah, we're not going down the live service route at the moment.
If you were given the opportunity from Sony to pivot to actually adapting your individual games as a miniseries, would you and your team want to do that, or you want to stick with games?
For me, it's games. You know, I've seen some of the other side, and it's a lot of hard work, different kind of work that I don't know about. You know, we all watch the Uncharted movie, or you know, the Last of Us TV series, and you know, Neil Druckmann doing a fantastic job with that stuff. But yeah, you know, we've had conversations in the past about that kind of stuff, but you know, I want to focus on what I know. I believe that my team are experts in their field, and so we want to keep innovating in that space.
For future game devs that want to be in an exec producer role, which is your top of the totem pole, you know, right under from Sony, what advice would you give to them on how to get your job and where you got today?
It's a big focus on communication, being friendly but firm. Yeah, and collaborating, you know, making sure, learning everything you can from the team. You will never be an expert working in production, never be an expert on any one thing. You have to lean on your team and get the best out of them and help them achieve great things. So I think that's the major focus to get to, you know, exec producer or any production job. It's about collaboration.
You have to kind of have the whole scope of work out in front of you all the time. Can you give me an example of something you've greenlit, and it could be from an older game, and something you've had to say no to due to scope or time or budget?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
That you're allowed to say. I don't want to get you in trouble.
So there's things that from every single game we've done where we've cut a scene, or more than one scene, you know, and that's always a painful decision point, and the team are always up in arms about it. But it's often the right thing to do. Sometimes for different reasons, like pacing. You know, actually take it out because it's slowing down the story and not telling you the right thing. But sometimes it's just about, okay, is it needed? And you know, we have this debate. The players don't know it's gone. You know, and we've got opportunities now. We've had opportunities in the past as well. So okay, we can bring some of that stuff back. We did that for Man of Dam. We brought back a scene that we cut, a major ending scene. And so yeah, we've got those opportunities to bring that back. In terms of greenlighting stuff, one of the big challenges we face is doing the kind of story we do. It's all about the edit, because it's like a movie and you're editing it to the last moment. and working with different publishers like Bandai Namco or any other publisher, Sony or other people in the past, they want you to stop. And we won't. We need to keep iterating to the last moment. And then you have arguments with the team about, well, no, that can go in, but that can't go in. That's risky, that's not. But you have to keep going to the last moment to make it, the best it can be.
When did your game come out and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
So 2nd of October 2025, and it's going to be PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series S and X, and Steam.
And as a fun question, favorite horror movie and why?
Okay, there's a whole bunch. The original Omen series, the fun fact about that for us is in the first one, they take the child to church, and he starts scratching at his mum or his stepmother or whatever in the car because he doesn't want to go in. That's actually filmed in Guildford, so that's really quite cool. We could see that cathedral on the hillside from our office. I love Army of Darkness, the Evil Dead movies. I just, on the plane over here, just watched 5 different horror movies. I watched Abigail, which was a lot of fun, and Wolfman, and the first Smile movie, I'd only just watched that on the plane. Paranormal Activity, seeing those moments of, just stillness, and then something happens and it scares the crap out of you. And of course, my favourite actually is the Conjuring series. I absolutely love those movies. I think they do the setting so well, and you care about the characters, and it's really scary.
I think a lot of kids have seen The Omen, or even like those older, like The Changeling. That's a good one too. People haven't seen those movies.
Yeah. There's so many good old movies. Not just the slasher movies like Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street, but The Omen and The Exorcist and all that stuff. I remember seeing that in the cinema when that was re-released many, many years ago, and that was still holds up. There's a wealth of good stuff out there.
My name is Victor Magnuson. I'm the design director on Dark Tide.
So Victor, I first want to ask, you guys had a really rocky launch. To give you a platform, can you kind of explain to the viewers who didn't know what was happening at the time, what went wrong and how you fixed it?
Well, so I think when we launched, at first people were really happy because they liked the gameplay. Like they liked the base gameplay. They liked like the combat and they liked the missions. But then after like a week or two, when the sort of supporting systems were supposed to sort of kick in, they got a bit upset because they were a bit underbaked, to be honest. But during these 2 years, or 2.5 years actually, since it's been out, we've reworked most of those systems, so they are completely overhauled by this time. Yeah.
So you guys are introducing a new class in the game. Talk a little bit about this class.
Yeah, so the new class is called the Arbites. It is actually a pet class, so it has a cyber mastiff with it. So you at all times have a dog following you around. It will passively attack enemies, but you can also order it around by using the tagging system. So you could tell it to like attack that sniper, which is super useful. So if you're like pinned down by a gunner or a sniper, and you have a really hard time reaching them because they're like shooting at you, you can just send the dog and he will 100% reach the target and kill that target. So it's like a very tactical class. Arbites are like the local, not local, but they're like the elite law enforcement of the 40k universe. So they're like really bad motherfuckers, and they will like kill everyone. So yeah, they're really cool.
There are a lot of units, and there are a lot of units just in Imperial Guard. I'm sorry, what do they call it? Like arcade? What do they call them now? Not the Imperial Guard. I'm going to use the old term.
It is Imperial Guard as well.
Yeah, the Imperial Guard or Space Marines or Adeptus Mechanicus. Yeah. How do you guys go about deciding what you're going to pull from and insert into your game? Because there's so many options, and everyone has their favorite.
Yeah, it is a quite long process, to be honest. We look at lots of them. When we decided to do the Arbites, we had 3 different ideas on the shortlist. But then in the end, we opted for the Arbites because we knew that from Vermintide, that the pet class, we did a Necromancer in Vermintide, was super popular. So we wanted to do a pet class. So that was sort of the deciding factor this time. But we will be doing more classes in the future, and yeah, as you say, it is. There's a lot to choose from, so it's really hard to decide which one to do.
You guys have a lot of weapons and tools and stuff like that. Do you guys look at the codexes and like kind of go, okay, so this gun's super powerful. This is what AP2 is. Like, do you guys look at that stuff when you're adding stuff into the game and try to make it as close to the codex right as possible?
Yes, I currently have a codex on my desk back in Sweden. I won't tell you why, but I am looking at some stuff, yes.
Space Marines confirmed, right? That's the.
No, I mean, the thing with the Dark Tide is that there are no Space Marines. Like, you play as a human. That is the goal of the game, to portray, like, the human side of Warhammer 40,000 and how it would be to be a normal person, or at least, like, maybe a military, but, like, quite capable, but still a human being, and not, like, Space God, Space Marine that lives for 10,000 years and is able to, like, kill everything they see.
Right. And that's the difference, too. Like, you wanted to tell a story that was about mortality, and Space Marines, in the lore, also, they're set in very specific situations. They're there for a reason. They're death squads, they're elite units, they're the Navy SEALs, right? Like, so it wouldn't make any sense for them to be like, why would they be at this Forge World planet going down?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, for not knowing what's down there. They make them in after, but not now.
No, we usually think of it, if the Space Marines arrive, the war is over. Like, the planet has given up. Like, okay, they're going to demolish the whole planet. So we're trying to stop that from happening, basically. Yeah.
Can you give an example of, like, something the community gave you feedback that you improved upon in this next update?
One thing, definitely, is that with this update, there's also a free update coming. And one thing that has been a sort of sore thumb since release is the onboarding into the game. As a new player or a veteran player, it is after the prologue and the tutorial, we sort of throw you in the deep end. We send you to the mission board, and there's like a bunch of different missions you can choose from, and you don't really understand how they tie together. So we're adding a campaign into the game, actually. So it's like a little bit story driven. Like we tie 18 missions together in a thread, and you complete one by one, and you get a little like video after each mission showing you or telling you what you did, why you did it, what the enemy's sort of motivations are. So we better explain and onboard you into the story. Another thing that we're also doing with this update, since we're messing with the mission board, is that we are changing the amount of missions available at any difficulty. So instead of only having like 3 to 4 missions of any given difficulty, now you will have an entire mission board per difficulty. So we are like quadrupling or 5 times the amount of missions you can choose at any given time. So that is a direct sort of response to players' feedback that we've gotten throughout the 2 years in the game has been active.
I know in the original launch of the game, you chose Nurgle and Cultists as kind of the main enemies, but man, boy, I'd love to see Genestealer cult in this, and it makes perfect sense.
That is something that a lot of our community as well are asking for, so who knows?
How do those decisions get made? I mean, obviously you chose Nurgle, but like, you guys sit down and work with Games Workshop, or you just see what works well with gameplay, what works well with the story?
Yeah, we are constantly in discussions with Games Workshop about every detail of the game that we do. We have a weekly meeting with them where we show all our plans. We show them every concept art, every model, everything. So we're constantly in discussions with them, and this is one of the discussions that we definitely have with them as well.
How do you guys decide what weapons and tools get placed in the game? Because again, huge arsenal on both the Space Marine and the Imperial Guard side for just weapons, melee weapons, shields, armor, everything.
Well, it's a combination of what is available to the characters, but also we try to look at our current roster of weapons and see if there are any sort of holes or niches that we're not sort of supplying, or something that we maybe only have one weapon in a specific niche, and then we try to fill that hole as much as we can.
Is it easier for your team to implement a weapon that you've seen in other video games before? I mean, Space Marine 2, the Relic series. Some of those weapons have been, but some of the stuff you have in this game has never been done in 3D before or had animation before. It's only had the either tabletop picture or the add-on in the codex.
I mean, easy would be the wrong word. I wouldn't use that word, but yeah, we've gotten a lot better at doing weapons, like doing it now we started working on this game 6.5 years ago, I think. So there's been a lot of work done, and now as we get more comfortable sort of doing stuff, we are able to do it faster. But it is still a lot of work. The melee system in the game, it takes a lot of animations to get it feel just right. So there is a lot of work for each weapon. So it's like we have something called marks in the game, which is like variations of the same weapon. That is quite quick to do. If we have like an auto gun to do a second mark on an auto gun, that is quite fast for us to do. But any new weapon that is not sort of similar to any of the existing weapons takes a lot of time and a lot of animation and a lot of tweaking and fixing. Yeah.
What was your team's biggest takeaway from Vermintide 2 that you brought with you into Darktide?
Oh, good question. Big question. When we design games, we have something called core pillars. One of the core pillars was sort of rely on our strengths. So one thing that we took from Vermintide was like, we have really good melee combat, first-person melee combat. Let's not mess with it. Like, if we have a problem, let's not sort of reinvent it. Like, if we have already found a solution in Vermintide, let's reuse that idea. We still had to do changes to it, but like, let's not reinvent the wheel when we already have a good solution. So yeah, the melee combat, I would say, is probably the main thing that we took from Vermintide.
And like, you guys have that really cool anime AI system, which makes each playthrough differently. But man, I would love to see you guys try to do some procedural generated tile tech to make all the maps different every time you play. Have you guys discussed that internally?
It is something that we are experimenting with. I'm not promising anything here.
No, you're just testing. This is a test, folks. You're not.
Exactly. But we have a team that are experimenting with all the new AI stuff that is coming out now and see how we could use it and what we can do with it. It's still so early on. Like, we don't really know. Like everybody else, it's like we're sort of a bit wandering around, a bit blind at this new sort of technology that we are faced with. But we're definitely sort of poking at it and trying to figure out how we can use it in a cool way.
So I have some actually community questions from one of the best Darktide players in the world, Kendall Ford. How will the Mastiff function alongside not just the Arbitus, but the other players as well?
One cool thing that, I mean, he follows the Arbitus around. The Arbitus can also order him to attack elite enemies or above. A way how it integrates with the other players is that we have this system called coherency or aura in the game, where if you stay close to your friends, you regain toughness. And there is a talent in the Arbitus talent tree that allows the dog to also count towards coherency. So you can stick close to the dog and be in coherency with your teammates. So that's a way how it sort of cross works with the other classes as well.
With this next update, he wants to know if you will possibly feature any new weapons or tools.
Yeah, the Arbitus comes with 4 unique weapons that are only available to him. It is a Arbitus shotgun. It's a pump-action shotgun, super powerful. It has a new weapon special where he takes a cartridge from the top of the gun and loads it in, and it has like an electric charge on the shotgun. He also has a shot pistol with a shield, so he's the first character in the game that is able to play defensively while doing ranged combat. He also has a shield and a shock maul, which the shield charges up when it gets hit. And then he can use the weapon special to release that charge as a shockwave in front of him. And then he also has a Arbitus shock maul that is really powerful and cool to use.
Do you plan on doing more collabs with Owlcat?
We don't have anything planned right now, but it was really fun doing it with Owlcat. I think it was like a month or 2 ago. So if they're up for it, I think we are as well.
Any love for the other classes for tools and weapons?
Yes, since we are adding a new shotgun with the Arbitus, we went back and retooled the old shotguns as well. So they have all gotten some love, and there are also some other weapons that have also gotten some love in this update, yeah.
So this is a lore question. With the implication of the Inquisition isn't doing hot with pulling of the Nurgle infestation on the planet, pushing the Arbitries to step in, could this mean that maybe Gangers or Upper Hive Mind will be more involved with attempting to stem the tide of the Mobian Six?
Yeah. Maybe. No, I can't answer that, sorry.
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible, that is true.
You know, off the table, if you could do anything, if time, money, and budget and approvals weren't a question, is there a specific weapon or class or faction you'd want to put in the game, and why?
I definitely think if we had like unlimited budget and resources for a while, I would definitely do another faction. I think that's probably the first thing I would do, because I think the game is ripe for some new enemies. So yeah, that's where I would put my money. Yeah.
There are people out there who love the Adeptus Mechanicus. When can people expect the next update?
This update will come on June 23rd, and then if the gaming dev gods are with us, we will also have an update after summer sometime.
What's a big misconception from an outsider who doesn't make games but plays a lot of them about game development?
That it's fast to produce content. No, I think the biggest misconception is that it is easy to do stuff. Everything is hard to do. Like even the easiest thing that you think, like, yeah, it won't be a problem, there will 100% be problems. Everything takes much longer to do than you can imagine. Because even like adding a button with a text on it, you have to then localize that text. You have to sort of create the button. There's lots of work, and it takes minimum like 3-4 weeks to just do that. Because there's a lot of back and forth between different, like we have to send it away for translation and stuff like that. So everything in the game, how small it ever is much more time consuming than you think it is. And even us, the developers, think, I will do that in like 2 weeks, no problem. And then it takes like a month to do. So yeah, it is really hard.
This is now your third Games Workshop collaboration with the IP. Can you talk about your relationship with them and like how it's evolved and what they supply in terms of support and tech to make the game a reality?
Yeah, we've been working with them for 10 years now, I think. I mean, yeah, like I said, we have weekly meetings with them where we talk to them both about like sometimes they come with ideas to us and we bring ideas to them. We discuss like how things should look, how they should work. Maybe there's some weapons, since we are doing this thing where we are using weapons that previously have only been seen on the mini models. Like some of them, like nobody knows how it actually works, so we need to figure out, okay, how does this weapon actually work? Does it have like a receiver? Does it have a magazine, or how does it actually function? So there's a lot of discussions like that going on as well, trying to figure out like how would it sound. Like when we tried to come up with how a lascan sounded, like nobody knew. Like, is it silent? It's a laser. Is it a laser or like?
Kickback?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. And we ended up giving it kickback, even though I know there is a hot topic in the community if it should have kickback or not. But it just for the game feel, having a weapon that has no kickback is just super boring to shoot. So we went with the sort of more fun option.
Not to kind of like toot your own horn, but there have been a lot of 40K games, a lot of fantasy games, digital games that don't necessarily find their audience stick around very long. But what is it you think about your games that make the community just play them for so long? Vermintide 2 was supported for so long, and you're continuing to support Darktide as well.
I think it's a combination that we keep building on them. We don't give up on them. We just keep adding stuff, like sometimes maybe foolishly or like, but we just keep working on them. But the other thing I think is the randomness in the game. So it stays fresh for a very, very long time. And I think every time you play a match, even me, I've been playing this game for like 6 years since working on it. I get surprised every time. Like, holy shit, did you see that guy come flying over there? Like, there's always something that is like you weren't expecting that happens. And it's pretty much every time you play. And I think that just makes you want to come back and play more.
Can you pet the dog?
Yes, you can. But only you. Because they are cyber mastiffs. They're not like nice dogs. It will bite off the hand of anyone else that pets it. But yes, the arbitrator can pet his own dog.
My name is Jesper Kidd. I'm a composer of music for video games and film. I did the music for Darktide.
So, Jesper, how did you become a composer in the video game space?
I started making music on the Commodore 64 back when I was 13, and that kind of became my obsession. Around that time, I also started gravitating and finding friends that were doing graphics and programming. And then I ended up working on the Amiga, and we started working on our first game. And then we started a game company, which later became IO Interactive. A lot of those people went and funded IO Interactive.
A little game company called IO. You may have heard of them.
Yeah.
Right?
So, I mean, that's when it all started back when I was a teenager. And I just, been doing it ever since.
Yeah, you're like a veteran when it comes, like, you've been in this industry for like decades. What's it been like seeing this industry evolve, and not only that, but your audio tools evolve as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. In the beginning, we were definitely limited by the game consoles themselves, like Commodore 64 or Amiga or the Sega Genesis back then, and you have to work within those constraints. That was a challenge. It was also interesting because it produced some really unique music, like the whole SID music, chip music, that whole chip tune, all that was invented on a Commodore 64, and I did hundreds of those kind of tracks back when I started out. So that, new music styles do get invented, and then it carries over, and people are still doing that kind of music today. So interesting things happen when you have all those limitations, but I mean, it's very good to see how now we basically can do almost anything we can think of. Especially with all the live recordings and the soloists, the orchestras, the choirs. And I think one of the biggest changes is how much the music is played in the symphony halls around the world right now. That has just become such an amazing thing to see how video gamers and video game music lovers are coming into the opera houses. to listen to video game music. This is so awesome.
Yeah, no, I was the oddball in high school that didn't listen to like regular music. I listened to like video game tracks, right? And that's N64 PlayStation days, you know, like that was the odd people like you're listening to that and you couldn't find them anywhere either. This was pre-YouTube. You couldn't find them anywhere. You had to find a niche store that sold it, the CD or the cassette, and be like, oh my god, they have this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to video game music as a kid too. I mean, well, you know, starting at 13 is when I got into video games and video game music at the same time, because it just like suddenly I was introduced to it, and I had no idea. But the Commodore 64 had like an analog sound chip inside of it, an analog synthesizer built in, and so that's where video game music, in my case, you know, in my, that's how I see it in my brain. Video game music really started there, because anything prior to that was all this beat music that had like no soul. You know, it was like. Not that King's Quest and those games didn't have soul, but it was beep. There was no atmosphere. Yeah. You could only do the beep, and then you better have some good melodies, and they did, thank God. But with the Commodore 64, you could suddenly start adding like fake reverb and all these things because you had a sound chip inside. So yeah, ever since then, I've been completely addicted to video game music, and my dreams have always been to make that stuff.
I know that Sega was either famous or infamous for like its soundboard because it created a really unique sound with limitations that artists really got to like experiment with that console specifically. And you worked on some of that stuff. What was it like interfering with that stuff in the 90s?
Oh yeah, no, we weren't a big fan of Sega's music system, so we went and did our own. So we did our own music program, which Sega had their music program, which was mostly used for samples, and it was like 8-bit, really crappy sounding samples full of noise, you know? That's just what it was.
The twang of the Sega, it had this little twang thing, yeah, it was a very weird...
Yeah, and every sound had like distortion in it. Every sound was like, you know, it's like all... So it just didn't really go enough, it didn't go hard enough for us, you know? So we made our own music program, which was CD quality music in 44 hertz, you know, and we could have 6 channels of pure FM. So what we did with that machine was pretty incredible, and that allowed me to write some really interesting scores.
Can you sound off and tell the viewers out there some of the music you've made over the past 3 decades for different video games that you're proud of and like?
Sure. So I mean, it started with Hitman. I did the first 4 Hitman games: Hitman Codename 47, Hitman Silent Assassin, Hitman Contracts, and Hitman Blood Money. Freedom Fighters, Kane and Lynch, Darksiders 2. Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, State of Decay 1, State of Decay 2, currently working on State of Decay 3, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Lately I've been working a lot on the Warhammer stuff, so Vermintide 1 and Vermintide 2, and now Darktide. So yeah, and I'm also working on films. So yeah, there's a lot of...
Very busy.
Yeah, there's a lot in there.
Well, it's good to be busy, you know, like you don't want to be begging for work. I think you're past that point anyway.
No, I have to make music every day or my whole vibe is out of balance, you know. So it's just one of those things, I don't even think about it anymore. I just have to make music, and it doesn't even matter if you're not in the mood. Then you sit down and make some crappy music. What's important is just you make something every day.
What do you, where do you draw inspiration from for, like, example, like Darktide? Like, do you watch films, listen to soundtracks, listen to orchestral scores? Like, talk about your creative process when you're developing the tone of the game.
Well, Darktide was interesting because I was asked directly from the team, Fat Shark, that we didn't want something typical to the Warhammer universe. Yeah, we wanted grim dark. That's okay, but we weren't looking for the more orchestral trailer kind of music that's that was popular for a while. We wanted to try something different, so retaining the choirs was important, live choirs. But other than that, it was just a lot of experimentation. So it became much more electronic based, and I don't know if EDM is the right way to put it because it's much more cinematic and it has live choirs all over it. But it definitely has it has a darkness to it. But I also think the Warhammer universe, there's something about it that it takes itself serious, but it's also incredibly epic with slogans such as "There is only war." Like you have to go beyond that a little bit and score it in a way that, I don't want to say you don't take it super serious, but you have to be able to see how crazy that is. And you go 40,000 years in the future. So whatever you invent, it can be really out there because we can't possibly predict what that sounds like. So Darktide was much more an experiment of you coming from the ground up as a person coming into, you're starting the game in jail, all right, and then you have to work your way up in the Imperium, and that's a sound that's very much reflected in the score. It has a much more, how do you say? It has more like a grim, like a low-tech sound built into it, and then as you progress in the game, the Imperium is making its mark on the music with these big choirs, and everything becomes more and more epic.
You mentioned you're on a lot of different projects, and those projects have multiple time frames and budgets. I mean, you can do music in your room on a keyboard, right? But is it, in a perfect world, do you prefer like a live choir with a full orchestral like band in like a soundstage environment?
It really depends on the project. If like something like Assassin's Creed benefits hugely from live orchestra, I can't imagine Assassin's Creed 2 without a live orchestra. I think that added so much of that humanity to the score, which I think is the core of that score. I can't imagine Ezio's Family without an orchestra playing it. It just wouldn't be the same. But then on the other extreme side of things, when you're working on something like Darktide, like if we don't want the Imperium represented in this moment, then I don't need live choirs. And then I can just do my electronic music, and it in many ways it hits harder if I sit and do all the mixing myself and all the producing than if I go and bring it to an orchestra or have someone else mix it. When I do those kinds of tracks, I like to do everything myself, and it just becomes this really intense thing.
How does it feel knowing, like, you've won multiple awards, you've done, multiple video games that are very famous, but like your Assassin's Creed theme is a theme they still use today in trailers. Like, in hindsight, when you're doing that original score for the first or second game, like, did you think that would become like the main theme of the entire franchise 15 years later, be used in teaser trailers and all these like forms of different media and get remixes on YouTube and everything?
No. And if I had been asked to do that, I think it would have been very like, you might have just been sitting there overthinking how epic that is. You can't do that. I think it happened in a really natural way, and the fact that they have an Assassin's Creed, Ezio's Family version in every Assassin's Creed game, I mean, that's not something I could have imagined. It's great, and I feel really good about it. But it was, of course, written for, Ezio and his struggle and his tragic that happened with his family and his brothers and his dad, and so that was the focus. But I think since then it's become more of a anthem of being an assassin and all the sacrifices assassins have to make to have that lifestyle, to have that life. I think it's a good transition because I do think it really does fit that as well. I just didn't really see that when I wrote it, so it kind of evolved, and I feel good about it.
As technology evolves, does that make your creative process easier to create like music for different things? As technology, obviously, keyboard and tapes and stuff to like Logic Pro and keyboards and all these synthesizers that you can now like emulate in real time on your laptop if you needed to. Does that make your job easier, or is it still just the same process, just different?
I think it makes it harder because now it's easier to do music that sounds like, yeah, that'll be fine, that'll fit, this is fine. So you can get to that, this is okay, this is appropriate moment quicker. And I think that's not good. I don't want that. I don't want people to say, yeah, that's appropriate. I'm really hoping that say like, yeah, that's cool. That's how we didn't think of that. And I think a lot of the scores I've done, I've been called in to do something different. Like Darksiders 2, the team wanted a fantasy score that people hadn't heard before. So we had to do some experimentation. But I think on most of my projects, that's where I end up going, trying to do something different. Again, I think that's coming out of the demo scene and that whole world. That was what I was always comfortable with, just experimenting. That's kind of my comfort place.
What's a big misconception from like someone who knows nothing about Hollywood or the gaming industry about making music for a video game?
Well, I mean, I think one of the misconceptions I hear a lot is that people seem to think you need to have like a knack for it or something. And I'm like, well, hard work will get you there too. I didn't sit around thinking whether I had talent or not when I started out. It just didn't even enter my head. Maybe it's because I was 13. Maybe it's because I wasn't trying to do music that was trying to be this or trying to be that. I was just trying to find my style. I wasn't trying to emulate, and I wasn't trying to do music that I knew I could sell and would fit into a current trend. I just was doing music. That was it. And I think that's something that I hear that, people seem to think, well, you have to have a talent for it. I don't know. You just have to have a work ethic. And I think the most important thing is you have to really love it. You have to really love making music, because you might get a big project one day and it might be a very big challenge for you. And you might have crazy hours. It might be really hard to let go of some of your favorite tracks because perhaps they don't fit or whatever. You have to be able to take all that aside and just be, really strong and take it well, And I think it's not for everybody. But don't think that you can't do it. The most important thing is to have the passion and just keep going, make music every day. And at some point, your music will start to sound good. I mean, I say that because my music in the beginning was not like I sat down, oh my God, I have such a knack, this is amazing. It's just hard work.
What advice would you give to a high schooler or middle schooler that really wants to compose specifically for video games?
Well, I mean, that's definitely one of the advices I would give. And also, don't be too hard on yourself. I think with this whole this world we live in where everything is so instant gratification, like it's very easy to say, oh, I want to sit down, I want to write a cue, and I'm going to prove to myself I have, the talent to work in video game industry. It doesn't work like that. You have to be patient with yourself. You have to be good to yourself, and you have to be okay with failure, and you have to think of it as, no, it's just failing forward. Did you learn something from your failure? Let's not think about like you're not going to sit down and write great music every day, no matter who you are. And if I sit down and I don't like my music, I just throw it aside and I start over. Don't take it too serious. Just and don't be too hard on yourself.
Hello everybody, my name is Kazuto Sakajiri and I am the producer on Ratatan.
People who don't know what this game is, give us a brief description about what this game is all about.
So Ratatan is considered the spiritual successor of Patapon, and it was it's being developed by the same lead designer, Mr. Hiroyuki Kotani. This time it has the essence of Patapon, but it's more of an action type of game, action roguelike element with rhythm as well.
What were some inspirations that the team pulled from when making a sequel, and what lessons did they take away from the previous game that they brought with them to the next one?
So yeah, one of the main inspirations, he gives all credit to Kotani, the lead developer. So one of the things they wanted to do with the Ratatan is keep that same Kotani-ism essence there, but create a completely new IP that, as we mentioned, is a spiritual successor and add new elements. I wouldn't say that it's actually like what did they learn from it. They just wanted to try a new game, and that's where the action element comes into play, especially how you can freely control the main character, which is much different from Patapon.
So music's a big theme in your game. Talk about that process of working with the composer and making it work with the gameplay mechanics so it flowed well.
So yeah, the main composer of Patapon, Kenmei Adachi, has come back for Ratatan, and so they're very happy to have him back on board. But one of the interesting things about it, as you mentioned, is music is very important. So they're really happy with all of Adachi's compositions. However, the lyrics were made by Kotani. So he thinks it's been really interesting to see how the fusion between Adachi, the composer, and Kotani's lyrics have come together, and how they want to time that up, not just for a Japanese audience, but for a global audience. For example, the title Ratatan, they wanted it to make sense in Japanese, but also have Westerners identify with it.
Yeah, talk about the title. What does the title mean? How did the title come about? Like, how did you guys decide on Ratatan, and does it have a meaning on in the West and in the East?
So similarly to Patapon, they wanted to create a title that was a word that evoked sound. So you think of like rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. So they wanted, that's where it came from. They're like, feel the beat. It's a musical input. However, as I just mentioned, they wanted to make sure that the word itself made sense in both Japanese and English. For example, in Japanese, if you say like pow, they have their own word in Japanese. So they wanted it, to be universally understandable for everybody.
What's a big misconception with your family and friends when you tell them that you're a producer on video games?
So he said a lot of his friends and family think that, oh, you work on video games, you get to like play games all day, don't you? And he's like, no, man, I'm putting in the work. This is tough. So yeah, he gets that a lot.
So when is your game released and what platforms will it come out at launch?
So they just released the demo on Steam, and early access version is scheduled for July 25th of this year. The 1.0 version is still TBD, but they're aiming for about 6 months to 1 year for that full release to come out. They plan to have 2 major updates during early access, and I want to say that the final release will be PC and consoles, and the multiplayer is going to be cross-platform. So they're looking forward to bringing everybody together to play the game.
Now you said consoles, does that mean Nintendo Switch 2?
Saying, yeah, that's the question of the day, isn't it? He's like, well, I can't really say anything right now, but just stay tuned next month. Something might come out.
They won't even know what hit them. Oh boy. Here we go.
Hi, I'm Maciej Krzemień, lead producer for Mouse, PI for Hire.
So where did the idea for this game come from?
The idea from this game came from our art director, actually, Michał. Shout out to this guy. Anyway, a couple of years ago, he stumbled upon a single picture posted online. It was a Bioshock fan art, but it was drawn in this rubber hose animation style. And he looked at this picture and he said, hey, I do love Bioshock, and I'm an animator, and I do love rubber hose animation style, so why is no one doing a game like this? So he approached our CEO, Mateusz. Mateusz loved the idea, and banded with just a handful of people. They started working on a very early prototype, pitched it here and there. In the meantime, it boomed on social media, and well, the rest is history. Here we are.
Why do we not see more games like this? The technology is obviously there, but we get a lot of pixel art games, we get a lot of super stylized games, but not traditional 2D animation. The technology we have is here. Why do we not see more of these games?
I'd say because most probably it's very difficult and it takes a long time to make it right, because with the style that we opted for, it's hand-drawn frame by frame without any enhanced techniques to the animation itself. So it takes quite some time to get everything right, from the weapons, the HUD and the enemies, and well, putting them in a 3D environment that goes well with those 2D elements is really tricky. It took us a lot of time, a lot of iterations throughout the production process. So I suppose that because of the difficulties and finding right people for the job, it's not that popular.
Right, because in a 3D model, if you need something reanimated, you just re-rig it and fix it. 2D, it's you start over, completely over.
Yeah, so for example, if we did not know the parameters of, say, reloading a certain weapon, we would not be able to animate this. Because when the animation is there, we can speed it up a bit, we can slow it down a bit, but only so much, because if we overdo it, it doesn't look good anymore. So we had to make sure that, for example, we know how long the reload should take before animating this. So, sometimes the design has to be sped up in some areas to get the animation done properly. So yeah, it is difficult.
How do you guys work with temp assets when you're making the game? Because obviously the assets can't be 100% animated or done because it's traditional 2D style. Like, how do you guys do that? Do you use sketches, placeholders?
Yeah, we do a lot of sketches. So we always start with a very rough animation, and when it's there, we put it into the game just to see if it feels good in gameplay. And when we are set on that being good, then we pursue this further. We do the detailed animation, we add the color to it. So yeah, we always start with very rough stuff, and then we move on from there.
So when does your game come out, and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
Yeah, so obviously, just like we've announced so far, PC and consoles.
And maybe, buried beneath it all, lies an answer.
When the heart cries.
So I'm Sam Dribble. I'm the, I guess, mostly one-man army on this game. So I guess creative director. I don't know. It's kind of hard to give myself a role. I just do whatever needs to be done.
And we are looking at Total Chaos, which from what I've seen here is a sort of psychological survival horror first-person shooter from Trigger Happy Interactive and Apogee Entertainment.
Yeah, it's kind of a remake of a mod I made a long time ago. Something I've wanted to do for a while, and then I started working on Turbo Overkill, which was a completely different game, and it was always in the back of my mind. It's like, oh yeah, I made this mod. I'd love to go back into doing horror again, and now I finally get the chance to.
There have been quite a few first-person horror games, but like we don't get one that like really takes us into the immersive sort of psychological side of that very often. Like it's usually more in your face. It's usually more like brutal or fast-paced. This game, and especially considering Total Overkill that came before it, feels drastically different from what one might expect out of a first-person shooter from like a survival horror first-person shooter from first glance.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I haven't actually played a lot of psychological horror games. The first time I played Silent Hill 2, which is something, working on the mod, I drew a lot of inspiration from. But I never actually played Silent Hill until last year when the remake came out. Resident Evil, I'd never played it until the remake came out the year before that. Or I think it might have been the year before that. So I haven't really played a lot of psychological horror. I've seen a lot of videos of games that I'm like, oh, okay, I want to try and do a horror game. I want to try and give it a bit more depth than just a basic, just lots of jump scares, which is all I really knew about horror games. So I watched a lot of Let's Plays on psychological horror games, and I kind of just did what I think would be cool in a horror game. But a lot of other games have done the exact same thing I've done before. So I kind of just wanted to do my own spin on it. It's complete 180 from Turbo Overkill. It's a lot slower. Turbo Overkill is just super fast, no reloads, killing monsters all the time. But this is more of a slower game. You're only fighting 2 or 3 monsters at a time, and the action is a lot slower. But it makes up for it and just being really, really freaking scary.
And I happen to notice, like, from some of the recent videos, and especially the demo video, like, there is a heavy melee aspect in this game. You don't always have a firearm on you. Like, when you watch the video, those hits, like, preparing yourself for an enemy, squaring up with them, making sure that you hit, and then, like, dodging back in case there's more than one. Like, can you speak a little bit to how you design sort of the flow of combat, especially up close in this game?
Yeah, sure. So at first I wasn't going to do any combat. I just wanted to do, the early versions of the game felt a lot like a walking sim where you just go from scare to scare. And I mean, at the time when I was conceptualizing the idea of the game, like that was a lot of what was being made at the time, was just a lot of, kind of games with not a lot of combat, just a lot of, just all about the scares. But I was playing a lot of, the inspiration comes from a real weird place. I was playing a lot of Dark Souls at the time. And I just loved. I mean, I was purely first-person shooter. I never played any RPGs or any games like Dark Souls before, and I was quite late to the party. But when I did play it, I got addicted to it pretty quick. Just how brutal the combat was, and how every input you put in is, you have to commit to that. So I wanted to try and replicate that kind of combat in this game, which is, I kind of wanted to make something like a Souls-like at the time. I mean, I kind of just borrowed aspects from it. I didn't go all in on it, but a lot of the combat inspiration came from that, especially with the melee. You have the light attacks and heavy attacks and the dodging, and then I had to put guns in there because you got to have guns. But I mean, when you do find them, they're you can't use them a lot. The ammo is very scarce. Otherwise, if you just have guns all the time, then the whole thing becomes a bit easy.
Turbo Overkill came out in 2023, and now this game is about to come, if I'm reading correctly, in July 2025. Are there any particular lessons you learned from the development of Turbo Overkill that you've applied here in this project?
I mean, one of the big ones is testing is important. Just try and get people playing it as early as you can, even when it's not fully finished. Because I usually find that when people test games, they find stuff you never expected to find yourself. Because when I test a lot of stuff myself, but when I play the game, I just play it the same way over and over and over again. But getting testers in, especially watching that playback, gives you a fresh perspective on how a lot of people are going to play the game. You can kind of I guess with Turbo Overkill, there was a benefit of having early access, which meant that that pool of people testing the game is suddenly so much larger, and you can take in all of this feedback and you can kind of address it as you go. With this, when we're not doing early access, we're just going straight into 1.0. So testing became very important with this project. There's kind of a way I play it, and that's in my mind. It's like how I think everyone's going to play it, but that's just not the reality of it. So you kind of have to account for multiple play styles. So testing's important. Having a good workflow, like a good pipeline, is good, but I don't think I hit it this time. It's still quite a mess. Like the whole process of actually making content, it's very like I can't really pull in help from other people to make levels, make art assets, because if they look at the workflow, it's just such a freaking mess. So having a good workflow is important. Something I still want to work on. Mostly just making sure testing happens quite early. Just even if it's for prototype content, for gameplay mechanics, just making sure that they hit the way that you want them to. I mean, I feel like I should have learned a lot more from Turbo Overkill working on it, but I think I'm a guy of habit. I just have habits that I had during Turbo Overkill that just haven't changed, even if it's to my detriment. But it's just the way it is, I guess.
To a certain degree, if it works.
Exactly, yeah. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
And like the imagery in this game, like, is stark. There's a lot. Like between the creatures, like you got the like sort of supernatural sort of stalkers, but like you've also got like these multi-legged creatures that are like almost, it's hard to even figure out what they are past like terrifying nightmare fuel. Walls full of arms, and like I'm just kind of curious, like you mentioned Dark Souls a little bit, and you also mentioned that you had only played like some of the classic horrors recently. Can you speak a little bit to the inspirations for like the imagery and set and environment design and creature design?
Yeah, I've always been a fan of body horror. Like the more grotesque, the better, I think. And during the early stages of development, when I was doing the mod, I was watching a lot of videos on Cry of Fear, which is a Half-Life mod that came out quite some time ago. I never played it. I just watched Let's Plays of it, and I just love what they did with how abstract some of the monsters looked, and how it's just like a bunch of gore with legs and arms sticking out, and just all these random devices just getting stuck in. And I kind of liked that look, especially with a little minor spoilers with the game being kind of associated around like disease, and how kind of like a happy place in the player's head is kind of being corrupted by all this bad stuff. I kind of wanted to work off that and just have like it's kind of like the characters the same as the environment. It's just like what a normal monster, but it's just being corrupted by its surroundings. I just love body horror stuff. I mean, I don't really concept out monsters. I kind of just like I do all my 3D modeling in Blender, which is really great tool for sculpting. And I'll just like take a cube and it's like, okay, well, how messed up can I make this cube? And I'll just start like sculpting away and seeing it's like I'll try this, try that. There's a lot of trial and error. I have many failed monster designs that I just never thought were good enough. But I kind of just have a random thought in my head. It's like, hey, what do we stick an arm out of this guy's mouth? See what happens. So it's mostly just freestyling, really. I mean, it's pretty messed up places, I guess. But I don't know where it comes from.
And I am curious, one part of horror that we often see, depending on the game, is like, a lot of them involve sort of like a puzzle aspect, and this game does seem kind of slowish to the point of like being methodical. Do you intend to focus in on like the action and the experience, or are there going to be sort of any puzzle solving in this one?
It was funny because the mod didn't have any puzzles on it, and so this standalone release does have puzzles, and it kind of came from me before, when I made the mod. This was before I played any classic horror games, and now that I've played the classic horror games and I'm starting work on the standalone, I'm like, okay, well, it seems to be a staple to have puzzles in these games, so maybe I should try and include a few puzzles. And at first I thought people weren't going to like it, especially people who love the mod. Like, why are there puzzles in this? They weren't in the mod. But when we put the demo out, there was a puzzle in there at the beginning, and people seemed to really enjoy it. So I'm like, okay, let's try and add a few more in. So I'm trying to go for like a puzzle per level. And they're really fun to make. They're very different from anything I've made before. I've never made, there were no puzzles in Turbo Overkill. It was just like hold down, click, and shoot. So in this, it was kind of fun to just try something different. And yeah, with the action, I guess the pacing's kind of kind of a mix between combat scenarios and exploration, and I kind of I mean the exploration's important because you need the resources. So I guess it's kind of 50-50 exploration and combat. It can be it mostly goes at your own pace. Like when you're done with one area, you go to the next, and that's when the encounters happen. It's nothing like very rare that you'll just run into a room and it'll lock you in and throw all these monsters in and you have to kill them all. It's kind of like where you're going, you're gonna fight some monsters and say, okay, do I keep going or do I backtrack and find resources? And the levels are designed in a way where they're kind of like Dark Souls as well, where it's just quite open with shortcuts you can unlock. So you will find yourself backtracking to previous areas quite a bit.
As you mentioned, there is a demo out there. The players can check it out and give it a try and see what they think of like a short experience of the game. Is there anything like particularly surprising that you've learned since that first demo has been out in the wild and players have gotten to see?
Yeah, I mean, at first there's a lot of, I guess, self-doubt and fear because putting this out is very different from Turbo Overkill, and I thought people might look at the game expecting something faster, something that kind of works with something that fits the pace of Turbo Overkill. I mean, you look at it and it looks like there could be something like that, but when you actually sit down and play it, especially the demo, the first level is so slow. Like you don't actually get to kill anything until 20-30 minutes in. And I thought people weren't gonna enjoy it. I thought they were gonna hate it. But I mean, people who did sit down and played it, like they were patient with it, which I was really grateful for. I thought it would have turned a lot of people off, but yeah, the feedback's been really good. So, and seeing that a lot of people did make it to the end of the demo it just feels really good. I mean, it feels like we're heading in the right direction with it, and just keep going the way we're going.
And where can people find out more about Total Chaos, like when it's coming, news on the game, and like where they can expect to find it?
I think best links will be Twitter. So it's called X now for some reason. The X links, mostly Apogee especially. We also have a Discord server, so there's the Apogee server, and there's also a kind of a official one. But I mean, when you play the demo, when you reach in the main menu, there are links in there as well to all the socials, and when you finish the demo, there's also links to all the Discord servers. So those will probably be the best places.
Yeah, Perky and I and a number of other folks, Corey Edwards, who's still with us, Jean Simonet, who amazing Bluetooth Pixels Dice. Go check out pixelsdice.com. A bunch of us actually from Blood Rain 2 went and worked on Oblivion and Fallout 3. Fallout 3 in particular was like this really transformational project, right? Like we as a studio at Bethesda at that time were like growing and like kind of like grappling with the new IP for us, right? Grappling with like a lot of new blood from the team that came on to like finish Oblivion. And yeah, like so Perky and I and Jean and Corey and others like came from that team in Texas. And what we found is like we were Perky and I and others like were really early in our career, really young, and figuring out like how to make our name, like on this like established project and this IP that we had such a huge amount of respect for. And what that led to was like a lot of creative problem solving, where like now we're collaborating across departments, we're collaborating across like people who are like, old school Bethesda and like sort of the new blood Bethesda that we were at the time. And that really left an imprint. Like it was transformational for me as a developer and as like a collaborator. I think it was for Perky as well, and some of our other teammates. And so I think if you see like a synchronicity, like, Nate and I worked on so much together over the years that, I think it makes sense that he's doing this, like his solo dev career has been like so amazing to watch.
Axis Unseen, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Axis, and then he just did this like the sort of ridiculous like car parkour thing that he made like very quickly. Yeah, he's just working on something new right now. Likewise, like I'm very much not like a solo dev the way that Perky is, but like really wanting to kind of recapture some of like the working dynamic of that time, right? Of like really like trying to like endeavor to have this like intimate understanding of like the strengths and the aspirations of like the people you're creating with, and then use that to like make the best version of whatever you're building possible. And it's harder the bigger you get on any team to have the space for all of that influence, like to get the best of what everyone has to offer.
We talked about it a little bit off camera, but like it's not Bethesda that made the game, it's the people. And if the people leave, like what's left, right? You have the IP, okay, but like if the people who made that IP great are all gone, what do you have left?
Yeah, I mean, IP is such a fascinating like just thing, right? Like
It became a thing, yeah.
Well,
Absolutely.
yeah.
It wasn't always like this.
Yeah. I mean, IP is certainly a commodity, right? And so like there is very much like a value that IP has. We see that demonstrated like in the marketplace, right? Being somebody who's like been able to work on and contribute to these big IPs, like you develop this like really like nuanced relationship with like your sense of ownership of a thing, and then the sense of privilege to like participate in that collective ownership. I think that the team that made Daggerfall, which was like hugely influential on me, like that team didn't really exist in the same way by the time I got to Bethesda, right? Even though some of the people who I absolutely idolized because of their work on Daggerfall and Morrowind were still there, and I got the privilege to learn from them. And I was talking with a Bethesda developer recently, or like some silly term that I invented to describe a level design concept. I saw them reference it in like a game developer space, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I guess like that's my legacy. Like you guys are still using this ridiculous term that I made for like a level design concept. And so I think we each kind of get our turn through the revolving door, and you just hope to leave some of the dust from your boots inside the lobby while you're there, and that's nice to be part of that legacy.
What does your experience working on games like that bring with you when you do your own independent projects?
Yeah, I mean, of course there's like a lot of like practical lessons, like you sort of learn to recognize the shape of a problem, and you sort of develop that gut of like, hey, I've seen this sort of problem before, and I think like we can skip the first 10 steps and go like right to the conclusion of that. So you get that sort of like professional experience, which can be handy. But then I think you also like you pine, I think, for like two things, right? You pine for the things that you really loved doing that you want to do again. Like I'm doing like very hands-on level design, in a first-person environment, which is like a thing I haven't gotten to do for some number of years, and I love just like getting to do the craft of that again. And I think you also pine for the things you like wanted to do but didn't get the chance to do, right? Like with Ambrosia Sky, getting to like craft an original IP and like see what that's like, and like, golly, this is really hard, and like we don't have a model for like how we should answer this question. We have to invent it. I think that's what you bring, right? You bring both lessons and aspirations, and I think if you only bring the lessons, it can lead to sort of like best case boredom and worst case arrogance, right? That like you know what to do and because you've done it a million times before. But being thrust in a situation where you like have to do something fresh with like new collaborators, like it really humbles you when you're reminded time and time again that like everybody knows something that you don't, and like just gives you a chance to just learn.
What's your like view on the state of just game development and video games in 2025 in general?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, like games have always been hard to make. Games have always been risky, like as a business. That's not changed. Everything does feel like elevated right now because it is. But I think that like games are cyclical, but what's not cyclical is the entrenchment of games in the mainstream, right? Games are just culture now. Like we are.
There is no more gamer, right? It's integrated into our society. Everyone does it now. It's a standard thing, like watching TV or listening to a radio program, or reading the paper.
Yeah. Like it's a label that some people might like reject or not be associated with or whatever. But like, sorry, grandma's a gamer too, right? Like everybody is playing a game of some form, and that's beautiful and that's great, right? But like that is non-cyclical. That is a line that has gone inexorably up. So I think the business environment that we're in, and like the impact that's having on the types of games that get made and how they're funded and all of that, like I don't know if that will cycle back or how fast or and what impact it'll have, but players exist, and players are sophisticated and they're smart, and people are I think hungry. I think the interest in things like cleaning games, right, show that people are hungry for new experiences that like step out of of what we assume they want to be have shoveled in their direction. So I don't fear for the place that we're in as an industry right now. I think it's really hard for folks, and there's a lot of people who have been professionally affected in super negative ways in the past few years that that are bad, right? But I think our medium is only going to get better with time. Our audience is only going to get better with time, and it's going to create space for new forms of play and new stories.
Mattias Ottvall, and I'm one of the co-founders of Section 9 Interactive, and we are the creators of End of Abyss.
So talk a little about this game. Like, how did the idea for this game come about?
It was me and Marcus. We've always been like prototyping games throughout our lives, basically, and we always jumped from project to project, like what was fun at the moment. And then me and Marcus, my brother, we're working with at Tarsha Studios since a long time. And then Gustav, our friend, came along to join the prototyping, basically. And we just chose one that we saw potential in. And with Marcus and Gustav being art-driven and art-focused, it went from being like an action prototype to what we're seeing now, where it's more of the atmospheric approach to the game.
Is it fair to call your game a survival horror game?
I think it's fair, but it has horror elements to it for sure. But it's mainly, I would say it's more of a Metroidvania where the exploration matters a lot. And you have a world filled with secrets and interesting characters, basically. And sure, it has horror elements.
Now, it's also a twin stick shooter. We talk about that because those are around, but you don't see a lot of them nowadays.
Yeah, I think we had more of an action game in the beginning, where it was not a straight twin action shooter, but twin stick action shooter, but it was more towards that. But now we found a mix of that gameplay, not to be used that much in these kind of more atmospheric games, and it just so happened basically that it felt unique, and it felt like we have something that separates us from other types of games, both in the horror or Metroidvania aspect and in the twin stick shooter aspect. So.
Can you talk about your relationship with Epic Games and what they provided in terms of tech and support to help make this game a reality?
When we were prototyping this game, and when we got to the point where we need someone to work with, we need to partner up with someone, we just looked for someone who understood our vision and trusted in our expertise to create this game. And Epic, since I would say the first meeting, they just gave us something else, and we felt that we could create a great collaboration with them, and that's just like it has been throughout. It's just been working really well for us.
You talk about some inspirations for like the game design and art style, because a lot of people thought, look like little nightmares with weapons.
Yeah, it's kind of fun that that is the first reaction of a lot of people, and I would say that's a great reaction, because it shows you that we have that atmosphere that people really liked with those kind of games. And I would say the main inspirations for the game first was classic titles as like Zelda and Metroid, like from back in the NES days. We really like that simplistic storytelling and focus on fun gameplay, and having worlds filled with secrets and interesting characters. Then the added atmosphere on top. That's the horror elements, or the creature design, as we talked about, is a lot of in a lot of ways inspired by Alien and The Thing and those kind of old movies that we really enjoy. And there's also some anime elements, like from Ghost in the Shell, Akira, for example, that we're really fond of those kind of worlds, basically.
What's a big misconception from a consumer looking at game development in 2025?
I'm not really sure, but I think it could be that, it's easy to create a game. It takes usually a lot of hours and a lot of effort. You need to be passionate, and you need to create a team where you come together as a unity, basically. Like, you're really set on creating this great experience for people. For the players to play, and
What's it like working with your brother on the project?
It's awesome. He's my favorite artist, basically, and I keep telling him how great he is. And coming together with our own studio now, and together with Gustav, who is also a great friend of ours, it's a dream come true, basically. And we're just so happy to be here and soaking in all the positive words, basically.
Was this something you and your brother wanted to do growing up, was make video games?
I think so. It came step by step, kind of, because we've always been interested in games, and we fiddled around all the way back in the Amiga days, like with Amos and those kind of things. That was probably Atari, but those software where you can create your own games, basically. But it never we never got to understand that okay, we can actually create games, like for real. And that came when we were a little bit older, like in our 20s. But sure, that is something that's always been part of our lives, basically.
What's a game you played growing up that had a major impact on your life?
I mean, my obvious thing is Zelda. Playing that when I was 7 years old and just typing in your name, that's just been stuck in my mind since this. And Zelda's been throughout, like Ocarina of Time. And Metroid is another, like I told you before, is like one great inspiration. But there are so many games. Nintendo is something we're really fond of. But when the PlayStation era came up, I mean, you can see a little bit of Metal Gear Solid in our game as well, or Resident Evil even. I think, there are so many games that we're inspired by and just have the luxury to play throughout our lives, basically.
What advice would you give to future game developers in high school if they want to make their own game today?
I say you should look at trying to make your thing, and don't try to copy what other games are doing, even if how great they are. You should find your own unique little niche and work with that and make your thing special.
The most important question is, how did you get the eyeballs of a publisher on your game? Because I think that's the million-dollar question.
I think I am so lucky to work with two super talented individuals with great experience. And I mean, I can't give it all to them, but it's so important to have something that can... I mean, they're world-class in the way that you can create... They can create a short clip of something, and they will get their eyes on it. It can be a screenshot or just a little movie, and people will find this interesting. And if you're there, you're halfway there, I would say, because then people will notice and start asking you, what is this? And yeah.
And when does your game come out? What platforms are you aiming for at launch?
The game is launching on Epic Games Store, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series in 2026.
Any plans for Super Nintendo Switch? Nintendo Switch 2?
There aren't any plans at the moment, and we really like their platforms, and yeah, it would be super interesting. But we can share more if that comes up. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mike Sully. I'm one of the two co-founders of Coin Crew Games.
And I'm Wyatt Bushnell. I'm one of the two co-founders of Coin Crew Games.
Okay, what does it feel like to be here at Summer Games Fest with a sequel to your original game I was interviewing you a few years ago?
It's amazing. It's the coolest thing because we got our start here at Summer Games Fest. That was our first industry event, and so now to be back feels incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really shocked at kind of the outpouring of support for the sequel. Everybody's just so stoked and hyped for it, which I was like, not our game, are you sure? And I'm really enchanted with sort of the ways in which we've been able to kind of elevate Escape Academy 2 from the base game. So I'm really excited for people to give it a whirl.
What was it like waking up and seeing, seeing that release date a couple of weeks go by, and you're like, wait a minute, we were actually making money, and people want to actually do a sequel. I want to see more of it. What was that like for you guys as indie game devs?
I mean, it's the most amazing feeling because you're working on the game for the first one about 2 years or maybe even a little longer, and then one day it's out and people know about it, and it's like the coolest thing to go from this thing that only us devs know about to hear get a message from somebody who enjoyed it, especially people who like real world escape rooms, and it makes me want to keep making games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one thing about the sequel that I'm so thrilled about is that we do have this fan base and we have these players who really care about the game and who are telling us sort of what did they really like, what did they want more of, what parts do they think could be improved in the sequel. And the fan response and our play testers have been so valuable in just helping form the shape and the vision of the game. So I'm really thankful for that.
Speaking to that, what was your biggest takeaway from the original game that you brought with you and improved on the sequel?
More Academy at Escape Academy. In the first game, you would go from escape room to escape room, and you would have kind of a level select menu. But in the sequel, you actually get to explore the academy and discover escape rooms, and so the entire school is one big escape room. And that's something that we're really excited to bring out, because honestly, when we built the first game, it was our first digital title, and I don't even think we had the chops to do that. And so it feels like we've really leveled up.
Yeah, I like to say the first game was 95% escape, 5% academy, and this one feels like 50% escape, 50% academy, which just feels really nice. It's like the play pattern of the first game, it was like escape room to timer escape room, timer escape room, timer escape room. In this one, it feels like timer escape room, explore and vibe out, then timer escape room. It's like the escape rooms in this one feel more like boss battles, and like the whole like academy slice of life feels like more the meat and potatoes of the game.
But in your first game, you guys are heads down just doing it, and it's got to get out, it's got to get out, we have to get it done. So like ideas are cheap, and you can easily get out of control in terms of scale and scope, but you guys did it, and then you were able to improve upon the next game, which was add more academy.
Yeah. I think we're still, pretty heads down in the development. It's early on in the process, and so it's cool because we're playtesting with our Discord community, which is so helpful. So if anybody's a fan of the first game and wants to get a sneak peek and playtest some of these rooms, that's so helpful because you can't play your own puzzle. You know the answer, and so we're always having our community try the puzzles, and we use that to balance them and kind of come up with new ideas.
Can you take us through the puzzle creation process, and how do you realize a puzzle is too easy or too hard without that community feedback?
It's basically impossible. So, like, I mean, I would say, like, our playtesting process really helps us determine, like, basically every puzzle in the game, because sometimes we'll put a puzzle in front of players, and the way they're trying to solve it, it's like, oh, that's a better puzzle. And so seeing that actually really informs what the end result puzzles are. And so I don't know if we could make this game without playtesters, frankly. It's just so baked into our process. It's so, like, important to make sure the game, like, flows in the way that we want it to. So, yeah.
You guys do just private playtesting on Discord, or do you have, like, early access?
Right now we just do private playtesting on Discord. As we get closer to the release, who knows what we may do, but we do sign-up sheets and we call for playtesters pretty regularly, so if it's something that people are interested in, I hope they can check it out.
I say it's pretty rare where you could just like join a Discord and talk to the dev direct and be like, I'd love to test your puzzles, and you guys are like, sure, or no, or we're full, or next week or whatever. That's kind of a cool process.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. It's where it feels like we're, like, always just asking people to play. And so, like, even, like, doing the announce was so cool because it's like our Discord community grew, like, 25% overnight. And it was just like, now we have a whole new batch of playtesters to, like, test the game on. And, like, a lot of those insights have just been really helpful.
What does having a successful game that leaning into its sequel and having more of a budget open up for you guys creatively?
I think in the first game we had all these ideas, like big ideas, and we're like, well, that's cool, but no, there's no chance. And so when we knew we wanted to do a sequel, we went back to that list, and we also went to like the Steam reviews and kind of spent maybe a couple weeks just compiling like what are some of like the dream things. And, just being like, all right, that one's still unreasonable. That one's still unreasonable. This one, oh, okay, we can add a little of this. And one that I'm pretty excited about is dialogue with other students. In the first game, there wasn't really many other students to interact with. And this time we were able to, like, fill up the whole campus with lots of NPCs. And it just adds this whole new, like, fun dimension to the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, I feel like the team was pretty green on the first game. We have a lot of the same people contributing, and it's like everybody knows Escape Academy 1 on the team, and we just feel leveled up in terms of being a dev. So it's like, if you pitched me like Wyatt, make an open world escape room game for the first one, I'd be like, what? Are you like crazy? What are you talking about? But this one really feels achievable. It also has just been really nice to see. It's like, it's hard to make escape rooms, and so giving the people who are designing the escape rooms a break to maybe flesh out this world and flesh out the campus, it just feels like a very synergistic sort of situation.
The equivalent of like stepping away from a math problem and coming back 10 minutes later, right?
Yeah, totally. And because not all of the game is timed anymore, that also opens up the options to do some puzzles that are, maybe harder, like, a player might try it and go, I'm kind of stumped, I'm going to come back to this later, which isn't like a play pattern you can have in a traditional escape room. Everything needs to be solved, otherwise the clock's going to run out. So there's a whole new category of style of puzzles we can add to this too, and that's been fun, because also, like going back to last time, we have a backlog of like, this is a sick puzzle, it doesn't really fit in any of the rooms, and now we're like, oh, we have a place for this really clever thing we came up with. That's a nice feeling.
It definitely feels like we're going to be able to go way bigger, because I think more puzzles got cut from the base game than made it into the base game, and now we have this whole big campus to put puzzles that may have not fit into rooms before.
What advice would you give to an indie dev that's maybe making their first game or trying to get the attention of a publisher? Because you guys were doing that originally and you got published and now you were successful enough to make a sequel. What advice would you give to someone just starting out in the indie space?
I would say two things. I would say, like, number one, build something that, like, you feel like really doesn't exist in, like, a very fundamental way. And I think get really familiar with your, like, if you want to make a game, get really familiar with that market and, like, where are the gaps in that market. I think games succeed on novelty and, like, what players haven't experienced before. I think it's very, like, I always say it's like every game you play is a tutorial for the next game you play, and I think what gamers really like is that novelty. So I think I'd like get very familiar with a genre, like your genre, and figure out where there are gaps in that genre. And final thing, sorry. Really build out a network of indie developers that you can talk to about, like, every problem has been solved before. And so your network and your community of, like, peers is critical for your success.
When does your game come out and what platforms are you aiming for at launch?
We're announced on Steam and Epic Game Store, and we're announced for 2026. No date on that yet.
Now, there's a new console that just came out. Boy, this thing would be so cool on Nintendo Switch too.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do. Yeah, no.
Any plans for Nintendo Switch 2?
Nothing announced. Yeah.
Where can they go to find out more about your game, or where can they go to ask to play test your puzzles?
Oh yeah, you can wishlist us today on Steam, Escape Academy 2, Back to School, and follow us on, what's the best way to get to our Discord?
I think we have, like, a link tree,
but
yes. If you go on our Twitter or Blue Sky or Instagram, there's, like...
Steam pages on your Steam page too?
Yeah. Coin Crew Games.
Sorry, we should really have a better answer for that. What?
My name is Martin Holtberg. I am narrative director on Exoborn.
There are a lot of different shooters nowadays, but for people who are unaware, what exactly is an extraction shooter to you guys?
So for us, the extraction shooter is a genre of high risk, high reward, where you essentially, in a session, have an objective to do, you need to stay alive and then get out through an extraction point. In our case, we have these drop zones where the dropships come in and pick you up.
Now, you guys have a lot of unique mechanics in your world. You guys have exosuits for mobility. But you guys have a weather system. Talk about how that plays into the gameplay and the narrative.
Absolutely. So one of the core aspects of our game is the dynamic nature of every session. We are a PvP first game with PvE elements in it, but then we also have the forces of nature that kind of help to always make each session unique. We have strong winds, we have tornadoes, we have lightning, fog, rain, all of that affects your gameplay. So for example, we have these gliders you can use to glide through the world. If it's raining heavily, the glider won't work. But if the winds are strong, it's going to pick you up and blow you away. So all of that affects how you play the game. And obviously these storms and these weather phenomena are anchored in the lore and the narrative of the game, so there's an explanation as to why the world has become the way it now is.
What was the team's biggest takeaway from Blood Hunt that you brought in with you and improved upon in Exoborn?
That's a cool question because it's centered around the mobility of your character. That's very core to our experience. We started with that already in Blood Hunt. We want to take good use of the vertical space on any map. All games have a vertical component to them, but what we want to do is allow the free mobility between the vertical planes, which is to say that you can basically jump up high or you can travel far in the air, stuff like that. But it's also a risk versus reward thing, because if you're up in the air, you're an easier target, you're exposing yourself, so you kind of have to factor that into when you play.
Is it difficult trying to like get players to understand that you're not a like Division, or you're not a Battle Royale, or you're not, you know, these other games that are very similar in style and play, but your own thing? Is it hard to kind of break through that ceiling to explain to players what your game is?
I think that's a exciting question, because you're hitting the nail on the head, right? But putting a game on the market is very difficult, and getting people to understand, especially if you have many complex systems, what does that mean for my gameplay experience? It can be quite difficult. I think we are getting there, because we're testing it a lot online and actually getting people to have hands-on, which we found out is the best way for people to understand our game, is to actually play it by themselves, and that seems to be working quite well. I think we can always push it a bit further, and it's something we're always trying to stay alert on. How do we properly convey the gameplay experience of this particular experience?
So talk about the different maps we can explore. Like, where are we exploring? Middle America, Europe?
Right. So our game takes place in a fictional area of the United States called Colton County. So we have 3 maps there by release. The one we're showing here today is called Maynard. It's a big open map, very rural area that's been basically torn apart by these tsunamis and strong winds and all of that. So everything is turned upside down, and it's a completely new landscape. Then we have some, the 2 other maps are different. One is a more urban map, so it's urban combat, and the other one takes place in a deep sinkhole. So it's almost like a bowl or an arena fight, which is very different in how you use tactics and strategize during the session.
As a narrative director, where do you start and where do you end up? Do you develop the core game? Did your team develop the gameplay mechanics and the gameplay loop, and then you come in, or are you already developing the story kind of on its own thing, separate?
So for us, narrative director, it's an interesting title in the sense that the key is not to tell a story necessarily. We want to create a strong context and a strong fabric of the world, so it feels like a real living place. So that's why, in our case, me, narrative director, I'm involved already from the start in building and shaping the world. And then when we reach a certain point, that's when we decide what story we want to tell, right? We have multiple mission givers, they all have their own story, and then there's a main path that you want to explore as a player that we're going to keep adding on in the live phase of the game.
You guys, do we find out in the course of the game, like, what's causing these, like, weather anomalies? Like, is it global warming?
Well, that is actually partially quite clear from the beginning, because we have this bad corporation that said they could basically save our world against climate disasters. In return, we needed to help them. We needed to give them all our money, all our hard work, all our smart people, and they would build these geoengineering towers, the Stratus Towers. And it's the Stratus Towers that in short time just tear our world apart. So everyone in this world knows that's what caused it, but what they don't know is what that corporation was really up to, why they did it, and that's part of the narrative you get to explore.
Talk a little about, like, your exosuit. That's a unique mechanic you don't see in a lot of extraction shooters. You can upgrade it and change it to your playstyle?
Exactly. So we have 3 main exo rigs. We call them the Kestrel, the Kodiak, and the Viper. The Viper is a stealth playstyle exo. The Kestrel is made to fly in the winds and all, fly up high in the air. And the Kodiak is your tank. It's heavy, it's down on the ground. You can still configure each of them to fit your playstyle. So if you want to be a tanky flyer Kestrel, you can do that, but you're not going to be as tanky as the Kodiak. So there's a pretty good range to fit your specific style. And of course, we have teams of 3, you play together, we want you to synergize. So maybe you have a scout type exo for one of your players and the other is more tanky, so you can kind of cover each other and move as a team on the battlefield.
What advice would you give to somebody out there who wants to be a narrative director for games, whether it's single player, live service, or whatever?
Wow, that's a question. That's a question I was not prepared for. So I think if you want to be any type of director, you obviously need to get a lot of experience first, because it's a role that requires experience, because you're not going to be leading other people, and you need to have a vision for what you want to do. So as a narrative director, I would think you would want to have a good idea of storytelling. You would want to consume a lot of stories, not just in games, but in like movies and books and all kinds of stuff, because that's where we draw the inspiration from. And then I think having a vision for your story and then just pushing it, moving up through the ranks within a studio, that you need to start somewhere, probably as a writer or some type of designer, and then you move your way up in the organization. That it's going to take time, but if that's where you want to be, you're going to have to work for it.
And then, what's a big misconception from like a consumer looking at your job in particular, like as a narrative director?
You're loaded with good questions.
Oh, thanks.
I think one of the big things is probably that they think I do a lot of writing, which, you know, for a certain part of the project I do, but I don't do most of the writing, at least not anymore. There's a team of writers that help create the story, and I just provide direction for it, right? So I'm more of a director in the sense that I provide that vision more than I actually do the hands-on writing for everything.
So when does the game come out, and what platforms are you aiming at launch?
Yep, so the target is 2025. We are leading on PC, but then a console will follow at a later date.
Are you planning to support cross-play and cross-progression?
I'm not going to comment on that. Not right now. We'll see.
Countdown begins.
I'm Mac Reynolds. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Night Street Games.
Hi, I'm Matthew Berger. I'm the game director at Night Street Games.
My name is Jonathan Jelinek, and I am the general manager at Night Street Games.
So let's talk about Night Street Games. How did this company start, and what is it all about?
The company started a little over 2 years ago. My brother and I, had dreamed of making games since we were kids, and finally found the opportunity to, quietly begin building a studio. And so we built a prototype of our first game, Last Flag. And after that, we started kind of quietly compiling this great team of folks, and we're lucky enough to be able to work with people who built some of the greatest games we've ever played. And, now today, we've got people like Matthew and John working alongside us, which is phenomenal.
So, like Matthew, John, talk about how you guys got involved with Night Street, and a little bit of your background for people who aren't familiar.
I'm Matthew Berger. I've worked in the games industry for about 25 years. I've worked at studios like Relic Entertainment, where I worked on a lot of Warhammer games like Dawn of War and Company of Heroes. I worked at Blizzard, where I worked on Diablo, a lot of Diablo 3, Diablo console, all of the Diablos really. And yeah, now I'm at Night Street. Mac and I had a chat. He let me play the game right away, and I immediately was like, oh, cool, awesome, blah, 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 with all the rapid fire ideas, because I get when I get invested, when I love a game, I go 100 right away. And he and I really vibed, and I think it just from there on, it's just that was it. It never stopped.
I've also been in the industry about 20 years. I've been doing MMOs most of my career. So I started on World of Warcraft, and then from there, I was an artist on World of Warcraft. Then I was doing art and then production on a game called WildStar. The way I got introduced to this product, I was talking to a venture capital group called Bitcraft, and they wanted to talk to me about working on another MMO, and I was like, I don't want to do another MMO as much as I can help it. And I absolutely love Capture the Flag. So I used to play Unreal Tournament, Capture the Flag back in the day. So for me, this was an absolute dream project. And after I met Mac, I was still like, I'm not really sure. Let's see how it goes. And then he said, just play the game. Just sit down and play the game. I sat down and played the game, and then I couldn't help myself, and I was hooked and joined right after.
Mac, did I put on my investigator reporter hat? You and your brother wanted to do games for a while. Was the case? You always wanted to do this, and that pesky music career got in the way?
Strangely enough, it's very fair to say. In fact, I actually found, this is a true story, very recently, maybe a month or two ago, found digging in my closet this paper from my 3rd grade, and it was, what do you want to be when you're older? And I wrote, run a game studio, which is very weirdly specific. And kids, you often dream of making video games, but for us it was really real. It was a huge part of our childhood. We had a bunch of brothers, growing up we all played games together, and Dan is a decent coder. I'm a very bad amateur 3D modeler and an animator, and this was a dream for us that we were finally able to realize, and it's honestly been, one of the most fulfilling chapters of my life in terms of being able to be a part of something that feels special.
So what can you tell us about the game that you were allowed to say, that you're allowed to talk about? Because I know it's still probably in development, lots of under wrap, lots of back and forth.
So the idea for the game came, Dan and I grew up playing Capture the Flag in the woods as Boy Scouts. And we were thinking about that experience and the Capture the Flag, mostly game modes, right, in the 90s and the 2000s that were lots of fun, never really scratched that itch of what it meant to hide and to find, and the thrill of nature, and being a hero, and all these other kind of components that were more watered down to a, payload escort, if you will. The predictable location for the flag. So we started with this thesis of, okay, what would pure Capture the Flag feel like today? What would a definitive Capture the Flag game feel like? And quickly learned that actual hiding and finding was a big differentiator, and it took us a bit to kind of work out the game loop to make that replayable and fun over and over again. And, from there, it's now developed into, I would say a casual competitive, controlled chaos, super, super fun, short game loop. And every game feels different because you actually get to hide the flag.
Yeah, you're also forgetting 5v5, and your characters are these big, over-the-top personalities, right? They're all heroes. They all have their unique abilities. It's set in the 70s, so it's got this really kind of cool, groovy vibe to it. It lets it really stand out from other games because it just looks so different, and it also lets us do very big, very over-the-top, abilities and powers. We always want you to we want to smile. Like every time you hit a button, whether you were successfully managed to down an enemy or not, you should smile at what you're seeing, the animation, the effects, the music that goes with it, the audio. So that's a key component.
Do I get to call people squares in the game?
You don't get to yet, but here's what I will give you. One of the cool things we have in the game is, so you'll down an enemy, right? You deplete their health, they go into a down state, and when they're in their down state, someone can come and revive them, or you can finish them off. And when you finish them off, every time you get a unique, cool animation. So for example, one of our character, he loves riding a motorcycle. So when he executes you, his motorcycle appears and he rides over you and pushes you down. So you could totally imagine a situation where a character comes up to you and goes, does the little square motion and stomps on you, kind of like in Pulp Fiction, and sends you down. And Pulp Fiction actually is sort of an inspiration for us because we like Tarantino cool. And so that fits really well for this. So there you go.
Yeah, our goal is to have a game where every minute, every hero can have some kind of memorable moment they're making from the beginning to the end. And so everything's kind of larger than life. And being in this kind of game show in the 70s gives you this beautiful backdrop for showing off. We really hope that, I hope the Team Fortress 2 players like it, but I also hope Super Smash Brothers players like it. And Rocket League players. It's a very inclusive type game in terms of the type of players who can make a difference on the battlefield, right? If I am not a great shooter, but I love...
Which you're not.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to edit that and post. This is actually true, I'm not that great. You might really, really love and excel at finding the flag, or sneaking in and taking over these radar towers that help you find the flag. So there's all these kind of different things you can be doing throughout the game in a very, very short loop. So you're killing these cash bots that let you kind of level up your team, and it's shared, that currency shared with your team. You're finding the enemy flag, bringing it back to your home base, and you're defending it for 1 minute to win. And that's the funnest part of the game, right? Everything comes to a head. You're batting down the hatches. Matthew, get on the roof. Call out where they're coming from. John, block the door. And so you have all these things happening very, very quickly in a game loop that's different every single time you play.
Yeah, so the heroes too, one of the things I love is in your ultimate, you were talking about, call someone a square. You can pull out your bazooka and you're going to pull it out and you're going to say adios. There's ultimates that the characters have, and those abilities can contribute to the overall experience as well, which is a lot of fun.
TTF was a very popular mode for a hot minute there. Halo, Team Fortress 2. But people forget, one of the longest lasting modes that's still popular to this day is Warsaw Gulch. And you have some Blizzard talent here. I mean, I still play Warsaw Gulch, one of my favorite arenas. What did you guys pull from your experience at Blizzard that added to the team at the development for this game?
Well, one of the things I actually pulled from Blizzard isn't necessarily directly linked to Warsaw Gulch, but there was this one philosophy at Blizzard that I really embraced, which was being careful not to erase all the rough edges in a game. They give you texture, right? That's what makes the game kind of stand out and feel fun. And that's the thing, we're always very careful when we're making things in our game. We're always looking for those moments like, this moment that feels maybe a little bit bad, is it actually really good? Are you having a good time? Is it helping you with the game? So that's the thing that we're always very careful, because everybody's obviously gameplay is king and all that sort of stuff, but that one I always felt is a little bit of secret sauce, and it's little things like, okay, this is getting into the weeds, but you're gonna respawn. Nobody likes waiting to respawn, but you have to have a certain respawn time, and it has all of these ripple effects, and trying to figure those things out, that's one thing that I keep going back to.
Something else I always loved from being there was easy to learn, difficult to master. So how can something also be novel but familiar? And so people that play our game should be able to pick it up, whether you've played a tactical shooter, whether you've played, let's see, an I don't want to say an MMO, but any game that you've played, you can come in and understand the concepts really well. So like you were talking before, where Capture the Flag is one of several different game modes. Well, we have Capture the Flag, Escort, we have control points, we have radar towers. All of that's in one session, and all that's really familiar, and it's really easy to understand as well. So you're just combining a lot of those elements. So it is really easy for folks who come from different genres or different games to onboard and then understand the game and then excel at it.
Yeah, just a small note. I mean, the difference between Last Flag and some of the other great Capture the Flag game modes that we've all played growing up is this game was built from the ground up to support Capture the Flag. So that's the heroes and their abilities. It's the map design. It's the game mechanics. Everything is about kind of supporting that hiding and finding game loop and making it as fun as possible. And it makes for a different type of experience than the other CTF modes.
Yeah, Blizzard also did a great job in games with characters that have big personalities. You really fall in love with their characters. And that's also been something that's been very important with us. We want you to love the characters. We really want you to be like, oh man, you know, the Archer, she's so cool. She's got this rocker aesthetic. I can't wait to play her. But the other thing that I've always, you know, been a little bit in the back of my head is there's some characters in certain games I'm like, this character's dope. I'm not good enough to play that character. I guess I'll never get to play them. And that was something that I really wanted to try and alleviate as much as possible in our game. Like, you like the Archer, you should be able to play the Archer. You may not be as good as, you know, someone who's got pinpoint accuracy, but you are able to play her in a way where you're effective and you can help your team, so that if you fall in love with their character, you're not kind of gated from her in the game.
But one of my questions is, you know, I feel like the world hero shooter has now gotten like the stigma on it for some reason. But you know, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and The Last Flag. Like, how do you differentiate yourself from games like Marvel Rivals and Overwatch?
That's a great question. One thing, you know, earlier you were asking about, you know, the square, and I love that question because I found that really fun, and it kind of speaks to something that goes to the heart of our game. Is we want our heroes to be fun, we want them to be over the top, and we want the game to have this old school experience where there's this controlled chaos that you're running into, and all the abilities, they should be over the top, right? So our weapons engineer, like, she can summon a little turret. Oh, that's cool. But she can also teleport things around. So she can create, like, she puts her turret down in front of a door, then she teleports you behind the turret, right? And you're like, you're disoriented, the turret's shooting at you, and then she uses her ultimate, and tornadoes grab you, and she can shoot acid with her main weapon, and the tornadoes can absorb the acid, and now there's this acid tornado flinging you around, right? We really wanted our characters to have these really big personalities and their abilities to be a little bit quirky and feel different, so that, you know, again, you have this joy when you're using them. The other thing we discovered along the way, this wasn't intended, but we discovered opportunities along the way to synergize between some of the abilities. So, the example I was giving with the weapons engineer, her tornado, it can pick things up, so it can pick up the acid, right? And so, the Alejandro, our soldier, he has these electrified bolas. So he can throw the bolas, and if they hit the turret on the weapons engineer, they disable them for a while on an enemy turret, right? If he throws them at the jail cell of a bounty hunter who's his ally, it does extra damage to the person inside the jail. So creating these moments where not only do you have your abilities and they're very effective on their own, but you look for opportunities to use them in concert with your allies, and they do something maybe unexpected but logical, and you're like, this is cool, I found a thing, I didn't think it would do that. So that's, I think, one way of making them stand out.
Yeah, two other small things. One is, a lot of times things like music and story are an afterthought in a shooter. We really want to turn that on its head. So the music's all real instruments made from scratch, right? There's a rich underlying story about this media mogul, Victor Fex, and he's created this game show, and it's like you're asking yourself, well, why? And there's something kind of sinister Omega Mart about it, right? That you kind of start peeling back layer after layer. We want to take people on a journey with that game in a way that's a little unusual for a shooter. And then the second thing I'd say is we really think about the shooting and other components as in support of Capture the Flag and not the other way around. This is a Capture the Flag game where you can also shoot things and do some crazy fun stuff. And so, yes, it is a smart shooter, but it's Capture the Flag first.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to ask for Smash TV and Running Man. Like, I feel like there's some type of DNA in there for those two things as well.
Running Man, there's definitely a little bit of DNA. And Omega Mart, it's funny because Mac mentioned Omega Mart, and I hadn't I hadn't been to a Mega Mart at first, right? And I got to visit it in Vegas, and it's this surreal place. I don't know if you've ever been there. It looks.
Oh yeah, it's like a UFO themed thing, and they have a bunch of rooms, and like
you
it's.
walk in, and it's like a supermarket. It's like it's super bright and very cheerful, and then you start to look at the products on the shelves, and they're a little bit weird. And then you go through the ice cooler, and now you're in the background, and there's like all this like conspiracy laden weird experiment stuff happening in the background. And that again, like Running Man, Omega Mart, Severance, those are kind of interesting inspirations and touchstones for us of like what is really going on here, because there's definitely several layers beneath each layer that it's like it's not what you think it is. And you first get hit with the hyper commercials, during your matches you'll get like ads, the announcers are like they're shilling action pants, Man of Action wears action pants, Pharaoh funeral services go like a pharaoh, like they have all these things. But and so at first it's like, okay, they're just trying to sell me stuff, normal TV show. But actually, there's several layers beneath that players will get to uncover.
We often use, when we talk about references for tone for our game, for action, we talk about Team Fortress 2. It's very stylized, very bombastic, very over the top. We love the humor of Portal, right? It's very tongue-in-cheek. Right. It's smart humor. You feel like you're in on the joke. And then there's this conspiracy that's kind of like out of X-Files. And that's where the Omega Mart comes in, right? You're like peeling back layer after layer, and you think you're at baseline, and then you find something else. And so, we're really excited to provide a lot of discovery opportunities for players. That's one of our kind of pillars of our game is magic and discovery. And so watchful people are going to find things in the map. They're going to find things in the music. They might find things in our trailer. They're going to find things that help them get ahead of the story and go a little bit deeper than the surface level.
Yeah. You'll also discover there's different ways to play the game as well. So I think a differentiator for us is if you're competing, a lot of times in other shooters, you'll find yourself always funneling down a lane, and you always have to be part of the ball, and you always have to be doing team fights. There's lots of opportunities for players to play a little bit differently. So if you find yourself being overpowered in a shooting match, you can say, you know what, I'm going to try to sneak behind the enemy lines and try to find the flag a different way. Or, you know what, I think we should shift strategies a little bit, and we're going to try to power level our team a little bit by collecting cash bots, collecting a little bit more money, and upgrading our abilities. So there's an interesting meta where you can shift the way that you're playing as you're going through this as well. So you discover as you're playing, the match and the dynamics shift also, and the way that you're playing shifts based on what's happening throughout the match.
Yeah, that's one of the unique strengths I think of the game is the phases of the game really naturally flow from one to the other, and they flow back and forth, because sometimes you'll be in the flag has been hidden, you're kind of this early game, you're looking for the enemy flag, you're fighting for control, you want to keep your eye on the radar towers because they help you, and then the enemy finds your flag, and all of a sudden you've completely changed, like they're trying to bring it back to their base, you have changed, you're in chase mode, they bring it back to their base, now it's a 60-second counter, oh my god, they're defending, you have to attack. You managed to grab the flag back, you managed to return it, and now things have reset. Now all of a sudden it's almost like the phases go back. Now they need to get your flag again. Are you going to shift into defending? You still need to find their flag. And so there's this constant ebb and flow. The other neat thing is, and I promise this is true, I don't think I've played, of the hundreds of games we've played, I don't think I've played a single game of Last Flag where I felt I was out of it. I've played many games where my team was getting its ass handed to it, and even in those games, I wasn't out of it. And some of those games, a non-insignificant number of them, we won. Because it just takes a little bit of you managed to finally find the flag, even though you were on the back foot. You got a little lucky in bringing it back to the pyramid. Your ultimates were up. You managed to get a few lucky kills or whatnot, or you just really, in this tighter space, you did a better job, and all of a sudden you pull the win out. And our games are, by design on the shorter end. The average game is 10 to 15 minutes, but the maximum right now for the core game is 20 minutes. There's an overtime mechanic. And so that really leaves it so that even if you lose after that 15 or 20 minutes, you're like, you know what? I'm ready for another one. I'm ready for our revenge, right? This is why whenever we do playtests with people, the second match is always named the revenge match, because Mac names the matches, and he always the grudge match. So match 2 is always grudge match because he's always lost match 1, and then match 3 is always, this one is the one that counts because he's always lost match 2. But then he usually wins match 3 for some reason.
It's the one that counts.
Yeah, I know.
I keep bringing up your history at Blizzard just because I feel like that studio is such a deep, class recognition with as far as visual aesthetic and mechanically, like people like Necromancer, they know what they're talking about probably because they played a Blizzard game. Druid, oh, I think World of Warcraft, like, and I feel in this game you guys have brought that too, that mechanically and visually, that same kind of aesthetic. Is that your goal, to try to like create these characters and these classes that are just instantly recognizable? When you think Archer, they'll think you're Archer, right? You think Soldier, they'll think you're Soldier.
Yeah, especially on the aesthetic side. So one of the, Brian, our art director, is not here, but one of the great things is when we first started looking at our characters, he did all these thumbnail sketches. We did all these ideas on who the characters could be and what they could do. We did all these thumbnail sketches. And throughout the development, as we narrowed and we figured out who we wanted the characters to be, he was always very big on silhouette. You have to be able to distinguish their silhouette, right? Even before they're pretty, even before they look great, all that silhouette. So there was a huge kind of work on that, and we wanted all the characters to obviously have their own big personalities and feel very different from one another. On the gameplay side, it's interesting because they're not quite pure classes, and the reason is it goes back to this idea of like the phases constantly changing. So if we made like a character that was purely a tank, right? We have our lumberjack Peter. He's a big guy. He's got these axes he can throw, and they come back to him. He can pull them back. Well, what happens when you're chasing the flag carrier? What happens when you need to run, right? What happens when you need to cover ground? What happens when you have the flag and you're being chased? What happens if you have to defend the flag? If you have to attack to get the flag back? So even though our characters, they all lean into a primary fantasy. He's a big guy. He's gonna hit you. He's gonna hit hard. We structured them in such a way that they are never out of it in any phase of the game. They might be stronger in some situations. You really don't want to run into him up close. But even at a certain range, like he can throw his axe and pulls the axe back, and when he pulls the axe back, it'll knock you towards him. So that helps him kind of, close that range with you. So we always think of our characters as being able to like be effective in all phases of the game.
I feel like that's something too, like in HOTS, I keep playing a picture game side, like there's a team dynamic there, but it sounds like you still want that there, but you don't want it just solely dependent on, you need all three people there to defend something. You play this role, you can't do any damage if you play this role, you can't heal unless you do this role.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, I think if you look at Team Fortress 2, that's a great game to use as an analogy. Like, there's lots of players that can contribute to the game in a series of ways, and you don't need to have the perfect team comp. And the team comp can adjust and flow as that game adjusts and flows as well. So in that game, you're shifting your role as the match progresses. You're like, oh, we need a healer and we need the heavy right now. So that's going to be what we kind of shift to. Or the engineer's doing this. In our game, it's kind of similar in a way where as you see the overall dynamic of the match changing, you also see people playing a little bit differently as they're moving through that as well. So it allows you to kind of shift, but people can do everything. So you can participate in any situation, but you can also decide, this thing is happening in the match, and I want to shift to participate in the game in a slightly different way as well, which is really exciting because that also adds another layer of like dynamism, more dynamic. Dynamicism, yeah. It's slightly more dynamic, and that's a ton of fun as well because that also adds another layer of variability, which makes it really fun. You're like, oh wait, this thing's happening. Let's shift our strategy a little bit this way. So it's another layer of meta on top.
And by shift our strategy, I think what John's getting at is you can change characters during a match. So that also lets you kind of go, you know what, I'm struggling right now with the archer because I'm not very good with her for whatever reason, or the situation says like, you know what, I think I need somebody who's a little bit more defensive. I'll play the weapons engineer. So the weapons engineer is slightly more defensive because she can put down her turrets, so I'm going to shift over to her, right? So that you can also adapt. Although what's interesting is in our internal playtest, I love to switch characters. I'm constantly switching the characters. A lot of people just like, this is who I'm playing right now, and they really just like, they tunnel into it, and that doesn't stop them from being able to like really carry the game when necessary. So that's I think that's good.
Now, one of the big questions that's been debated for like a long time now since arena shooter became a genre is 5v5 over 6v6. How'd you guys decide on that number on the 5v5 things? Obviously in MOBA it's been a staple forever, but hero shooter's gone 6v6, 5v5, 6v6. Like we're still trying to find that balance there. How did you guys decide on 5v5 specifically?
That's a good question. Yeah. And honestly, I want to say the prototype was 5v5 initially, and we tried. We kind of we went back and forth, and we almost made two decisions at the same time, which is we lowered to 5v5, and then we structured the map around that. And that's really important because you have to have a map that's large enough for you to hide the flag and have to look for the flag, while also not being so large that all of a sudden you're spread out, right? You need to be able to go into the action very quickly. And so it kind of became this symbiotic, relationship between map size and team size that really worked for our capture the flag. and we've replicated now to multiple maps, and it feels good. So for us, 5v5s, that's the right groove.
And then when does your game come out? Closed beta test? Like when can people sign up for that? Where they can find more information about the game?
Well, you can't find any information about it yet, and we're not ready to talk dates just yet, but we are moving at a very deliberate speed, and it's coming along, and we're excited to show people, peel back that curtain for the first time in June.
I have one music question for you, Mac. Just as someone who's had a very successful music career, with your brother and your band, what's the biggest misconception from an outsider looking in at that success? The touring, the multiple #1 hit singles, the managing, what's a big misconception you think people don't understand about that industry?
Man, that's a big one. Man, I could think of a lot of misconceptions. I mean, I think the first one is, I think there's a misconception of how great, there is a high that comes when you go on stage and people are cheering for you, but it is followed with the low of coming off stage and going back to a hotel room. And I think one of the misconceptions is how difficult actually touring life is. Mentally, it's very, very difficult. Not being centered in a home is a really, really hard thing. And so, waking up at a different hotel sounds very glamorous. It's not so glamorous. You do it because you love to be on stage and you want to share and you want to, you feel connected to people. But there's a sacrifice for that. So I'd say that's one, and I'll give you one more. Sorry, you shouldn't ask. I think another one is a lot of artists focus very much on the spark that will give them their moment, right? Like if I can play on late night TV, or I can, be on the radio or whatever, I'm gonna have success. And 99 out of 100, it really doesn't make a difference, especially in a vacuum. And really, this is where I find a correlation, I think, to gaming, which is at the end of the day, it's about the community, right? And every fan or every player that you're adding to that it's like wood in a bonfire, and you're building it slowly. It's like hand-to-hand combat of this is what I'm making. This is what we're doing. Do you feel a part of this? And if you focus on that and you forget about everything else, I think it usually works out, because you can see something measurable that you actually can control, which is my relationship with that community, the community growing. And then when that spark comes, wherever it comes, it's going to burn longer and better forever, because you've got this group of people now who are in your corner.
What was your biggest takeaway from Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed that you brought with you into Crossworlds?
So in our Sonic Racing series, this is the 4th title. We've had a lot of really great games in these racing series, and we want to take kind of the best qualities from each of those 4 main titles and put it into this game. So when we talk about Sonic All-Star Racing Transformed, and really the All-Star Racing series, it's the drifting mechanic we felt was really good and people liked it, so we're taking the drift mechanic and putting it in, and making sure we have a good roster of Sega characters also present is something that people liked, so that's what we're putting to Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
Is this the largest cast of characters you've ever had in a Sonic racing game?
Yes, this is definitely the most characters we've had in a racing game. We have characters from the Sonic Riders series, Jet, Wave, and Storm, that people haven't seen in a while, that are making their appearance here in our game. And we really just have a really wide variety of characters from all over the Sonic universe that are participating in this game. Some you haven't seen in quite some time.
Speaking of the roster, you're adding some other Sega characters to the racing lineup. You have Persona characters in there as well from Atlas. And I mean this in a good way. Why now? Why now is the perfect time to introduce other characters into a Sonic racing game?
In the Sonic All-Star Racing series, one of the cool things was really getting all those legendary characters to participate in the game and be playable characters. And we wanted to kind of bring that in for our new title, not only having characters from the Sonic world in this game as selectable characters, but really going through all of the games that Sega sells and finding the current popular characters that people are interested in and bringing them into our game. So that would be, Like a Dragon, we have, Kasuga, we have Hatsune Miku, we have Joker from Persona. These are all these hot characters that we really felt would be fun to put into Sonic Racing Crossworlds.
And you also teased that you're having Minecraft crossover with Steve. Can you talk about how that relationship formed with Microsoft? Did they reach out to you? Did you reach out to them? And how did you get them in the game?
So the travel rings are their unique feature for this game, and it allows us to kind of warp to these different worlds and experience these different environments. That's the main feature, and we wanted to kind of use that as a good reason for us to go to different universes and see different characters. And that's kind of why when we thought about, where would be a fun place to go, Minecraft came to mind as a really, fun IP we could, jump into. And it's not just like going to Minecraft and having like the course and the characters as playable in the game, but being able to take the whole Minecraft, IP, the courses, the characters, and then also make online events that people can enjoy, really bringing the full, Minecraft IP into our universe, into the world, and having it be experienced by everyone, not only in single player but also on online, was one of the big ideas that we had for this title.
So with that mechanic in mind, with the cross rings, like, what's off the table? I mean, could Capcom come in? Could Square Enix come in? Bandai Namco? Pac-Man? Could we get, like, is the sky the limit potentially with this mechanic?
So the characters that we're talking about today, are Kasuga, Joker, Hatsune Miku, and then we also, those are kind of the Sega IP that we're bringing in for free. So every month you're going to get this free content delivered to you. But we also wanted to include things like Minecraft. We wanted to collaborate with Minecraft to bring their IP into it. And the Minecraft content, all this big third-party IP, are things that we're going to be adding into the season pass. So for 1 year, we'll be including these like big IPs into the game and updating it. And we have a lot of ideas for more collaboration to do moving forward. So stay tuned for some more fun ideas coming from us.
Now, the movies have been very successful. With that success, does that translate to anything in the development gaming side? Does it open more doors for you? Does it allow you to have bigger budgets for games? Or is it just kind of its own separate thing that's doing great and has nothing really to do with game development?
Yes, Sega has been working, very closely with the movie team to make sure, their movie is great, and we're really doing a good job of syncing up together. And it's really the success of the movie has brought us a lot of fans worldwide. It's also increased a lot of the interest in Sonic at a worldwide level. And the movies and the games are kind of working with each other very well. So the success of the movie feeds into the success of the games, which also then feeds into the success of the movie. And as you know, last year when we released movie 3, we also released a Shadow game, and Shadow was featured very strongly in movie 3. We also had a game featuring Shadow, and it was really a fun, successful time. Everyone seemed to like it. And so for Sonic 4, the next movie, we really want to make sure we can kind of celebrate something good, not only in the movies, but also in the games, and really just bring that fun to the fans out there when it comes out.
How does your team decide, okay, we're going to make a racing game next, or we're making a mainline Sonic title, or we're making a classic Sonic title? Take us into the mindset of how you guys handle your kind of game rotations, because you have so many different versions of Sonic now. It's got to be challenging.
Yeah, so when thinking about the games that we're releasing, we do think about, a modern Sonic game being that kind of 3D action game that people kind of expect and want. We also realize people like the 2D style, so we want to make sure we're bringing that like 2D style gameplay format to people. And racing as well. These are kind of the big long-running series that we have that we know people like and we want to continue making content for. But we're also thinking about, what new experiences, what new games do people maybe want in the future? And so when we think about our roadmap for content, that's what we're constantly thinking about, is what are those long-running series and how can we add new?
Sonic's pretty fast. Why does he need a car?
So yes, Sonic likes actually having fun, that competitive spirit and having fun with his friends competitively is one element that Sonic really enjoys. So, if we were just running flat out, Sonic is going to be faster than everyone. It's not so much fun, and it'd be, really more enjoyable to Sonic to be in a car, to be racing, and have that fun competitive edge with his friends. So that's why he's racing.
As the games and the movies grow more popular, you mentioned the fan base growing. Does it become more of a challenge making games, thinking this may be someone's first Sonic game or first Sonic racing game? So how do you make the games approachable from that level, but also enough for returning fans to have a good time as well?
Yes, it's the challenge. Excuse me. Yes, that's a challenge. And in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, we actually have 4 speeds to choose from. So for people maybe who haven't played a racing game before or aren't very good at racing games, there is a slow speed that you can select and you can play through and you can really get used to the game in. But for our 3D action fans that are always running Sonic at super high speeds and able to play these really fast games, we also have a supersonic speed for them to choose from, so they can get in there and they can play at that really high speed that they like. And that allows us to make the game and make it approachable for people who are brand new, or maybe this is their first video game ever, but also make something that our core fans can jump into and have a lot of fun with.
Last year you were wearing a necklace of Shadow, and now you have this ice bling of Sonic. Where did you get the necklace, and how much Sonic bling and ice do you have at home personally? Do you have a belt? Do you have a crown? Do you have rings, like actual rings?
Yeah, so this King Ice necklace I do have in Sonic, Shadow, Knuckles, and Tails. And there's other ones too, but those are the ones I have. But it's really an honor getting to have so many people making so much cool merchandise for Sonic the Hedgehog. Every now and then I do get something that I really like, and so I'll take it with me and take it home. But if you go to my house, I do have a lot of Sonic product all over the place.
What's one specific mechanic or track or something in Cross Worlds that are you most excited for players to experience when the game comes out?
The travel ring is like the big new feature for the game, and it really makes the second lap around the course, a surprise, something interesting, and something, really dynamic to change up the race. But what a lot of people, I think, maybe don't know that much about right now is our gadget system. It's really fun, and it allows you, because you can customize the vehicles and kind of change how the vehicles look and perform on the road. Super cool, but the gadgets take it one step further, and it allows you to customize your play technique. So you can put these gadgets in, and that will kind of customize how your vehicle performs and what actions you're able to do. Some of the gadgets, maybe if you shunt someone, they'll drop some rings that you can pick up. Others kind of affect your speed performance. There's even gadgets that will, as you drift, make your car kind of spin around, and you can attack other players as you're drifting and spinning. All of this customization kind of allows you to create the game style and the play techniques that suit you best, and it really kind of allows you to choose the strengths and weaknesses of your play style and maximize that for the best experience.
Are there any challenges with balancing that for competitive play? Since people have options, more options mean more cars that do different things, and how do you keep it all balanced so all players are still on the same competitive field?
A lot of the balance comes from the development team that we're using. We have the Sega Arcade Racing team as our developers on this title, and they have many years of creating arcade games and racing games. So they're very adept at not only creating a good racing experience, but they're also really good at making sure the game is fun and competitive. And so balancing that racing element as well as the competition is what they're really skilled at doing. And because they're doing that, they're always creating an even playing field. They want to make sure the racing is fair. Otherwise, it's not going to be fun competition. So while they're making this really even and fair racing experience, they're also allowing you to go in and customize and create a style of racing that is very unique to your style, but they're also keeping in mind how to keep it balanced so the racing is competitive and fun. And it's really the abilities of this development team and the experience that they've had creating racing games that is allowing us to have all this really fun customization, unique gameplay, but also a very fair and even playing field.
Will your game feature cross-play and cross-progression at launch?
So we do have cross-play in there to make sure whatever platform you're playing on, you can matchmake with anyone else in our kind of environment. So there is that cross-play that we have for matchmaking. But as far as cross-progression, we're not going to see like save data or character progression move across any of the other titles.
Sonic, I ask you every year, Sonic Adventure 2, fantastic game. I know you made Sonic Adventure 2 Battle a few years later, a while later, came to the GameCube and all the other platforms. Can you tell us anything about a Sonic Adventure 2 remake or a remaster or re-release? I love that game. I want to see it remastered.
Yeah, I do hear that a lot. I really am appreciative for everyone who likes the Sonic Adventure series. But when I think about what it would take to kind of bring that game up to the standards and expectations of what the modern gaming audience would want, I think it would be about as much time and energy as it would to make a new title. So part of me is thinking maybe I should just make a brand new title, and that's why there's currently no plans.
The Sonic 4th movie is coming out soon, so we can clearly expect to see like Silver and Big the Cat in there, right? You're going to get the other friends in there, right? They're going to be in there. Everyone's favorites, right? Everyone's going to be there.
今何のゲームの話ですか？ゲームじゃない、映画。映画か。ビグが登場するとかしますよね。
So Sonic Movie 4 is currently in development, and there's nothing I can comment on at this time.
When does Sonic Racing Cross Worlds come out? What platforms will be available at launch?
Sonic Racing Cross Worlds will be out September 25th. That's about 3 months until it's going to be out. And it will be on pretty much